This kid is a weak nobody grinding through C-rank dungeon cleanup jobs, picking up the scraps. The trash real heroes don't even bother touching. In this world, power is everything. The strong get worshipped like gods. The weak are invisible. And Tsuyoshi is invisible. But not for long. Soon, everyone's gonna see him. A legend with power way beyond just raw strength. Tsuyoshi's got one reason to keep going. The thing that makes him a real man. His little sister. Karina's all he's got left. Her legs got wrecked in the accident that killed their parents. If Tsuyoshi's not there for her, the world isn't gonna go easy on someone weak like her. Just another day at work, he decides to push past the limit. He finds a hidden chamber, off every map. At the bottom of a dry well, a skeleton. And in the skeleton's hand, a plain gold ring. He puts it on. Fatal mistake. Or maybe not. The ring bursts into light and rips him straight into another dimension. He wakes up in chains, on an altar, surrounded by massive beast warriors ready to judge him like a criminal. He doesn't even understand what's happening before he hears the verdict. Death by the hammer of the divine king. Lightning that drops from the sky and erases anything it touches. First criminal, gone instantly, vaporized. Second name called his. He starts screaming that it's a mistake, that he fell in here by accident, that he's got nothing to do with any of this. Nobody cares. They throw him on the altar anyway. The lightning drops. He dives sideways at the last second and survives. The entire crowd freezes. Nobody's ever dodged that thing, but the second bolt comes right after. This one lands clean, and right there, body destroyed, on the ground, one breath from death, the ring wakes up. It starts rebuilding him piece by piece. And along with it, pumps in raw power, divine eye, able to scan any creature and read their stats like an open book. Divine consciousness inventory, a storage space between worlds. The whole crowd in shock. This guy should be dead twice over by now. Then he does the unthinkable. Walks straight up to the hammer of the divine king and grabs it with his bare hand. Nobody's ever touched that hammer. Not even the beast king himself can move it. The hammer shrinks down in his grip. Level up, level 3. And there's an ancient legend about this exact moment. Whoever lifts the hammer becomes ruler of the entire beastfolk race. That's when Ryuga shows up, the general, a massive winged beast, pure rage, demanding the human drop the hammer and take the death he cheated. Tsuyoshi hits him with divine eye, sees every stat, every weakness, every move coming before it lands. Doesn't matter. Ryuga attacks for real. One strike. The beast girl tensed up watching, knowing one clean hit would cut him in two. He got the hammer up just in time and blocked it. The crowd couldn't wrap their heads around it. Ryuga told him the hammer had gotten lucky for him this time, and it wouldn't happen again. Then he grabbed Tsuyoshi with one hand and launched him into the air, winding up for a move called Earthquake Shaker. That's when Tsuyoshi spotted absolute duplication in his skill list. It let him read an opponent's heart through touch and copy one of their abilities. He pushed off and touched Ryuga's chest mid-air. The system brought up the full list. Ryuga was already moving to finish it, so Tsuyoshi picked fast, Heaven Shaker, something that felt close to the divine hammer's energy, and hit back. When the dust cleared, Ryuga hadn't moved an inch. The system came back with the bad news. Level 3, no class, can't properly use a weapon yet. The attack did nothing. Ryuga came at him again, ready to end it. Then the Beast King stepped in between them. The impact shook the whole area. When everything settled, the Beast King was down on one knee in front of Tsuyoshi. He looked up and said it plainly. The divine hammer had chosen him. He said it might be a sign from the gods and that in thousands of years, this boy was the first person the hammer had ever accepted. He turned to his people and told them that if this human was truly meant to lead the beast folk, they had to give him the chance to grow into it. Ryuga pushed back, pointing out that the boy was human. The king asked him simply, did the prophecy ever say the chosen one had to be a beastman? He turned back to Tsuyoshi, asked for his name, and laid out the deal. If he was willing to carry the beast folk's future, they'd let him walk free. But he was too weak right now. He had 1 year to get stronger and come back. If he proved himself, they'd settle the question of leadership then. The king marked his forehead with magic and made it clear, if he didn't show up within the year, they'd use the mark to track him down and finish things wherever he was. Tsuyoshi agreed to the terms. He glanced over at the beast girl still waiting for her punishment and used divine eye on her. The system put her at level 72, but her name didn't show up. She looked back at him and told him straight, don't let this miracle go to waste. He took that in and knew she was right. There was no time to sit around thinking. Step 1 was staying alive. Step 2 was figuring out how to get back home. He accepted the king's offer but asked for one thing. He wanted the beast girl to come with him. The king agreed. A little while later, he stood outside staring at the ring he'd pulled from that well. He thought back to the voice he'd heard and started putting things together. It all went back to this ring. He still had no idea how to get home, but that was a problem for later. The beast girl came up beside him, called him master in a soft voice, and told him she was ready to go. She said she'd made up her mind to stay by his side because he'd saved her, and asked if she could keep calling him that. He got a little flustered. Nobody had ever talked to him like that before, but he said yes. They set off together, and as Tsuyoshi looked around at the world around him, he had to admit, strange as everything was, this place was something else. But suddenly, he remembers his sister waiting for him back home. At that moment, the system shows him a notification that the boundless passage is now available, and the cooldown is 24 hours. He He understands that he was brought to this world through the boundless passage. If he uses the same path, he should be able to return. With that thought, he commands the ring to open the boundless passage, to which a bright light shines from the ring, and our hero disappears from there. In a flash, he gets transported back to his original world, sitting at the same well where he was first pulled into the other world. He checks the system and gets surprised to see that the abilities he gained are still active here too, and also the divine hammer is safely stored in his inventory. The system informs him that his stats are shared between both worlds, but items are not. To use items in either world, they must be placed in the divine consciousness inventory ahead of time. As he's processing all of this, he suddenly hears his friends calling out to him, urging him to come out of the well before the cave closes. Looking at them, he feels confused as he has spent about 5 hours in the other world, yet it seems no time has passed here. He realizes time must have been frozen while he was away. With the help of a rope, his friends pull him out of the well. As he climbs up, he wonders if time is also frozen in that other world now. Another question comes to his mind about who is the true owner of this boundless ring. Once he's out, he happily comments that the next awakening test is tomorrow, so he will go to test his new abilities. After returning from the cave, our hero starts remembering his sad past. He sees himself carrying his younger sister on his back, her legs badly injured, and they run through the heavy rain because a powerful monster is destroying the city behind them. While running, he suddenly starts crying to realize their parents are gone because of the destruction. At that moment, his uncle Nakazato appears and tells him to keep moving, otherwise the monster will kill both him and his sister, to which our boy agrees and keeps running. As he recalls these memories, he stands in a hospital beside his sister Karina. She asks if he really plans to retake the awakening test tomorrow since he just came back from work today. He assures her he's fine, and when he asks about her legs, a nurse explains that the nerve pain comes and goes because of nerve damage, so she must take her medication regularly. Our boy then uses his divine eye skill to examine her legs. He sees that both legs are about 98% damaged, with almost no chance of natural recovery. The chance she might walk again is only 1%. He thinks to himself that she should have been able to live a normal life, go to school, hang out with friends, and go on trips, and also realizes that she must have wanted to live each day with a smile. With that thought, he steps outside, feeling sad as she's his only family now, and he can't bear to see her suffer anymore. He decides that he will do whatever it takes to help her stand on her own again. He thinks that if he can become a hero, he might gain access to more resources and information, maybe even find a way to heal her. So he makes up his mind that he will become a hero. Later he arrives at BTG, the Awakening test site. Another boy is already being tested. The result shows that he's level 3 with a combat power of 540, which qualifies him as a hero. The doctor hands him a hero's emblem, and the boy walks away proudly. Now it's Tsuyoshi's turn. The doctor looks at him and asks if he really wants to retake the test after failing the first time. He tells him that when he's ready, he just needs to step inside and place his hand on the device. But he also adds that the machine scans every angle, so the result is likely to be the same as before. Our boy steps into the room, thinking to himself that he already knows his level is 3, so he should pass this time. Still, he feels unsure as he doesn't know what his combat power will be. He places his hand on the machine and activates his ultimate physique skill. Suddenly, the entire area begins to shake like an earthquake. The machine lights up and displays the result. Level 3, combat power 5400. He gets stunned as the previous record for a level 3 combat power held for 30 years has just been shattered. Curious about the strength of the Divine King's hammer, he takes it out from his system. But the system immediately warns him that his current level and other conditions are not enough to unlock the hammer's true power. It can only be used for 1 second. Our boy realizes that even 1 second might be enough for the machine to register its strength. He places his hand on the device again and releases the hammer's power. A wave of intense blue energy bursts from the hammer, and he feels sharp pain shoot through his body. The ground trembles again as another earthquake hits the city, and suddenly the machine shuts down due to a blackout. The doctor rushes in and quickly stops him, explaining that the test has been suspended because of the power failure. After leaving the branch, our boy thinks about how dangerous the Divine King's hammer is. He decides not to use it again until he becomes strong enough, since it drains his entire body. Still, he feels happy as he's officially a hero now and has received his emblem card. Later, he heads to the training ground, where a group of other young heroes has gathered. A man named Gaia introduces himself as their trainer. Tsuyoshi uses his skill to check Gaia's stats, and sees that he's level 9 with 1200 combat power. The trainer tells the group that they'll be entering a D-rank dungeon tomorrow. He explains that real field experience will help them figure out which occupation suits them best. Some of the new heroes ask if they can start with physical training instead, but the trainer rejects, saying there's no time for that, and warns everyone that the training will be strict, so anyone who isn't ready can leave now. While listening, our boy quietly thinks about the Beast Girl in the other world, that once the Boundless Passage cooldown ends, he will return and check on her. Later, he returns home where the news is reporting about the recent earthquake in the city, but luckily, no injuries have been reported. At that moment, our boy notices the cooldown is over, so he activates the Boundless Passage and instantly gets transported back to the other world. Looking around, he sees that everything is just as it was before. Even his clothes have changed back to what he wore the first time he was gone from here. As he sits on the ground, lost in thought, the Beast Girl walks up to him and asks if something's wrong. He smiles and gently tells her he's fine, then asks her to lead the way as he wants to level up quickly. She agrees and says there's a level 3 goblin nest nearby where they can train, but she warns him that even though the goblins are only level 3, they're lecherous and dangerous in their own way. He agrees, and they head toward the nest. When they arrive, he points out that she's level 72, so taking down goblins should be easy for her. Feeling surprised, she asks how he knows her level, and also explains that if she helps him fight, he won't gain any experience points. Even so, Tsuyoshi says he wants to see her skills in action, to which she pulls out her dagger and rushes at 2 goblins. With a single clean slash, she takes them both down effortlessly. Seeing her in action, he gets amazed and asks if she can teach him the technique she just used. She explains that it's called Instant Step Slash, a skill used by high-level warriors. It's not something he can learn right now, especially since he hasn't even chosen an occupation yet. The boy then says he'll become a warrior too, just like her. But in his heart, he knows that since he can't use the Divine King's hammer yet, he needs to find another weapon for now. Just then, the system notifies him that he has officially switched to the warrior occupation. The Beast Girl blushes, realizing he chose to become a warrior because of her. Holding his hand, she promises to help him level up, but says that first they'll need to gather some proper equipment. As they talk, a group of goblins appears nearby. Their combat power is 420, and our hero quickly realizes he'll have to fight them on his own. He borrows the girl's dagger and thinks to himself that it's a good chance to test out the power of with that, he charges at the goblins, and in a powerful slash, he defeats them instantly. Watching this, the Beast Girl gets amazed, and our hero confidently says he'll take care of the rest of the goblins with ease. He also thinks to himself that by the end of the night, he'll definitely reach level 4. The girl offers him a weapon, but instead, he picks up a goblin's wooden stick and says it'll work just fine for now. She reminds him that they need to hurry and get some basic equipment since he doesn't have any defensive stuff. He agrees, thinking that he'll need not just weapons but proper armor too. As they walk, our boy remembers the bit of research he did earlier on the Divine Consciousness inventory. Unlike normal storage, items placed in this special inventory can be used in both worlds. He notices there are only 2 slots right now. One is already taken by the Divine King's hammer, which means only 1 slot remains. Reading through the system's instructions, he learns that the number of slots will increase as he trains and grows stronger. While thinking about this, he stares at the girl, to which she feels confused and asks if there's something on her face. He just smiles and says he was checking to make sure she was still following him. Suddenly, she tells him to look ahead as there are more goblins, and they're level 4. She warns that the deeper they go, the stronger the goblins get, so he needs to stay alert. As she steps forward to attack, our hero realizes that stronger goblins mean more experience points. Without hesitation, he leaps at them, eager to fight by himself. With just one powerful strike, he defeats all the goblins instantly, and comments that the higher the enemy's level, the more experience he gains. But he also notices his wooden stick is broken and too weak to keep using. The girl watches in shock as she can't believe he defeated them all using such a poor weapon. As they go deeper, the goblins grow in number and level, but Tsuyoshi's explosive power makes their numbers meaningless. While fighting, he thinks about how he never expected the bonuses in this world to be so big, and also, he is leveling up much faster than before. After finishing off the last goblin, he remembers his time working as a cleaner, when heroes took all the good items and experience points. Now, he can keep all the experience for himself, and these monsters seem to give even more experience than before. Then they find a hiding spot near the goblin boss. The girl warns that the boss looks dangerous and says it has been possessed by darkness. Our boy feels uneasy to hear that this world has darkness too, and she explains that enemies possessed by darkness are extremely powerful. The boss is level 6, but with darkness possessing it, its strength grows exponentially. She adds that she will handle the goblin boss alone since it's dangerous, but our boy refuses and says that he will take it down with his own hands. He thinks about the ones who killed his parents and vows to kill them all. With courage, he leaps at the boss and kicks it hard in the head, but the boss easily throws him aside. The boss tries to attack with its huge tongue, but the girl quickly cuts it off with her dagger. Our hero stands up, thinking that anyone who is an enemy to his sister won't be allowed to kill him. He activates ultimate physique on his right hand and shouts that if he doesn't have a weapon, he will use his own body. With a powerful punch, he strikes the goblin boss, to which the boss shatters into pieces and gets defeated. At that moment, Tsuyoshi's level rises to 4, and he happily says that he will now wipe out all the darkness. Then the system alerts him that his right hand is badly injured and needs immediate treatment. The pain becomes overwhelming, and just as he's about to collapse, the Beast Girl catches him and gently assures him that she has medicine that will help. She applies the medicine to his injured hand, and after about an hour, our hero wakes up feeling much better. His body has healed well, and the girl feels happy to see that the medicine worked. She tells him it's time to go collect their rewards, to which he agrees. When they arrive at the reward spot, the system notifies him that the rewards have been added. In front of them are 2 treasure chests, one normal and one dark. Our boy gets surprised to see such valuable loot. He opens the dark chest first, and the system announces that he has received the Dark Goblin set. He suddenly remembers that he has only 1 slot left in his Divine Consciousness inventory. Hoping for the best, he presses the yes button to store the set, and feels pleased when the entire set fits into that 1 slot. Then he turns to the girl and asks if she knows how to sew. She confirms, and says she's been sewing her own clothes since she was a child, and even has her sewing kit with her. Later, under a beautiful night sky, the girl sits beside him and sews a shirt for him. He watches her work and feels genuinely happy. Now that he has leveled up, he knows it's time to return to his original world. He tells her they should settle down for the night to rest and recover, and she agrees. Together they find a place to sleep. Sometime later, our hero returns to his own world, at the same place he was in before being transported. Feeling exhausted, he thinks back to how he and the girl found a quiet spot to stay, and how he had to wait for her to fall asleep before sneaking back here. He lies down on his bed, ready for sleep, knowing that tomorrow he'll enter a cave for the first time in this world. The next morning, he opens the system and selects the Dark Goblin set. When he presses the yes button, the system displays the set's skill, Roaring Tentacles. When it will activate, this skill lets out a loud scream that stuns all low-grade enemies within earshot. Our boy smiles, excited by how useful the skill is, but then he realizes that there's a risk. As if other heroes see him in this rare outfit, he could attract trouble. Also, many heroes won't hesitate to kill others and steal their equipment. Realizing that, he presses the other button to make his clothes look normal again. He thinks to himself that he still has a few minutes before the meeting and should get something to eat. Suddenly, he receives a call from the nurse who tells him that some scary men are at the hospital, trying to take his sister Karina. They say she owes them money. Hearing this, our hero gets shocked and remembers borrowing money from those men. But he's confused why they're after his sister, as he's been paying them back every week, just like they agreed. Feeling angry, he rushes to the hospital to save his sister. At the hospital, the men are treating her badly. They say her brother borrowed money but didn't pay it back on time, so now they're taking her as part of the contract. One of the men thinks that they lent the money because the boss likes this girl, and because she could be sold for a good price on the black market. Karina insists her brother couldn't have signed such a contract, but the man says her brother's weekly payments barely cover the interest. As he grabs her face and speaks harshly, they suddenly hear the door burst open and notice that Tsuyoshi has arrived. The man asks why he looks so angry, saying everything is according to the contract. But when he says he doesn't need a sister like that, our hero suddenly punches the man hard in the face, knocking him backward. Seeing this, one of the bodyguards jumps at him to attack, but our boy punches the bodyguard's arm and breaks it on the spot. The senior man angrily says no one has ever dared to defy the Blue Snake team before, then pulls out a gun to shoot. When he fires, our hero calmly catches the bullet with his bare hand, to which his sister and the others get shocked. He says he's a hero now, so catching a bullet isn't difficult for him. At that moment, the nurse arrives with the police to help him and his sister, but when she comes in, she sees the thugs already begging the boy not to hurt them. They assure him that he can pay back all at once whenever he wants, but also warn that if he delays, their young boss, who is also a hero, won't stay quiet. They apologize for the trouble and quietly leave. They whisper among themselves, thinking their boss is a level 100 warrior while this boy is still just a trainee. They decide they'll have to report this to their boss and let him handle it. Meanwhile, our hero apologizes to his sister from behind, saying he wanted to visit her sooner, but has spent the past few days trying to figure out how to repay the money he owes the gang. She asks if he really became a hero, to which he confirms, but explains he's still just an intern. He'll only be officially recognized after completing today's mission in the cave. He recalls that he borrowed $60,000 from the Blue Snake gang to pay for his sister's treatment. If he tried to earn that money steadily, even as an official hero, it would take far too long. So he decides the only way is to sell all his hero gear. Later, he arrives at the entrance of the cave with a group of other trainees. Their trainer stands in front of them and says that today's mission will test their abilities to determine if they're ready to become full-fledged heroes. But he adds one strict rule that any hero equipment they find in the cave must be handed over to him. Hearing the trainer's words, Tsuyoshi recalls hearing something similar before, but he reassures himself that there's probably nothing valuable in a low-level cave anyway. The trainer then explains that as long as they follow his lead and obey instructions, they should have no problem passing the exam. However, in return for becoming official heroes, each trainee must pay him 20,000 yen. At this moment, our boy speaks up, asking why they have to pay when they're already handing over any equipment they find. The The trainer simply says those are his rules, and adds that if he is too poor to pay, he can register for the solo test instead. Hearing this, the other guys whisper that no intern has ever passed the solo test, and even top-ranked heroes avoid entering a cave alone. But Tsuyoshi calmly says he'll take the solo test, to which everyone gets surprised. He heads to the designated portal for the solo trial. One guy warns him that he's making a mistake, and that no one has ever returned from this challenge. Still, our hero doesn't listen to him, and steps inside without hesitation. On the other side, he finds himself standing in a beautiful forest. He looks around in surprise as he expected a dark, gloomy cave, but this place is bright and full of life, unlike the usual caves he's seen after heroes have cleared out the darkness. Then suddenly, a goblin attacks him from behind, but the hit does nothing. Without getting scared, our hero grabs the goblin's hard, saying his combat power is 6,400, and a low-level goblin like this is no match for him. After defeating it, he notices his experience points only go up by 20. He realizes that this real-world training ground offers much less compared to the other world. Then he shouts a clear warning to all the goblins hiding nearby. No more sneak attacks and come at him all at once. In response, dozens of goblins leap down from the trees to swarm him. At that moment, our boy activates his dark goblin set. With a loud roar, he unleashes the roaring tentacle skill, to which all the goblins get slashed to pieces instantly, and the battle over in seconds. Meanwhile, outside the cave, the trainer checks the timer and thinks that it has been nearly an hour, and assumes Tsuyoshi must be dead by now. But to his shock, our hero suddenly steps out of the portal, alive and having completed the solo test. Meanwhile, Gaia steps out of the portal with the rest of the group, and proudly claims that if it weren't for him, they would have all been dead long ago. He then demands 40,000 yen from each of them, instead of the original 20,000, saying he saved their lives. Just then, he gets a call from the guy who was supervising Tsuyoshi. His expression changes to shock upon hearing that the boy has passed the solo test. Without wasting time, he rushes over to see for himself. He confronts Tsuyoshi and asks how he managed to clear the test, despite being only level 4. Our boy is calmly cleaning goblin blood off his clothes, and when the trainer suspiciously asks if he used high-grade gear, he simply comments that nothing is impossible, and maybe it's thanks to the 20,000 yen the trainer tried to charge him. Hearing this, the trainer angrily grabs his collar and demands an answer. But the boy mocks him again, pointing out that someone with only level 9 and 1d200 combat power doesn't seem very impressive for a guild trainer. Then the trainer throws a powerful punch at him, but our hero catches it with ease, to which the trainer gets stunned that this boy was able to stop his strike so effortlessly. He grows more suspicious, pulls out a dagger and demands him reveal what he's hiding. But when he tries to stab him, the dagger shatters on impact, completely broken by our hero's ultimate physique skill. Realizing this could expose his secret and draw unwanted attention, our boy quickly pretends to be terrified, acting like the dagger scared him. Just then, another official arrives and shows the trainer Tsuyoshi's identity verification, confirming that he is now a certified hero. Later that night, our boy returns home, and as he lies in bed, he reflects on how he started attracting attention, especially from Gaia. He also finds himself thinking about the beast girl still in the other world. At that moment, Gaia arrives at the building with another mage, intending to kill our hero and steal his equipment. The mage is level 10 with a combat power of 3,500, and he uses magic to try to break the door lock. But before he succeeds, our boy suddenly kicks the door open and smashes the mage in the head with a stick using Heaven Shaker. He immediately senses the pressure as this mage is 6 levels above him, and it's clear the battle ahead won't be easy. He realizes that combat power is a useful way to gauge a hero's overall ability, but it's not everything. His own combat power is 6,400, yet his level is only 4. If the level difference is within 2, he can usually manage. But when the gap widens, like facing someone at level 10, even if their combat power is lower, their level advantage can make them harder to deal with. He considers running from here as the best option. Just then, the mage stands back up and says he's impressed this boy reinforced the defense on his cloak, but warns that he'll kill him and steal everything he has. Activating fire magic on his cloak, the mage sends waves of heat toward our hero, making his body feel like it's burning. Realizing things are getting worse fast, the boy starts running. He leaps out the window, focusing his body enhancement skill into both legs. With the Dark Goblin set's defensive boost, he believes he can absorb the landing impact. But just as he prepares to land, a third attacker with level 12 and 3,900 combat power strikes him mid-air and slams him into the ground. Luckily, our hero had already reactivated his full body enhancement just before impact, so he takes minimal damage. As he stands back up, the new enemy jumps down after him, surprised to see that this boy is still alive. Just then, Gaia and the mage arrive at the scene. Seeing all three of them ready to kill him and steal his gear, our hero makes up his mind that if they're coming to kill him, he's ready to do the same. He activates the Dark Goblin set and tries to unleash his Roaring Tentacle skill, but to his surprise, the skill fails as his level is too low to use it right now. The three attackers charge at him, aiming to finish him off and take everything he has. But at that moment, he realizes the cooldown on the Boundless Ring has ended, and he can now return to the other world. Without wasting a second, he opens the path of Boundless. Just before the enemies reach him, he vanishes through the portal. As he disappears, he declares that he'll return stronger, and that's when the real fight will begin. Moments later, he finds himself back in the Beast World, at the exact spot where he first left. Looking around, he thinks to himself that now is the time to level up and master new skills. He sees the Beast Girl still peacefully sleeping and realizes it's still nighttime here, so he quietly decides to rest for now, before the real journey begins. As he notices she smells like cherry blossoms, he feels a sense of romance for a moment. But then, the memory of the three men hunting him flashes back into his mind. He quickly reminds himself that he must first deal with the crisis in his original world. Before anything else, he needs to focus on leveling up and learning new skills. The next morning, the Beast Girl wakes up and cheerfully says it was the best sleep she's had in a long time. Meanwhile, our boy hasn't slept at all as his mind was too restless. He gently asks her if she can sew him a new set of clothes, saying they'll move out soon after. She agrees. And as they talk, she explains that to learn skills, he needs skill scrolls, and the fastest way is to study at the Combat Academy. Together, they head to a small combat academy in the Beastman tribe. An old Beastman greets them and asks if he is the human the Beast King is interested in. He then lays out the conditions for enrollment, that he must first reach level 6 and then pass an entrance exam. Hearing this, our hero feels a bit discouraged. The Beast Girl looks guilty and apologizes, saying she spent so much time training in the caves that she didn't know about these requirements. He reassures her, saying it's fine as he just needs to level up first, and he'll come back later. She then tells him that there's a nearby low-level cave perfect for training and gaining experience. As they both walk away, the old Beast Man mutters that if the Beast King weren't interested in this boy, he would have torn him apart right here. He also makes harsh remarks about the Beast Girl. Hearing this, she feels guilty, thinking it's her fault her master is facing all this trouble. She decides to tell him the whole truth and quietly leave. But our hero suddenly turns back, and by grabbing the old Beastman by the collar, he warns him that if he ever speaks like that again, he'll tear his mouth apart. He demands the old man apologize to the Beast Girl immediately. The old Beastman says he's just stating facts as the girl is a hybrid of human and beast, which is why she doesn't have a proper name. Then Tsuyoshi realizes why her name didn't appear when he looked at her with his divine eye earlier. At that moment, several Beastmen aim their arrows at him, and the old Beastman warns him not to get arrogant just because the Beast King has shown interest. He adds that if he disrespects a Beastman warrior, he will be met with equal force. Then the old Beastman offers that if the boy passes the exam, he will apologize to the Beast Girl, but he also adds that a mere human like him probably can't succeed. At that moment, the Beast Girl tells Tsuyoshi there's no need to get involved on her behalf, but the boy surprises her by giving her a name, Sakura. He then tells the old Beastman to remember that he owes Sakura an apology once he passes the exam. With that, they both leave for the level up, and she tells him they should hunt fox beastmen, which are rare, to which he agrees. She gently asks why he gave her that name, and our hero explains that she always carries a faint scent of cherry blossoms, so the name seemed perfect. Hearing this, she hugs him and thanks him for his kindness, making him blush. They enter the cave, and she asks how the dagger she gave him feels. He says he's satisfied with it as it's not top-tier gear, but much stronger than a goblin stick. Suddenly, they spot the Fox Beastmen approaching, who are at level 5 with 720 combat power. He tells her to stay back and guide him as usual because he wants to gain the experience on his own, so she doesn't need to interfere. She agrees and steps back as our hero charges toward the Fox Beastman, eager to test out his new dagger. She reminds him that the Fox Beastmen are quick, and warns him to avoid using wide swings. As the battle begins, our boy quickly notices how fast they are, but once he activates his ultimate physique, the Fox Beastmen are caught off guard, and he says that with their level and combat power, they can't even put a scratch on him. He slashes with full force, instantly taking down 3 of them. Watching them fall, he thinks to himself that leveling up in this world is much faster, and since there's no competition for resources, he can monopolize all the experience. But then, his thoughts drift back to the 3 men in his original world. They're not only higher level, but also possess greater combat power. Even with his strength, the gap in level makes them hard to defeat. He realizes he must close that gap and acquire at least 4 new skills. Then he turns to Sakura and tells her that he has to reach level 6, and when he does, he'll make that old beastman bow his head and apologize to her. As they move deeper into the cave, they spot the Dark Fox Beastman boss roaming ahead. It's a level 7 enemy, carrying a massive sword that immediately catches our hero's attention. The size and power of the weapon look like a perfect fit for him, and he wonders if it might drop after the fight. Sakura notices his interest and asks if he wants the sword. She assures him that most enemies do drop items, but the drop rate depends on the item's rarity. She adds that it's best to keep hunting until they get what they need. Efficiency also varies depending on the cave, and using special items can help increase the chances. Hearing this, our boy realizes how similar this world feels to a game, as it has drop rates. He focuses on the boss, and his system brings up the details that the sword is called Black Cold Light, and its drop rate is only 6%. But then the system shows another option that he can exchange certain items by meeting specific conditions. The rewards from exchanges scale based on his level and abilities. Right now, the only available exchange is for a high-probability drop scroll, which can boost the drop rate of an item. He sees that he has enough to trade for 3 of those scrolls. Each one boosts the drop rate by 30%, and using all 3 together would raise the chance to 96%. He excitedly pulls the scrolls from his system, having met the conditions, and tells the girl to let's get that sword, as it's going to make him even stronger. He grips the dagger and asks her for directions as he leaps toward the Dark Fox Beastman boss. The boss swings its massive sword in a powerful slash, but our hero dodges just in time, and he also senses the sword's cold effect. The girl warns him that the boss isn't just fast, it's also very strong. The sword is infused with ice magic, which will slow him down and drain his stamina if it lands a hit. She tells him to focus on exploiting the boss's weaknesses and finish the fight quickly. She adds that the Dark Fox Beastman fears fire, so coating the dagger with flame oil will help. Our hero quickly applies the oil and sets the blade aflame before launching another attack. She points out the boss's weak spots, its armpits and neck. Our hero spots an opening and strikes its arm hard, to which the boss feels pain. His system notifies him that hitting a weak point causes the enemy's status to change to cowardice, which doubles the damage they take. Feeling encouraged, he prepares for another strike, and the girl advises him that enemies in this state reveal their weak points more clearly, but warns him to stay alert and dodge carefully while looking for the next chance to attack. As our hero leaps at the boss, it tries to strike him, but thanks to Sakura's earlier advice, he dodges the attack just in time. He notices the boss is starting to look tired, and this is his chance. Focusing his ultimate physique into his arms, he delivers a powerful slash to the boss's neck, causing massive damage. Without wasting a moment, he follows up with a final blow, driving the dagger into its head, to which the Dark Fox Beastman boss gets fully defeated. Then our boy quickly uses the drop scrolls before the loot appears. The sword's drop rate jumps to 96%, and moments later he's thrilled to see the Black Cold Light sword drop, along with a large gain in experience points. He picks up the sword and feels amazed as he has never held a weapon that feels this powerful. He thinks to himself that with this blade, he might actually be able to defeat the 3 enemies waiting for him in his original world. He reminds himself that reaching level 6 is his next goal, not just for his own strength, but also for Sakura's sake. He turns to her and asks if there's a fast way to level up. She assures him that it's simple, as they can use a reset scroll to reset the cave and fight through it again. She adds that she has a few helpful items that can speed up the process, including healing potions, but first they'll need to take a short break to recover. They both sit outside the cave while she uses the reset scroll, restoring the cave to its original state. Our hero steps back inside, this time holding the Black Cold Light sword to face the enemies. As he defeats the regular Fox Beastman, the girl explains that some weapons have special effects and their power can vary. She's confident he'll find even better gear as they continue. He thinks that he also has the Divine King's Hammer in his inventory, but even with his ultimate physique, he can only hold it for about a second before it becomes too much. He enters the boss room again and notes that he's reached level 5 by defeating the boss's minions. Now it's time to take down the boss once more. Using the reset scroll, he repeats this process 6 more times, resetting the cave, battling the minions, and defeating the boss. After the 6th victory, he finally levels up to level 6, with his combat power rising to 8,800. After all that, he comments that he's replenished his stamina 6 times from morning until night, and must have collected a full set of Fox Beastman gear by now. Meanwhile, at the Combat Academy, the old Beastman sits with a friend, saying that no mere human can reach level 6 in their land so quickly. Suddenly, our hero walks in wearing the Fox Beastman armor. He calls out the 2 men, telling them they doubt he can reach level 6, but he's already there. The 2 old men get stunned that he's leveled up twice in just 1 day. Our hero then demands they wake the examiner immediately, saying he won't wait until tomorrow. He also orders the old Beastman to prepare to apologize to Sakura. The Beastman then bring out the examiner, who grumbles that he was just about to go to sleep. He warns them that if they waste his time, there will be consequences. Our hero steps forward and confidently states that he meets all the requirements. He demands to begin the trial immediately, and also mentions that he wants to choose a skill from the skill vault. In every combat academy, skill scrolls are stored in a special vault, and anyone who passes the trial is allowed to select one. The examiner comments that the boy is talking too much, but when one of the others whispers in his ear that this boy leveled up twice in less than a day, the examiner gets shocked. Then he says he doesn't know what kind of trick the boy pulled, but it is fine, and now they'll proceed. Still, he adds that the idea of a mere human passing a trial meant for beastmen is laughable. Soon, the priest commander of the academy steps forward to begin the trial. He explains that the beastmen are a race built on strength, so physical power is the main requirement for passing. He then reveals a large stone slab and tells our hero that if he can crack it with a single punch, he will pass the trial and earn the right to access the Beastman Academy's skill vault. The two other beastmen watch the stone slab and whisper that the commander is testing this boy with an outer stone, a rare and powerful material that even a level 10 warrior struggles to crack. They explain the stone fell from the sky and weapons. The commander steps forward and demonstrates the challenge. He uses his full strength to punch the slab, causing a little crack to appear. Now it's Tsuyoshi's turn, and because he is confident of his ultimate physique, he decides to fine-tune his enhancement to increase the power and impact of his right fist. Activating ultimate physique at 50%, he delivers a powerful punch, to which the stone slab shatters instantly into pieces, and the beastmen get totally shocked. Our boy remarks that he used a lot of force, but it wasn't too difficult. The beast girl tells him that he can now access the skill vault, but when he asks the commander if he's passed, the commander rejects by claiming the cracks were caused by his own earlier demonstration, so breaking the slab doesn't count, meaning Tsuyoshi borrowed the beastman's power rather than proving his own strength. The commander continues the test, saying the next trial is the Iron Bar Bending Challenge, one of their traditional strength tests. The goal is simple, as he has to bend an extremely tough iron bar using only brute force. Our hero activates ultimate physique at 50% and easily bends the bar as if it was nothing. The commander gets stunned, but still refuses to acknowledge his success. He declares they'll now use the most primitive method, arm wrestling, where if the boy can last 10 seconds against their strongest warrior, he'll be considered to have passed. Our hero agrees without hesitation, and when the strongest warrior steps forward, he activates ultimate physique at 70% and defeats him instantly, to which the commander gets speechless. Then our boy states that he has completed all 3 trials and passed, and the surrounding beastmen agree. He then turns to the old beastman and reminds him of his promise to apologize to Sakura. The old beastman steps forward and offers a quiet apology for the harsh words he spoke. She looks uncomfortable and tells him there's no need to apologize, but our boy gently tells her to accept it, to which she follows the instructions. They then make their way to the entrance of the skill vault. The commander informs him that, according to academy rules, he may only select one skill scroll each time he enters. He explains that once the boy enters the vault, he'll have only 3 minutes to choose a skill scroll. If he breaks the seal on a scroll within that time, the skill becomes his. But if time runs out before he chooses, the rules will forcefully expel him, and he won't be allowed to enter again for some time. Seeing Tsuyoshi's confusion about the seal, the commander adds that the Combat Academy is a prestigious institution representing the entire region. To protect the vault, high-level sorcerers and mages have placed magical seals and barriers around the scrolls. The Beast Girl also says she's heard that higher-level academies have even stricter conditions. With that, our hero and the girl enter the vault. As they look around, he gets amazed and finally understands why they needed so many magical protections, as there are countless skill scrolls inside. She admits this is her first time seeing the vault too, and notes that each scroll is sealed so she can't tell what any of them are. While scanning the scrolls, our boy considers using absolute duplication, but finding a truly powerful skill proves difficult. He then recalls the 3 enemies waiting for him in his original world, and realizes that he needs to pick a skill strong enough to deal with them. He activates his ability on a scroll, revealing the skill Shield Slam, but he quickly dismisses it as he doesn't even use a shield. She also shows him another scroll called Gale Step, a skill used by archers, but he's not interested. He glances at the timer, only 2 minutes left, and still hasn't found anything useful. She then shows him a scroll with a counter-attack skill, but he rejects that too. As he checks more scrolls, the time drops to just 1 minute. He realizes he can only see inside the scrolls by breaking their seals, but that will take serious force. He asks the girl if she has stamina and energy potions, since he might need them soon. He tells her to hide behind something sturdy, to which she agrees. He then activates a powerful ability in his hand, releasing intense blue energy that surprises even the beastmen outside. Actually, he's pulling out the Divine King's hammer, an incredibly strong weapon he can only hold for 1 second at his current level, but 1 second is all he needs. As he grips the Divine King's hammer, Sakura gets surprised and thinks that she wouldn't have believed it if she hadn't seen it herself. Then he slams the hammer onto the ground, declaring that he will break all the seals on the scrolls at once. The entire vault shakes violently as the powerful impact shatters the seals on every scroll, and the Beast Girl gets stunned by the sheer force of it. The hammer then deactivates, and our hero feels a sharp pain in his hand. Suddenly, information from all the scrolls floods into his mind all at once. She grows worried. fearing that his brain won't be able to handle so much data at once, and the same thing happens that our boy's head starts shaking as he struggles to process it. He commands the scrolls to show him only the strongest skill that suits him best, to which suddenly he sees a scroll crackling with lightning. With just 30 seconds left, he quickly tells the girl where the scroll is and orders her to bring it to him. She agrees and uses her ability to leap swiftly to the scroll. When she looks at it, she feels something's off as it's a fragmented scroll. She brings it back to him and asks if he's sure he wants to take it. She warns that there isn't much time left, to which he quickly grabs her and activates his strongest body skill, boosting his legs' power by 50%. He sprints toward the exit. Meanwhile, the examiner notes that only 5 seconds remain and remarks that the boy will be thrown out of the vault soon. As the timer hits 0, the vault's door suddenly bursts open with a loud blast. To everyone's shock, the boy emerges safely, and when the examiner looks at the scroll, he gets stunned, as this is the fragmented scroll. The scroll reveals a rare skill called Thunder Chain, which allows the user to summon a powerful electric current that deals heavy lightning damage. The system also informs our hero that the skill can be leveled up by gathering the remaining fragments. The examiner then shares something he once heard from the previous generation, that in the past 1,000 years, almost no one has dared to learn this fragmented skill. There are 2 main reasons. First, the complete skill is split into 6 volumes, but only 3 have ever been found, making the search for the rest nearly impossible in such a vast world. Second, every beastman who has tried to master the skill has died from its backlash. As they leveled it up, their bodies couldn't handle the power and exploded in horrific ways. Hearing this, the hero feels a bit disheartened and asks if anyone has ever fully mastered the skill. The commander replies that there was one, about 1,000 years ago. He was known as the strongest beastman king, the Divine King, and he had completely mastered the Thunder Chain skill. The commander adds that the Divine King also wielded their sacred artifact, the Divine King's hammer. Thunder Chain was the only skill the king left behind, but he warns that no matter how powerful a skill is, it's useless if no one can control it, just like a legendary weapon is worthless in the hands of someone who can't wield it properly. He says that although this skill came from the great Divine King, very few believe it still exists, since no one has been able to master it for 1,000 years. The hero listens quietly, and then says the skill might actually be perfect for him. Then he and the beast girl begin to move forward, and the commander comments that this fragment is just the beginning. Whether the hero finds the remaining pieces and fully learns the skill depends on his own strength and luck. Then, the commander turns to the beast girl with a serious look and asks if she is the one marked for execution by divine punishment next. He questions how she can do this to a fellow beastman and says that the human boy probably still doesn't know her true identity. He also asks if she plans to sacrifice him too. She stops the commander, signaling him not to say more, and then she moves on with Tsuyoshi. The next morning, they are in an inn, where our hero drinks a healing potion, and comments that it works incredibly well, even though the taste is terrible. He also mentions that she has been acting strange since they returned, but she assures him she's just a little tired. He asks if her background is the reason she was also marked for execution. She quickly changes the subject and asks if he has studied the remaining scroll. Our boy says he memorized it earlier, and that the old beastman said some strange things, but the skill seems perfect for him. He thinks the Thunder Chain skill needs a strong body, which suits him well since he has the strongest physique. He can't wait to see what the skill will do once he collects all the fragments. The girl gets ready and asks if they should leave now since it's a beautiful day, perfect for leveling up. He agrees but says there's something he needs to do first. He notices the cooldown on the boundless ring has ended, so he activates the passage to return to his original world. He thinks that with this skill, he now knows how to deal with those 3 men waiting for him. In an instant, he returns to his original world, right in the middle of the ambush. The 3 attackers are still charging at him. He quickly assesses the situation and thinks that to activate his new skill, he needs a weapon. Thankfully, he has access to his divine consciousness inventory, so he pulls out the black freezing flash sword, stunning all 3 men. They mutter that this boy must be hiding something powerful, but once they kill him, they'll loot everything. Our hero raises the sword to the sky by declaring that they were the ones who started the fight, and then activates the sword's ability along with his new skill, Thunder Chain. The ground beneath him trembles as a surge of powerful energy radiates from the blade. A blinding bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky and strikes the 3 men directly. They scream in pain, their bodies paralyzed by the electric shock to which they fall on their knees. The mage realizes that they completely underestimated this boy, as he is nothing like before. One of the men begs for mercy, but our hero shows none, and with a swift slash he strikes the man's neck and kills him on the spot. Seeing this, Gaia warns him that they are members of the crazy wolf gang, but the boy doesn't respond, and without hesitation, he cuts Gaia down as well. The mage grows fearful as the hero approaches to finish him off, but he throws an adhesive blast fruit, a magical explosive, right at the boy. When it hits, the fruit detonates with a powerful blast. The mage grins proudly, boasting that he spent a fortune on these fruits. Even a level 12 hero would take damage from them, and for a level 10, the explosion is strong enough to shatter their body into pieces. But to his shock, our hero emerges from the smoke unharmed as he had activated his ultimate physique, and the dark goblin set just in time, protecting himself from the blast. Without hesitation, he leaps forward and delivers a powerful punch to which the mage crashes backward and dies instantly. After finishing them all, our boy prepares to move on, but suddenly notices a little bag is placed on the mage's chest. He curiously picks it up and finds a dimensional ring inside, to which he gets pleased as the loot is valuable. The system explains how to use the dimensional ring by infusing mana into it. He wears the ring onto his finger and remarks that a normal hero wouldn't even get their hands on such a rare item. Besides its high price, dimensional rings are almost impossible to find on the market. He channels some mana into the ring, activating it, and gets surprised when it responds immediately. Soon after, the hero's security forces arrive at the scene where our boy has defeated the three men and begin inspecting the area. But Tsuyoshi had already left quietly and erased all traces of himself from the spot, feeling safe for now. He also finds a smartphone from Gaia, and when he enters his information code, the phone rings. It's a call from his school teacher, Lily. She tells him she's noticed he hasn't come to school even though winter break ended over a week ago. She understands that he wants to leave school for his sister's sake and because of financial troubles, but she insists she doesn't want any of her students to quit studying like this. He thanks her and admits that money isn't the real problem, as she already knows he's been afraid of being bullied. The teacher encourages him to be brave and promises to pay his tuition fees if he comes back to school tomorrow. He thinks that the teacher doesn't know he's become a hero now, but realizes she's the only person who truly cares about him. He remembers how he thought he didn't want to go back to school because there were no good memories there, but after talking with her, he feels ready to return tomorrow. As a hero, he also vows to make those bullies pay for what they did. Meanwhile, the leader of the crazy wolf gang sits in his office. When he hears that his three men were killed and their loot, including the dimensional ring, has been stolen, he gets angry, but he reveals that he had already placed a tracker on the ring, so he knows exactly where the thief is. He orders his men to bring the thief to him, to which all the men agree. The next day, our boy arrives at school with his sister Karina, who walks slowly using leg braces and canes. He gently tells her not to rush and take her time. Ever since she found out he was returning to school, she insisted on coming along. Using a wheelchair is much harder for her, so he's relieved he managed to buy these newly developed braces. Her body still can't support her standing on its own, but with the help of a cane, she can just barely manage to walk. The braces were extremely expensive, but compared to a wheelchair, they're a better option. He was only able to afford them by using the money he took from the three thugs, but now he's completely out of funds. Selling the dimensional ring isn't an option either. Still, as a hero, he knows he'll have more chances to earn something. As they walk together at a slow pace, he feels happiness just looking at his sister's face. From a distance, a girl named Mina notices them and asks her friend about the girl with the canes and strange-looking equipment. Her friend replies that it's Karina, who was attacked by the darkness, lost her parents, and suffered severe injuries to both legs. Mina mutters that people like her are better off dead, to which her friend surprisingly asks if she is planning to bully that girl again. Mina confirms that no one dared to stand up to her when she bullied the girl before, and she doesn't expect anything to change now. With that, she walks off to meet her boyfriend, and her friend follows her as well. Meanwhile, our hero heads to the vice headmaster's office with Lily. The vice headmaster tells him bluntly that if his teacher hadn't spoken up for him, he wouldn't have been allowed to return to school. The teacher calmly assures him that she's already given him some guidance, and since the tuition fees are paid, she'll also help him earn the credits he needs to graduate. Our hero thanks both the teacher and the vice headmaster before stepping out of the office. As they leave, the vice headmaster silently admits to himself that he doesn't actually care about this boy. He only agreed to this because he's interested in Lily. Outside, the teacher tells the boy that she'll also cover the tuition fees for his sister, so he doesn't have to worry. She comments that they both are strong and encourages him to focus on school. Then she reminds him to head to class, saying they'll talk more later, to which he agrees. As she goes, he feels a little guilty for not telling her about becoming a hero. With the situation involving the crazy wolf still unresolved, he knows he has to be careful. Still, he wants to prove to her that he's not the same person he used to be. Then he heads to class, and as soon as a boy named Rayleigh spots him, he says he thought Tsuyoshi had been expelled. Another boy beside him asks if they should drag him to the toilet again after class, to which the bully agrees, saying he still needs to collect his pocket money from him. He crumples a piece of paper into a ball and throws it at our hero, but this time, our boy catches it mid-air, to which both boys get surprised, and he tells them to meet him in the toilet later. The boy laughs, thinking Tsuyoshi's gotten cocky just because he hasn't been around for a while. He comments that he'll remind him what pain feels like. After class, they all head to the toilet where the bully says he heard Tsuyoshi was working as a cleaner in the caves after leaving school. He demands money from him again, calling it a protection fee, but this time our hero refuses, to which the bullies look shocked. Rayleigh quickly tells his two lackeys to beat him up. As they step forward and try to attack, our boy grabs their wrists with a powerful grip, to which they can't move at all. He thinks to himself that the old version of him would have been too scared to fight back, but not anymore. He activates his divine eye skill to scan their abilities, but finds nothing worth worrying about them as they are not heroes. He delivers a powerful kick to both boys, sending them back hard, to which Rayleigh gets completely shocked as the boy he used to bully so easily is now fighting back. On top of that, he doesn't even look like the same person as before. Just then, the boy standing guard outside the toilet rushes in and warns Rayleigh that the boss is coming, to which the bully grabs his two fallen friends and quickly escapes. Watching them flee, our hero thinks to himself that if he had used his full ultimate physique strength in that kick, they might not have survived it. Meanwhile, in Karina's class, her classmate Haru is helping her with her schoolwork. Suddenly, Mina comes there and without warning, she pushes Haru aside and says she has something to discuss with Karina. Haru tries to explain that the girl is injured, but the bully ignores her. She glares at Karina and complains that ever since she stopped coming to school, she hasn't had anyone to squeeze money from. When Karina quietly says she doesn't have any money now, Mina's eyes shift to the braces on her legs, and she comments that those strange things on her legs look valuable enough to sell. Karina softly replies that her big brother worked hard to buy the braces for her, so they're very important to her. In response, the bully girl slaps her hard across the face, but none of the other students step in to help. Just then, the teacher walks into the classroom and firmly tells everyone to return to their seats. The bully tells Karina and whispers that class will be over soon, and their conversation isn't finished. She promises to deal with her after school. Feeling helpless, Karina thinks to herself that she needs to run as soon as the class ends, because she can't wait for her brother. She has to avoid this bad girl and the others, even if it means sneaking out through the back gate. More than anything, she wants to make sure her brother doesn't cross paths with them. Meanwhile, in Tsuyoshi's classroom, the bell rings and Lily approaches him. She asks if he's starting to settle back into school life after being away for so long. She offers to help if there's anything he needs. Our hero assures her that he's doing fine, and thanks her for always being so kind. She tells him she's glad to hear that, especially since he used to be bullied so often. With a gentle reminder to go home soon, she leaves the room. As she walks away, one of Rayleigh's former companions approaches him. Looking nervous, he apologizes for what happened earlier and asks if they can talk in private. He wants to take him somewhere to explain something. Our boy agrees to talk and follows the boy to a hidden spot where no one else is around. Suddenly, Rayleigh lunges at him with a stick. But our hero has already activated his ultimate physique at 30% strength in both arms, so he snaps the stick instantly, to which everyone gets shocked. He calmly says he knew this was a setup all along. Without hesitation, he delivers a powerful kick to the boy who brought him here, sending him backward. When the second attacker moves in, our hero quickly takes him down too. Then Rayleigh tries to strike again with his stick, but our boy warns him that if this wasn't at school, he would have killed him by now, to which the bully gets scared. Our hero then slaps him hard, sending him backward. Meanwhile, Karina runs toward the back gate, steadying herself with her braces. She thinks to herself that she needs to escape through the back gate and then circle around to the front to meet her brother. As she walks carefully, she reaches a staircase and tries to go down slowly, struggling with her injured legs. Suddenly, the bully appears behind her and pushes her hard, to which Karina falls down the stairs and starts bleeding. The bully girl walks up to her and demands to remove the leg braces herself. Meanwhile, at the front gate, our hero waits patiently, wondering why his sister hasn't arrived yet as they had promised to go home together. Just then, Haru rushes over and tells him she saw Karina heading toward the back gate and urges him to go check immediately. Our hero moves toward the back gate, looking for his sister, but he feels confused about why she's there. He notices Haru acting strangely and senses that something is wrong. As he searches, he reaches the stairs, and when he looks down, he gets shocked to see his sister lying injured at the bottom. She looks up at him with a smile, asking why he's here. She says it's her fault that she fell down the stairs, but when he uses his divine eye skill on her, the system reveals that her injuries were caused by someone else. He realizes she wasn't hurt from falling. She was beaten. She calls herself stupid and points out that even her walking stick is broken. When she says she doesn't want to be a burden on him, he gently tells her that they are family, and family is never a burden. Then she asks about the braces, worried if they're still okay. He confirms they are, to which she feels relieved. He carefully lifts her onto his back, and together they head home. As they walk, he asks if she remembers the last time he carried her like this, when darkness attacked the city, and he feels how much she has grown since then. She confirms and says that ever since that day, they've always stayed together. He tells her that she's the only one he has, and from that moment on, he's wanted to grow stronger to protect her. Now that he's become a hero, he promises not to let her go through something like this ever again. He gently sets her down on a bench and tells her to wait here as he forgot something and will be back soon. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Mina sits with her boyfriend Billy and a friend. They're laughing, bragging about how Mina beat up that girl. But despite this, the bully girl complains that it's a shame she couldn't take that girl's leg braces, as she could have sold them for a decent amount of money. Her boyfriend reassures her, saying if the braces are really worth something, he'll get them by tomorrow. Then the other girl speaks up, asking if it's safe to go that far since Karina's older brother is back at school. She heard he was expelled and now works as a cleaner. The bully girl says that if he's just a cleaner, then he's nothing more than trash, and they don't need to worry about him. The girl adds that Karina used to be quite popular before her legs were injured, and a lot of boys liked her because she was so cute. Hearing this, Billy says that if that's the case, he'll definitely go meet that girl, to which the bully girl feels jealous. But her boyfriend quickly leans closer and assures her he doesn't mean it that way. She teases that after he steals that girl's braces tomorrow, they'll split the money and have fun together. As they talk, our hero listens quietly from outside the classroom. When he steps inside, the three get stunned, and Billy angrily asks how he got in without permission. The hero calmly replies that it means there are 3 people who hurt his sister. They realize he must be Karina's brother and ask if he's here to get revenge. Billy steps forward and says his girlfriend was just playing with his sister. The hero asks if pushing a crippled girl down the stairs counts as playing. The bully guy points a finger at him, but suddenly our hero grabs his finger and snaps it instantly, to which the guy screams in pain, while the 2 girls look confused. Our boy closes the door with a serious glare and says he won't let any of them leave now. He scans them and sees none of them have any special abilities like a hero. Mina moves closer to check on her boyfriend, while the other girl steps in front of the hero, warning him that they might not be heroes, but they're not people to mess with. Before she can say more, the hero delivers a powerful punch that sends her crashing backward. The bully girl and her boyfriend get shocked, and when the boyfriend tries to speak, the hero punches him hard in the face, saying he needs to deal with the girls first. The hero grabs Mina by the neck and presses her to the wall, to which she feels so much pain. He tells her that from what he heard earlier, she was the one who started bullying his sister. He makes it clear he won't forgive her for this all, and orders her to stay away from his sister from now on, warning that if she doesn't listen, he'll twist her head next time. Then he releases her neck, to which she takes some breath, and our hero turns to the boyfriend by asking if he still wants to bully his sister. He grabs a steel ruler, ready to strike, and the bully suddenly yells that he's the son of the Blue Snake Gang's leader, a level 10 hero, and promises to take revenge. Hearing this, Tsuyoshi realizes the boy is talking about the same lone shark gang he once borrowed money from to help his sister. Without a word, our hero activates a powerful lightning skill, summoning energy from the sky, to which the bully gets shocked, realizing this boy is a hero as he's using a real combat skill. Our boy hurls the lightning strike at him, to which the bully screams in pain, but the attack doesn't kill him as without a proper weapon, the damage is reduced by 90%. After the strike, our hero picks up his bag and walks out, calmly saying this is their first and last warning as he won't give them another chance. Behind him, Mina rushes to her boyfriend, worried about his condition. She asks if he wants to go to the hospital, but he refuses, saying he just needs to rest. She shows him the mark on her neck and begs him to tell his father as she wants that boy to pay. Then her boyfriend angrily comments that he'll wipe that boy and his sister from the earth. Meanwhile, Karina waits quietly on the street, feeling guilty that her brother is so worried because of her. Just then, he returns and gently apologizes for making her wait. He lifts her onto his back once more, and together, they head home. As they walk, our hero keeps thinking about the Blue Snake Gang, that their leader is a level 10 hero, and he knows the boy he just punished will definitely run to his father. There are too many of them, and that means his sister is in danger. He knows he can't afford to let his guard down. While walking, he also senses it's time to return to the other world. Activating the boundless passage, he instantly transports back. He and Sakura arrive at their chosen location, and she explains that once they reach the town, he'll be able to take on official quests. She tells him he needs to register at the Adventurers Guild, and that he'll also find a tavern, a blacksmith, and a tool shop there. Hearing all this, our hero feels excited and tells her to lead the way, as he can't wait to get started. As they enter the town, he looks around and notices that the streets are filled with people from various beastmen tribes. Each one is unique. She explains that many rare tribes live here, and each has its own specialty. Just then, our hero spots 2 human adventurers nearby. He curiously asks if they're like the humans from his own world. She confirms and adds that there's a rule in this town that fighting outside the arena is forbidden, as it could risk someone's life. While she's still explaining, our boy suddenly walks over to the 2 humans, wanting to talk. She gets stunned by this sudden move, and the 2 adventurers react sharply, warning him to stay away as they draw their daggers. Before anything happens, the beast girl quickly steps in between them, stopping them from the fight, to which the 2 humans leave. As our hero and the girl continue walking, she warns him not to approach random adventurers in the city. Most of them, especially humans, are very cautious and don't like being approached out of nowhere. Our boy agrees, and as they move through the streets, he notices people whispering and glancing at them. He asks her about it, to which she explains that it's because of her, as she's half beast man and half human, and that alone draws attention everywhere they go. Our hero gently offers his hand to her, and by assuring her not to worry about the stairs, he comments that they have to go to register at the Adventurers Guild. Soon they arrive at the guild, and Tsuyoshi gets amazed by the sight of the large quest board filled with various requests. She points out that they can't accept any quests until he's officially registered. They head to the reception desk, where a girl from another Beastman tribe greets them. She asks which one of them wants to register. Our boy comments that she seems different from the others outside who were giving them strange looks. The receptionist explains that she has seen countless adventurers come through, so nothing surprises her anymore. She hands him a registration form and asks for basic details like his name and class. She also explains that once the form is completed, his information will be shared with all Adventurers Guild branches. This way, he'll be able to take quests from any location in the future. Our boy glances at the form, and Sakura encourages him, saying this is an important step as without it, he won't receive an adventurer's badge. When he curiously asks about the badge, the receptionist shows him an iron rank badge, the lowest tier, and tells him it will serve as his identification from now on. She adds that the higher the rank of his badge, the better the quests, rewards, and recognition he'll receive. That's why he must work hard to gain experience and climb the ranks. She explains that adventurer badges begin at the lowest rank, iron, then move up to bronze, silver, and finally gold. However, only a handful of gold-ranked adventurers are ever seen around the guild, as those elite individuals usually accept quests only from wealthy clients. She also tells him that once he receives his badge, his level will be automatically detected. The badge even allows him to hide his level from others. Our hero gets pleased to hear this, and Sakura adds that now that he's officially registered, the badge is linked to him, and he simply needs to think about it. Our hero realizes that he is already familiar with this technique thanks to the divine selection system. When he focuses, the receptionist gets surprised as it's rare for a beginner to manage it so easily. While they're still talking, two beastmen suddenly rush into the guild carrying a large bag. They approach the counter, saying they've completed a quest and want to report it. They also ask if there are any new quests available. The receptionist mentions there's one emergency request. The reward is generous, but the risk is higher as the client specifically asked for an adventurer of at least level 15. She explains that a group of dangerous carnivorous creatures known as Darkness has been attacking local farms. A team of 3 adventurers previously accepted the mission, but they returned badly injured and one member is still missing. Hearing this, the two beastmen look worried, but the hero steps forward and accepts the quest, saying they will handle it. Then he calls the beastmen trash, which makes one of them angry, and he tries to draw his weapon, but the other stops him, reminding him they're inside the guild. The beastmen also warn our hero not to take the quest because it's dangerous, but he refuses to back down. He tells them to shut up if they can't handle it. Then he activates his ultimate physique skill and asks if they want to see his fighting skills in the arena. The beastmen comment that their badges are still iron rank, but they have plenty of experience. They warn our boy that he'll regret this if the requester rejects him. The receptionist agrees, saying that with his low level it's likely to happen, but Sakura assures them that they will succeed. The two beastmen get surprised that the half-beast and half-human girl is backing the boy. When they ask how she can be so confident, she shows them her gold rank badge, to which everyone gets stunned. The receptionist says that she should have mentioned her gold badge from the start. She assures them that the requester will be pleased to hear this. The two beastmen quietly leave, and Sakura turns to our hero, calling him master, and says this quest will help him level up. The receptionist watches them go, confused about why a gold-ranked adventurer is calling this boy a master. Later, they arrive at the farm, and the beast girl points out that this is where many carnivorous darkness creatures live. Our hero admits he didn't know she had a gold badge. She explains that she joined the Adventurers Guild when she was young, and has completed many quests with different groups. Once she reached the level requirement, she upgraded her badge to gold. Our boy gets impressed and comments that she's amazing, to which she blushes but warns him that their enemies here look very strong. He looks through the doorway and spots a swarm of disgusting level 10 carnivorous darkness. She explains that these creatures are made of darkness, which corrupts any living being it touches, driving them berserk, boosting their strength, and in the case of weaker creatures, even robbing them of their intelligence. She says they're just like those dark goblins, and it was this same darkness that turned the slimes into corrupted versions of themselves. She warns him that they're extremely dangerous, and only thunder element attacks are effective against them. Hearing this, he says that his Thunder Chain Fall skill is perfect for the job. He's excited as this is exactly the kind of opportunity he brought his weapon for, and it's a chance to level up. But just as he's about to draw his weapon and charge in, she stops him by telling that he shouldn't take on something like this alone anymore, as this isn't like the beginner areas, and fighting here could cost him his life. She adds that he might be able to handle 1 or 2 on his own, but if the whole group attacks at once, it could end badly. She reminds him of the look on that adventuring party's face when they heard about this request, that they knew how dangerous it really is. She tells him she doesn't want him to risk his life just to level up, and asks if she can go with him during the fight. Hearing this, he says he has 2 questions for her. He thinks about his goal, to raise his level so he can be ready for whatever happens in his world. He also remembers the promise the Beastman King made, that a trial will wait for him after 1 year. He asks her if she knows how strong he needs to be to prove his strength and skills to the Beast King after a year. She feels sad, but honestly tells him it's impossible for him to pass the King's trial in just 1 year starting at his current level. She adds that surviving the next year itself is already an achievement. At the very least, he has to avoid being killed by the Beastman's divine judgment. She then asks if he knows the rules about the level system. He tells her to explain, and thinks that he only knows both worlds use the same level system, and that being stronger as an adventurer here means being stronger as a hero in his world, and other than this, he doesn't know anything. Then she explains that the maximum level for adventurers is 100, and the current Beastman King is already at level 92. She says the reason he holds that position is because of his unmatched combat skills and his incredibly high level. The Beastman King, the Human King, and the Elven King each represent the peak strength of their respective races. She tells him the reason she said it's impossible for him to pass the King's trial is because there's a limit to how much an adventurer can grow. The higher someone's level gets, the harder it becomes to level up, and eventually they hit a where they just can't grow anymore. To make her point, she uses herself as an example that despite being an adventurer for over 20 years, she's still only level 72. She has tried countless times to go beyond that, but it's her limit, and everyone has one. She adds that in order to pass the Beast King's trial, he needs to be at least level 50. But for a normal adventurer, reaching level 50 takes a lifetime, and doing it within just 1 year is practically impossible. After hearing everything, he tells her not to worry, as she already knows he's not just a normal adventurer. He reminds her that he stood up even after receiving divine judgment, and he was able to lift the Divine King's hammer. So as long as he can reach level 50 within a year, he'll be fine. It might be impossible for others, but for him, it's within reach. He thinks to himself that everything is possible thanks to the ring, the very reason he's in this world. He has the divine selection system, and he's the chosen one. With that, he believes he can overcome anything. Hearing his words, she feels some hope and tells him he's definitely a legend. Then he pulls out his freezing sword from the system and starts walking toward the corrupted slimes, ready to hunt them down. But before that, he asks her his second question, that if he were to fight a level 10 warrior along with dozens of minions at the same time, what level he should be to have an advantage. She answers that for a battle like that, he would need to be at least level 12. He confidently says he'll reach level 12 in about a week, and as he steps into the farm, the massive slime lets out a thunderous roar. He decides to use the system to its fullest from now on. When he activates his divine eye, he scans the slime and sees its abilities. The system also reveals that there's a slime core inside its body. When the main body takes damage, the core glows and starts regenerating the slime. During this time, the core's location can be detected. He understands the slime's weaknesses, thunder attacks, and its core. He knows he has to use Thunder Chainfall targeting the core. Jumping up, he prepares to find the core inside the slime's body. At this moment, Sakura warns him to be careful as if the slime hits him, the touched part might get corrupted. As he reaches near the slime's chest, he feels confident. With his ultimate physique activated, he believes he can withstand the slime's attack. He strikes the chest with a powerful slash, but realizes the core isn't there. Meanwhile, the slime begins to heal itself. Suddenly, the slime lunges at him with its massive mouth, but he catches it with his bare hands, activating ultimate physique in both arms. With a surge of strength, he forces its jaws apart, tearing its mouth into two. The girl watches in shock as this boy truly has the power to make the impossible possible. Seizing the moment, he grabs his freezing sword again and spots the core hidden beneath the slime's tongue. Channeling his thunder skill, he strikes the core with a powerful lightning strike, to which the darkness within the slime gets destroyed instantly. He says that this request might be easier than he thought, and notices the system awarding him 300 experience points. After 30 minutes, he finishes off all the carnivorous darkness outside. Just as the Beast Girl said, the higher his level gets, the more experience is needed to level up, and the points from weak mobs like these barely make a difference. Our hero has earned only 3,600 experience points from the fight, and it's clear this request alone won't be enough to level up. He reminds himself that he needs to reach level 12 in less than a week, and level 20 within a year, so he'll have to push himself even harder. He then asks the girl if she has any thunder oil, to which she takes out a small bottle and wishes him good luck. Actually, thunder oil can imbue a weapon with the thunder attribute, and it's a rare magical item often used by magicians and shamans. She explains she has 4 bottles left, all prepared for the 2 of them, and tells him to use them however he wants. He comments that she's as reliable as ever. Of course, she bought thunder oil from the item vendor before they came here. He asks if it's expensive and suggests she stock up on oil-based items next time, since the fire oil they used before was also very useful. But she explains their financial situation, that items like this aren't cheap, and she has already spent all the money she had to buy these supplies. She apologizes for the situation, but he reassures her and asks how much the thunder oil costs and what the reward for their current request will be. He admits that he's been so focused on leveling up that he forgot how important money is in this world. She explains that prices vary depending on the item. Since thunder oil is rare, it costs about 30 silver coins per bottle. As for rewards from low-level quests, they also depend on what's being requested, usually the value of lost or recovered items. From her experience, low-level guild requests rarely pay more than 1 gold coin, which is why people often prefer to hire adventurers directly when they lose something valuable. She adds that 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins, and 100 silver coins equal 10,000 bronze coins. For their current task, clearing out the carnivorous darkness, she expects the reward to be about 3 gold coins, though the final amount depends on the requester. Once they complete the quest, the Adventurers Guild will calculate and distribute the payment. Hearing all this, our hero prepares to enter the food warehouse, certain the boss is inside. But before he can step forward, the farm owner arrives with several men and sharply demands to know who they are, accusing them of trespassing on his land without permission. Some of the men notice traces of thunder element magic lingering in the air, and ask if this boy was the one who exterminated the carnivorous darkness outside. They scoff at the idea, saying it's impossible for just a human and a half-beast to wipe them out, as such a task is extremely difficult even for a full party. They then ask if they are also after Cardiolus, making it clear they've already taken this request, and claiming that the drop item will be theirs. Our hero confusingly asks what Cardiolus is, and explains that they accepted this quest from the guild. The beast girl suddenly gets surprised, asking if Cardiolus will drop from the boss. The farm owner confirms, and another man warns that since they don't even know what Cardiolus is, they should leave now. However, the beast girl tells our boy not to give up on this request, as Cardiolus is extremely valuable. A rare drop from a dark boss after it's been purified, and it can be used to connect to a dark area. She explains that the drop rate and experience gain inside a dark area are 10 times higher than in a normal area, and any adventurer aiming to level up would never let such an opportunity slip away. She adds that if Cardiolus were sold at auction, it could fetch around 100 gold coins before purification, and at least 150 gold coins after purification. Hearing this, our hero gets shocked, and realizes he must obtain it no matter what, as it's crucial for reaching his goal. As tensions rise and the two sides prepare to fight, the farm owner steps in to stop them. He points out that one party came through the guild, while the other came through him, so they should settle this by proving their skills. The rule is simple, as only the boss remains, and whoever defeats it will claim the reward. The beast girl suggests they should be the ones to enter first, but a member of the other group insists they have priority since the requester brought them here personally. The owner agrees and grants the other party permission to go in first, to which the group readies themselves, eager to show their abilities. Watching them, the beast girl tells our hero that it's a well-balanced party, a magician, an archer, a warrior, and a tank, and if they work together perfectly, they could definitely take down the boss. Hearing this, our boy gives them a suggestion that they'll let him go in first alone, and also tells them he's a level 6 adventurer, and promises that if he loses, their party can give up on the quest and the reward, but if he defeats the boss, the reward will be his. When the others hear he's only level 6, they start laughing, sure he can't take down the boss by himself, so they agree to let him go in alone. The girl asks if he's really sure about going solo, reminding him the boss is at least level 12 and possessed by darkness. He confidently tells her to trust him, to which she feels relief. He prepares himself, and when he steps forward, the magician from the other party feels something strange, as this boy's aura has completely changed. As he enters and looks at the boss, he comments that this is definitely the strong opponent Sakura warned him about, but now he's more interested in the item called Cardiolus. He notices the boss is level 14, and the others outside are stunned by its massive size. They mock the girl, telling her to get ready to collect the boy's body since he won't last 10 seconds against the boss, but when she passes them a serious look, they get scared. The hero notes that, in theory, the boss's weakness should be the same as the normal carnivorous darkness, but he knows this one is several times stronger than the ones outside, and there's no way he can win using the same method. He stores the freezing sword back into his system and declares that he'll kill this boss in just 1 second. When he prepares to draw the Divine King's hammer, the system warns him again that because of his low level, he can't use the hammer's full power, and if he forces it, It will drain a huge amount of his energy. He is confident in his plan, and since the carnivorous darkness is weak to thunder, he'll first enhance his arms with ultimate physique, then boost the power of Thunder Chain Fall with the Heaven Shaker skill, and finally activate the hammer at the very last moment. With this combination, he's certain he can win the fight. He knows that if he doesn't finish the boss with this strike, things will get dangerous, as using the hammer will weaken him a lot, but he's determined to succeed and get the item no matter what. With that courage, he pulls out the Divine King's hammer and leaps at the boss, pouring all his power into a single and powerful strike. The moment his hammer hits, a massive lightning strike crashes down on the boss, causing chaos everywhere. The entire warehouse is destroyed, and everyone watching gets stunned. The girl grows worried as she realizes he's used that same overwhelming power again and knows he'll be weaker afterward, so she rushes toward him as fast as she can. She thinks the strike must have destroyed the boss, and just then, our hero emerges from beneath the rubble, holding up a small stone, and asks if this is the Cardiolus they were talking about. Afterwards, they return to the Adventurers Guild where the receptionist hands the Beast Girl a reward and remarks how quickly she finished the request. No wonder she has the gold badge. The Beast Girl thanks her but insists it wasn't her, as it was her master who defeated the enemies. She says there's no way she could have taken down the final boss. The receptionist comments to not joke around as the boss was a massive level 14 carnivorous darkness, not something a rookie level 6 adventurer could handle, especially one who's completely exhausted now. Still, the Beast Girl insists that her master cleared it alone and wore himself out both physically and mentally, which caused his stats to drop. Suddenly, our hero shifts back to his form and asks the Beast Girl if she's learned anything more about Cardiolus. The receptionist gets surprised and explains that if they put Cardiolus up for auction, it would fetch a huge price. She adds that there's a large auction venue in the city center if they decide to sell it, but the Beast Girl says they aren't planning to sell it, but wants to know if the Shaman Guild in town requires a referral, as they want to request purification for Cardiolus. The receptionist asks if they plan to use the Cardiolus themselves. If so, they'll need to see a shaman since Cardiolus must be purified and infused with magic before it becomes usable. She tells them the Shaman's Guild is located east of the city and offers to write a referral letter. However, she warns that with the upcoming shaman exam, there's a chance they may be turned away. While the receptionist steps away to prepare the letter, the hero asks the Beast Girl about the shaman exam and whether shamans also have ranks. She explains that shaman is an honorary title, similar to pharmacists or elven awakeners, and it's earned through an exam. Shamans are divided into 6 ranks, and like awakeners, they can craft unique medicines and items, with higher-ranked shamans producing far more effective and expensive results. The hero then wonders if shamans are different from ordinary adventurers. The Beast Girl confirms, explaining that shamans, pharmacists, and awakeners usually avoid direct combat. They're considered a more noble class among adventurers, not only because they create rare and valuable medicines, but also because their work can influence the strength gap between adventurers. She explains that in the world of adventurers, there's a saying that fears one high-level shaman more than 10 high-level adventurers. A skilled shaman can create medicines and items powerful enough to decide the outcome of battles. Some rare medicines even help with leveling up, which is why adventurers seek them out so desperately. Of course, pharmacists and awakeners are also highly valued. She adds a story as an example that a level 80 warrior once offended a silver-ranked shaman, and in revenge, the shaman summoned dozens of adventurers above level 80 to hunt him down. Since then, everyone has understood just how terrifying and influential shamans can be. As she is finishing her explanation, the receptionist returns with a referral letter. They both thank her for her kindness and head toward the Shaman Guild. Outside, they see a long line of magicians waiting for the entrance exam. She explains that many candidates come from prestigious families, schools, and organizations, so passing the exam is extremely difficult. Still, she reassures him that with the referral letter, they have a chance. When they approach the gate and ask a shaman guard about the purification of a Cardiolus, the guard mentions that since today is exam day, only shamans are allowed inside. She explains that they have a referral letter, but the guard refuses, saying it doesn't matter who the letter is from. He adds that in the Shaman Guild, they hold the authority, and no one can enter until the exam is over, no matter how many days pass. Hearing this, the hero grows frustrated. Just then, Doug, the president of the Shaman Guild, arrives, to which the guard quickly informs him of the situation. The hero steps forward and asks if he is the one in charge, questioning why they are being denied entry even with a referral letter. The president calmly replies that he will handle the purification, but since today is exam day, he has no time for them. He advises our hero to return after the exam is finished. Our boy then asks if there isn't any other way, to which the president comments that if this boy takes the shaman exam and earns the highest score, he will personally arrange it as a bonus, but he quickly points out the problem that since the boy is a warrior, he doesn't qualify to take the shaman exam. Our hero curiously asks about the requirements, to which the people around laugh at him, and the president explains that to become a shaman, one must at least have the aptitude of a magician, because at its core, a shaman is a type of magician. He explains that the most basic requirement is to pass 2 tests, potion creation and item crafting. Once those are cleared, one can become a white shaman. Hearing this, our hero asks him to lend him his staff, to which the president looks surprised, and the guard reacts angrily. But our boy calmly says that if he borrows the staff, he will prove his qualifications. The president agrees and hands it over, saying it has no level restrictions. The beast girl quietly asks what he plans to do, but when he reassures her, she relaxes as she trusts his words. Then our hero places his hand on the guard's chest and thinks that if his guess is right, he can duplicate a magician's skills and channel them through the staff as a medium. As his absolute duplication skill activates, countless skills appear before him, but he chooses one called Shining and declares that if he can successfully cast magic, it will prove his worth to take the shaman exam. With the staff in hand, waves of magic spread around him, and he tells the beast girl to close her eyes, then casts the Shining spell, to which the president quickly raises a shield to block the light, confident that such a basic spell won't affect him. Just then, the system informs our hero that he can amplify the spell's power by using his ultimate physique skill. He curiously decides to try, and the brightness instantly surges from 150 to 3500, to which the president's shield shatters under the intense light. Our boy cancels the magic and asks the president if this proves his qualification for the shaman exam, to which the president agrees. Then they arrive at the exam hall, where members of other races whisper among themselves, surprised that a human is taking the shaman exam. Some of them say a human should be sitting for the pharmacist's exam instead. Hearing this, our hero grows nervous, but the girl reassures him by explaining that he is the first human ever to attempt the shaman exam, which is why everyone is reacting this way. She tells him that humans have the pharmacist class, similar in role to the beastmen shamans and the elven awakeners. While there are no rules forbidding a human from taking the shaman exam, tradition has always kept the classes separate. Because of that, entering another faction's domain is naturally seen as a provocation. As they talk, a man named Eel's Pig, the vice president, tells his concern to the president that he doesn't oppose the decision, but warns that allowing this could damage the honor of the beastman shaman faction. He also doubts whether a human can even brew potions, noting that this boy doesn't even carry a basic staff. The president replies that he has lent his own staff to the boy, and the purpose of today's test is simply to see whether he can make potions or not. He adds that he's curious about this boy's potential, because when the boy demonstrated magic earlier, he felt a surge of magic waves within him, a level of talent he has only ever seen in the genius shaman Kevin. Pig comments that it's just a joke, claiming that the human isn't even worthy of carrying the sandals of Kevin's newest disciple. The president then asks if the genius's disciple Foolin is also present, to which the vice president confirms and adds that she is aiming for the first place. Actually, the genius's new disciple is a young nightcat girl who is also taking part in the exam. The crowd whispers about her, saying that she is still very young but incredibly talented, as she was able to make potions on her own a year ago. However, she was disqualified back then because of age restrictions, but this time, she has her sights set on winning. As the discussion continues, the vice president announces that the shaman exam is about to begin. He instructs non-participants to leave and tells the examinees to stand on the spots marked with their assigned numbers. Our hero checks his own number, 15, and when the beast girl leaves the area, he notices the numbers written on the floor and steps onto his spot. Nearby, the cat girl glances at him, surprised to see a human among the candidates. Our boy also thinks that she's actually quite cute, and then the president explains that in this shaman exam, the participants will be tested on their basic shaman skills, starting with making potions on their own. Suddenly, several tables rise automatically from the ground, surprising our hero, and the cat girl remarks that this is the shaman's refining station, though the human clearly has no idea about it. Our boy thinks to himself that potion making in this world still feels old-fashioned, as back in his old world, the videos he watched showed everything done through full automation. Then the vice president steps forward and begins explaining the test. With a tap of his staff, glowing magic circles appear beneath the participants, and sheets of paper float down into their hands. The instructions state that they must create 3 basic energy potions within 1 hour. The president adds that the first challenge is material selection. On the refining tables lie a wide range of ingredients, but proper knowledge is crucial. He explains that there are 9 essential materials for a basic energy potion, and using even a single wrong one will ruin the result. Hearing this, several participants start to look nervous, and our hero notices that many of them clearly don't know which ingredients to choose. At that moment, the cat girl mutters that when a proper magician makes potions, the ingredients are always prepared beforehand, as forgetting the basic materials for such a simple potion is nothing short of pathetic. Our hero gets surprised to see that she has already chosen the materials, and using her staff, She begins to create the potion with magic, to which the presidents also seem impressed. She first crushes the ingredients with the staff, and then our hero activates his divine eye skill to analyze her every move so he can learn from it. When she starts pouring the potion into bottles, the president explains that the next step, refining, is the most important and final stage. While everyone watches her closely, the president suddenly notices that the human boy hasn't even started yet. At this moment, the cat girl finishes her task, and the president gently tells her to wait until the test is over for her work to be checked. She feels disappointed that she has to wait, but when she glances at our boy, she notices him staring at her with a strange look. Just then, our hero completes his analysis and begins making the potions. Everyone gets stunned as they see him selecting, crushing, and refining the materials all at the same time. The vice president remarks in shock that this human had been hiding his true abilities all along, pointing out that this is the same technique Kevin once used during his shaman exam, a feat that requires extraordinary magical power. Meanwhile, the beast girl waits outside, wondering if her master has any weaknesses when it comes to potion making. Inside, our hero feels as if he has done this countless times before just by looking at the process. He realizes that the final step is refining, infusing magic carefully to complete the potion. Watching his speed, the cat girl grows tense as he's working faster than she expected. She refuses to believe she's losing to a mere human, and she also wonders if he's copying the technique that her master Kevin once used during his shaman exam, the swift completion, a method that stunned everyone. The president also recalls how the genius amazed the crowd by finishing quickly and producing a C-grade potion, something far beyond what a white shaman should have been capable of. The vice president adds that for a human to create a C-grade potion is a remarkable achievement. It must have gone smoothly because he handled the materials with such precision, but in the end, it is the final product that truly matters. Then the system informs our hero that the potion he is making is only D-grade. He thinks this is enough to pass the exam, but then remembers that he still has to beat the cat girl, as if she creates a C-grade potion, he'll lose the top spot. That means he must aim for at least a C-grade himself. He recalls that during refinement, the potion's grade depends on the strength and attributes of magic, and if he can adjust both, the quality will rise. He decides to first boost his magic strength using the ultimate physique, but feels uncertain about how to change the magic's attribute. While he hesitates, the others watching start to wonder why the process isn't complete yet. Some whisper that the human must be losing focus and that he might fail the refinement. The vice president laughs, saying there's no way someone can be a genius in everything, as this human probably used up all his energy just extracting the materials. The cat girl is also puzzled by his delay, and when another student reaches out to interfere, she quickly stops him, warning that disturbing this human now could break his concentration. At this moment, our hero thinks that he only has regular magic with no attribute, but suddenly remembers the lightning attribute that appeared when he used the Divine King's hammer, realizing that the weapon must have been endowed with it. He understands that if he borrows the power of the Divine King's hammer, he should be able to change his magic attribute. While everyone continues to mock him, he suddenly activates the hammer's power, and lightning begins to flow around his body. Everyone gets stunned as his magic power surges, his capacity increases, and his attribute shifts to lightning. With the staff in hand, he quickly performs the refining and solidification process on the potions, and then announces that the basic energy potion is now complete. The others are shocked, and the president comments that he just felt the presence of a different elemental wave, clearly confused about what this human has done. A short while later, all participants complete their tasks. The president and vice president declare that they will now decide the grades of the potions. The president checks the first participant's potion, remarks that the scent is weak, and assigns it a D grade, but still allows the participant to pass. The vice president examines the second participant's potion, smells it carefully, and then announces that the potion fails, to which the participant feels bad. They begin checking everyone's potions one by one, with some passing and others failing. When the vice president inspects the cat girl's potion, he praises its fragrance, noting that it is a pure potion. He announces that her potion is a C-grade basic energy potion, to which she feels proud to have passed, while the others are shocked to see her talent matching Kevin's. Next, the president himself approaches our hero Tsuyoshi and asks how he feels about the results. Our boy calmly replies that he only did what he could, and as the president examines his potion, sudden sparks of lightning begin to swirl around them, astonishing everyone. The vice president quickly points out that this is a supernatural phenomenon, proof that the potion is at least B grade. The cat girl gets stunned as well, realizing that only someone with power equal to her master could create a potion of this level. The president comments on the potion's rich scent and the phenomenon it caused, and by turning to Pig, he declares that they were wrong, as this human boy might be even more terrifying than the genius Kevin himself. He then announces that because this boy produced a B-grade potion, he takes first place in the shaman exam. Meanwhile, the beast girl waits anxiously outside when our hero finally arrives, apologizing for making her worry. Curious about the results, she asks how he did, and he proudly tells her that he placed first, to which she gets amazed. Then they both head to the president for the purification of Cardiolus, where the president questions if he truly wants to purify it, reminding him that he already holds great power, but our boy explains that he needs to do it in order to level up. Hearing this, the president assures him that since he earned first place in the exam, his wish will be granted. The vice president then asks who taught him potion making, but when our boy replies that he figured it out on his own, both get completely shocked. The president tells him to follow him, promising that after the purification, he will reward him with the white shaman's robes. As they move toward their destination, the cat girl walks outside, and by whispering her master Kevin's name, she feels bad about losing to a mere human, to which the beast girl gets serious to realize that this cat girl is the genius's disciple. Then our boy calls her to follow, reminding her that once the purification is complete, they still have another goal ahead. They head into the ritual room, where the president places the Cardiolus at the center of the four great elements and orders them to begin the purification. The vice president explains that the Cardiolus is filled with dark power, so a special ritual is required. He adds that the boy is fortunate, since the chairman himself is carrying out the purification. Watching the process, our hero feels amazed and asks if this is the kind of spell used by shamans. The beast girl confirms and explains that shamans are also a type of magician. For certain kinds of magic, the stronger the spell, the longer the incantation, and this purification is a form of specialized magic. At that moment, the president commands the elements to cleanse the Cardiolus and give it new life. He then instructs the boy to channel his own magic into it, saying that only by doing so will he be able to use it. The president also explains that Cardiolus is divided into low, medium, and high grades. Even a low-grade one can cost adventurers their lives in the darkness zone, since it is still connected to the power of darkness. Finally, he reveals that this Cardiolus is medium grade. Hearing that, our hero feels excited, knowing that it means greater fortune and higher experience in the darkness zone. The president explains that the higher the difficulty, the greater the rewards, but warns that this place is nothing like a beginner's area. He tells him that a proper party should at least have 1 tank, 2 warriors, 2 offensive magicians, and 1 pharmacist. When he asks how many members are in his party, our hero calmly replies that he is alone. And the beast girl also adds that she won't join him, since the experience points would be split equally if she did. Both presidents are stunned by this answer. They lead him to the entrance of the dark area, and explain that once he enters, he can reset it twice. Each reset causes new darkness to appear, meaning he can face it 3 times in total. After that, he will be expelled, and the area will vanish. They warn him that once he steps inside, he cannot leave until all the monsters are defeated, or time runs out. As he prepares to go in, the beast girl hands him several potions, and explains that she stocked up after the carnivorous darkness request, and urges him to take them, as he will definitely need them inside. The boy feels good about this, but when the president offers to lend him a staff since he doesn't have one, he refuses. Instead, he pulls out the freezing sword from the system, and declares that he is a warrior, to which everyone gets surprised, and the president wonders how much further this human will grow. Soon after, our boy enters the dark forest, and the system informs him that he has 12 hours, and if he resets by his own will, the entrance will remain closed for another 12 hours. He understands and decides to defeat the monsters as fast as possible since he can't afford to wait. Not long after, he encounters a pack of level 10 dark wolves. He knows these wolves move in groups, their speed is dangerous, and being surrounded could be fatal. Without hesitation, he activates ultimate physique in his arms and launches himself at them, using the Thunder Chain Fall skill. The attack heavily damages the wolves, and he realizes each kill gives him 500 experience points. He notes that the rewards here are much higher than in the outside world. With this in mind, he plans to clear 3 rounds before heading out, confident that he might level up twice. Then suddenly the wolves lunge at him again, but this time one of them blocks his strike by using its own teammate's body as a shield. Feeling surprised, our boy quickly boosts his ultimate physique by 60% in his arms, and unleashes a powerful slash, cutting through them instantly and gaining more experience points. Outside, the beast girl grows more anxious, and the president remarks that he has never heard of anyone entering the dark area alone. The vice president adds that while many talented youngsters have appeared, most were consumed by their own arrogance and lost their lives. Yet this is the first time he has seen someone daring enough to challenge the boss of the dark area alone. With that, he turns away, muttering that he hopes the boy will come to his senses. Inside, our hero continues his fight against the wolves. Suddenly, the system warns him that his stamina and willpower have dropped by half. His body feels heavy and drained, and he mutters that overusing the ultimate physique is getting serious for him. Then, he remembers the stamina and energy potions given by the beast girl. Quickly drinking them, he feels his strength and willpower begin to recover, and he again gets prepared to move on the hunt. Meanwhile, the beast girl asks the president if he isn't going back, but the president replies that he's worried about whether the human boy will return safely. He adds that the boy is remarkable remarkable, a warrior who even took the shaman exam just to purify Cardialis, and despite not carrying a staff, he's capable of making B-rank potions. As they speak, a sudden sound comes from inside, to which the beast girl recognizes it as our hero's thunder skill, and feels relieved knowing her master is still safe. Inside, our boy unleashes Thunder Chain Fall on a pack of wolves. His powerful strike defeats them instantly, raising his total experience to 12,400 out of 15,000. Seeing this, he mutters that only the boss remains, and defeating it will be enough to reach level 7. He finally arrives at the entrance of the boss room, but feeling a bit drained after clearing all the minions, he decides to rest for a while before challenging the boss. He drinks some more energy and stamina potions, wincing at the bitter taste because, compared to the convenient capsules from his original world, these are unpleasant, but their effects are far stronger as his strength quickly returns, and he rises to face the boss. Opening the massive door, he senses a powerful presence. A towering pig-like creature steps forward, and it's clear this is the boss of the dark area. He immediately activates Ultimate Physique in both arms, but before he can make a move, the beast suddenly leaps at him with shocking speed, slashing down with its sword. Our hero just manages to block with his freezing blade, but he realizes the boss is incredibly fast. Then the monster releases a strange radiation, locking our hero's body in place, and for a moment, he's helpless, as the beast prepares to strike again. But the ring on his hand activates and breaks the illusion, to which his body responds once more, and he raises his sword just in time to block the incoming slash. Doing this, he comments that he won't die so easily, to which the monster feels surprised, but admits that this human is strong as he has broken its tremble slow attack. The boss leaps at him again, and our hero thinks that if only he had the Dark Goblin set, he could use the Roaring Tentacle to strike its weak point, but that gear was left behind in his original world. The boss then unleashes a bloody attack, shattering much of our hero's freezing sword. Losing control, he takes a brutal hit to the neck, to which some blood spills out from the wound. He realizes he has no medicine for the bleeding, and at this rate, he'll die. If he stays still, the blood will keep flowing, and with his potions running out, his chances of survival grow slim. Yet he refuses to give up and leaps at the boss again, using his Thunder Chain Fall skill to unleash a powerful strike. But to his shock, the boss effortlessly drives the thunder attack straight into the ground instead. The boss steps closer to him and declares that he will end his life without even using the sacrifice skill. Swinging its massive sword, the boss unleashes a powerful strike that causes a huge blast. The impact takes away some of our hero's health, but as the dust clears, the boss gets surprised to see that this human boy has activated the very same sacrifice skill. Our hero thanks the boss for approaching him, explaining that this allowed him to copy the sacrifice skill with his absolute duplication ability. At this moment, his entire presence shifts, radiating overwhelming strength and pressure. He states that he will finish the fight using only his bare hands, without relying on any weapon, and the system also informs him that his ultimate physique has now been enhanced by 3 times, pushing his power to an entirely new level. The boss gets stunned and demands to know how the boy can use the darkness skill, but our hero comments that it's very easy for him. Without wasting a moment, he leaps forward with incredible speed and slams a powerful punch into the boss's stomach, which causes the boss to slide back afar. Our boy declares that he doesn't care what methods he has to use, as long as he can finish the fight in the remaining time. The boss laughs in response, tossing its weapon aside, and reminds him that it can also use the sacrifice skill, but it gets more shocked when it sees the boy freely controlling lightning strikes. Our hero says he hasn't forgotten about that, nor has he forgotten how the boss once deflected his Raiden attack with its weapon. At this moment, the boss realizes its mistake that out of anger, it had thrown away the very weapon that was its greatest strength. Our hero steps forward and tells the boss that his true aim was to force it into offering half of its blood. He then drives a devastating punch straight into its stomach with his bare hands, which causes the blood to burst from its body, and then our hero rips it into 2 pieces, to which the boss gets defeated at the spot, and the system immediately notifies him that he can now reset this dark area twice. The effect of sacrifice fades, and he returns to his normal form, though his entire body aches. Sacrifice is powerful, but when combined with ultimate physique, it puts a heavy strain on him. At that moment, the system informs him that he has obtained the boss's weapon, to which he feels good, as it has come out at the right time since he lost his own weapon. He picks up the weapon, the bloody misssaw, which inflicts wounds that cannot heal. Reading further instructions, he learns that if he challenges the dark area again, he will receive a 50% experience bonus. He also notices that he is leveled up to 7. However, he mutters that sacrifice is a troublesome skill. Its damage doesn't fade away, and instead of boosting his condition, it only wears him down. Unsure of what to do next, he debates whether to step outside and rest. If he dives into another round right away, he knows the boss fight will be unavoidable. On top of that, the Beast Girl warned him earlier that it would be dangerous not to leave and replenish supplies after the first round. But he also reminds himself that his plan is to gain 6 levels in 1 week, reaching level 12. To return safely to his original world, he must keep leveling up, so he cannot ignore the bonus experience. With that thought, he presses the challenge button without hesitation, resetting the dark area to face the boss again. Outside, the Beast Girl feels worried because he still hasn't come out. The president reassures her, saying the boy might have chosen to continue since the challenge offers extra experience. Still, he feels uneasy, as if the boy had lost. He should have been forced out already, yet he remains inside. The Beast Girl mutters that the boy promised to return after the first round. Just then, the Vice President Pig returns from his nap. Seeing the situation, he asks if the fight isn't over yet. He mocks that the first round has already ended, and yet the boy's body hasn't been expelled. He mentions that he has seen countless young challengers before, but not a single one has ever cleared this phase. He remarks that if the boy survived the first round and still hasn't emerged, it means he's attempting the next round, and without any healing potions, that could be fatal. The Beast Girl insists that she can still hear the thunder, proof that her master is alive. The Vice President mocks her again, but when she looks at him seriously, the President senses the bloodlust radiating from her and orders them both to stay silent until the boy appears. He tells the Vice President to leave and mutters that this man is a fool, as he can't even sense the Beast Girl's bloodlust, and her power is clearly limitless. The Beast Girl grows more anxious as the thunder suddenly stops. Just then, the President hears an unusual sound and notices that the seal of the dark area is starting to break. He quickly orders the others to prepare as the darkness begins to emerge, but the Beast Girl suddenly stops them, realizing this isn't the darkness, it's her master, Tsuyoshi, stepping out of the dark area. He apologizes for making her wait and explains that he completed the challenge 3 times, gaining an experience bonus each round and leveling up 3 times. Feeling exhausted, he collapses, and the President immediately calls the others to treat him quickly. At this moment, his level rises to 9, and his combat power reaches 14,500. After that, they bring our hero into the room, where the 2 presidents use their magic, Reflect, to heal him. As his injuries start to mend, they explain that both his muscles and nerves were severely damaged, and it's a miracle he survived. Our boy thanks them, while the Beast Girl scolds him, saying he's always reckless and breaks promises. He apologizes, explaining that he couldn't resist the temptation of the experience bonus, and this time he reached level 9 with great rewards. As they talk, the President comments that he wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it himself, that this boy has completed the dark area 3 times. He recalls the intense aura when the boy emerged, stronger than the darkness itself, and realizes that if Kevin was a genius, then this human surpasses even a genius. The Vice President apologizes for his earlier words, but our hero reassures him. The President also mentions that the Reflect skill they used was only an intermediate level healing spell, and they've restored him as much as possible, but the deep injuries remain, leaving his body in critical condition. He also tells our boy that when he emerged, his body was covered in wounds, with internal bleeding and nerve damage everywhere. If they had delayed treatment even slightly, he would have died. He notes that it seems his body used some secret technique or magic, but warns him not to rely on it, as the lingering danger could hinder future leveling. Our hero feels surprised and realizes the sacrifice skill might be affecting his mind, as he briefly sees 2 strange eyes. When the Beast Girl asks about it, he brushes it off, saying he's just a little tired. The President then gives him a special medicine, instructing him to take it once a day and meditate afterward to absorb it more effectively. The Vice President surprisingly asks if they really intend to give such medicine to a human. The President explains that it's Kevin's favorite medicine, and will greatly help heal his body. He also suggests that it would be even better for the boy to meet the genius directly, as if he has the talent. The genius might take him as an apprentice and teach him even more advanced knowledge of medicine. He explains that the genius is one of the few people on the continent who has mastered the legendary law of ruin, which surprises the Beast Girl. She asks what number it is, to which our hero feels confused, and the Vice President clarifies that in this world, the magic of heaven and earth is governed by certain laws, and using magic according to these laws grants immense power. It's called the Forbidden Spell of Ruin. For shamans, mastering these laws is important for improving the potency and quality of the medicines they refine. However, the laws themselves are extremely violent, and some even seem to possess their own will. There are 12 laws in total, all hidden in unexplored regions, and even if one discovers them, proper training and ability are required to harness them. The Vice President adds that Kevin is called a genius because he mastered the 12th law, the law of the great winds 10 years ago, greatly enhancing his magic. As a shaman, this mastery has been invaluable in refining medicines. He also notes that if anyone can heal the deep internal wounds in this boy's body, it would be Kevin. Hearing this, they both feel good, and the President then gives him a letter, explaining that with this letter of introduction, he will be able to meet Kevin. He also instructs them to bring along some rare items and valuable medicinal materials to trade with him. Our hero and the Beast Girl agree and move on the way for their next destination. From behind, Pig mutters to himself, saying he's certain that the president provided him with a B-grade forbidden blood potion, which they had obtained from the genius in exchange for a large quantity of valuable medicinal materials. The president explains that his intention is simply to see how far this human can go. He views lending him assistance now as an investment for the future. He adds that while he has never personally heard of anyone clearing the dark area alone, it is not entirely unheard of in history. Pig curiously asks if there really was someone else who managed such a feat. The president replies that 1,000 years ago, there was a great being named Garsus, the ancient god king, who was said to have given birth to the Beastman clan. Meanwhile, our boy and the Beast Girl are moving carefully through the forest. When he asks about the genius's location, she reassures him that the president had told her, though it is still quite a distance away. She mentions that this journey will give them the chance to level up along the way, preparing them for the challenges ahead. As they move through the bushes, the Beast Girl explains that this path is closer and fits well with their quest objectives, but to complete it, he will need to form a party. They arrive at a spot where many adventurers are gathered. She tells him that this is a popular quest point, though after a certain time, adventurers often leave or move on to other quests. Feeling confident, our boy steps forward to try forming a party and test his level 9 skills, while the Beast Girl stays back to wait for his return. At that moment, another adventurer calls out, searching for a warrior or tank of at least level 15 with combat power over 6,000. He already has some party members at level 15, but needs one more to complete the team. No one steps forward knowing the quest is extremely dangerous. One adventurer from another race suggests choosing a different quest, since they've already lost 2 days, but the quest leader refuses. He reminds them of the valuable information he purchased at the tavern, that this is a level 12 quest, and it is the only one where they can obtain the blood rose, which is worth 500 silver coins. Actually, the blood rose is a rare medicinal ingredient that greatly boosts recovery, which is why it commands such a high price. As everyone is getting worried that no one is joining them, our hero raises his hand and announces that he is a warrior. He admits his level is slightly lower, but expresses confidence in his abilities. The other adventurers get pleased to see him and say it's not a problem if he is at level 12, but when our boy reveals he is only level 9, the party leader grows angry. They notice that the quest entrance will close in just 10 minutes, and one of the members urges the leader to accept this boy, warning that missing this chance would waste another day. Hearing this, the leader agrees, warning our hero not to act alone inside. As the 4 others are strong, and he is only there to fill the numbers, our boy accepts and steps forward, excited to join a party for the first time. As they step into the quest area, they immediately notice that it's a level 16 quest. A forest rhino stands before them, also level 16, with 7,600 combat power. The adventurers get stunned as this quest is tougher than they expected. The party leader warns the informer that he'll deal with him if he steps outside, and they worry about what kind of boss awaits if the first enemy is already this strong. The 4 level 15 adventurers crouch, and the leader reassures them that if they work together, they can handle this difficult quest. He also reminds them that if any serious danger arises, they can use the return horn to safely retreat. As they talk, the leader suddenly remembers that the boy isn't with them. At that moment, a powerful lightning strike flashes before their eyes, and they are utterly shocked to see the level 9 boy has already defeated the forest rhino on his own. Doing this, our hero feels good as this challenge is easy for him compared to what he has faced in the dark area. After that, the group starts clearing the monsters in the area. They can't help but comment on how strong the level 9 warrior is, amazed that he's handling the quest almost entirely on his own. They notice he seems to know every monster's weak points and doesn't need any healing at all. One of the adventurers asks the boss if he knows who the boy is, since he has connections outside. The boss admits he isn't sure. He only recognizes the adventurers introduced by the information broker at the tavern, and guesses the boy must be an elite from a major guild, though he looks vaguely familiar. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that the experience points here are generous compared to the original world, but still far below what he gained in the dark area. Even the level 16 monsters here are far weaker than level 11 creatures from the dark area. They don't even come close to the strength of the darkness monsters. Spotting another monster, his system notifies him that its weakness is fire, though it's covered in poisonous thorns. He thinks this quest is about collecting blood roses, which he can later give to Kevin as a souvenir. He slays the monster and warns the party that the quest boss will appear soon. The weaker monsters are multiplying, and their weakness is fire, so he instructs the magician to use fire spells against them. The captain steps forward to prepare his attack, but our boy also cautions everyone about the poisonous thorns that can cause serious injuries. The captain feels puzzled at how someone only at level 9 could know so much. As with that much knowledge and experience, this boy must be hiding his true strength. Still, he casts his fire magic and burns down the wave of monsters in an instant. After the fight, the group takes a short rest. The captain's 3 companions quietly talk among themselves, admitting that everything has been going smoothly only because of the boy. They agree he feels different from normal people in this world and must be someone special. During the break, our hero and the captain finally exchange names. The captain introduces himself as Victor and says he wants to know the boy's true identity, but our boy replies that he's just a beginner adventurer. The captain asks if he knows about quest rankings for each region, but when our hero rejects, the captain explains that unlike normal quest points that disappear after some time, each region has fixed quest points. The scale varies, but rankings record party completions, first clears, and top performances. That means rewards aren't just bonus items or gold, but also fame. Since these rankings are shared across all regional branches of the Adventurers Guild, anyone can see them. Our hero quickly understands since his original world had a similar system. The captain then reveals that while this group of 4 may look random, he is actually part of Q's guild, serving under an elite unit of 15 pioneers called the Big Goat Party. Their leader is his senior, one of the guild's founders, a shield warrior nicknamed Big Goat Harvey. Finally, he adds that a new level 18 quest has recently appeared. It involves small, dark area monsters lurking in the swamps, and they are especially troublesome because there's too little information about them. Our hero feels encouraged and remarks that the bonus must be worth it. The captain confirms, explaining that if the quest is cleared, both the first completion and top performance are recorded at once, which grants a huge bonus. That's why competitive parties fight to be the first to clear fixed quests. He then asks our hero if he is interested, mentioning that he still needs to meet his boss. Our boy hesitates, asking if they really expect him to join a level 18 quest when he's only level 9. The captain mentions that the required level depends on the quest, and for this one, only adventurers up to level 18 are allowed, so there's no problem. Hearing that, our hero agrees, but sets 2 conditions. First, if they clear the quest, all the initial experience points go to him. Second, he gets to pick the bonus rewards first, while the others take the rest. The captain gets surprised and admits that even if he personally agrees, his boss and the other members might not, to which our hero says they can settle that later as right now, the quest comes first. Then, turning to the group, he tells everyone to get back to work since they've rested long enough. After some time, they step out of the portal with smiles, relieved that the quest is finally cleared. The others mention how effective the captain's fire magic was, adding that without Tsuyoshi's help, they wouldn't have managed to finish it on their own. Our hero also feels satisfied, having received his share of the blood roses. The captain then tells the group he will distribute the bonus later, and everyone agrees. Afterward, the captain asks our boy if he has time to meet his boss, Harvey, but our hero replies that he needs to inform his comrade first. He goes to the Beast Girl, who gently wipes the dirt from his face while listening to him explain everything. She feels reassured and tells him that she will head to the nearby town to gather information and return with a report. Our boy agrees, saying this will be useful, and adds that if they don't run into each other, they should meet at the local Adventurers Guild. Before he leaves, she hands him some potions and enough money to last 3 days. As he walks away, the Beast Girl thinks that this situation is perfect for her, as she still needs to investigate more about the so-called genius Kevin. If he has already mastered the Earth-Wind fusion law, then her plan to kill him will have to be reconsidered. After that, the captain returns to his guild and immediately tells his boss, Harvey, about the boy. The boss gets surprised to hear that a level 9 warrior is supposed to lead his elite party, whose average level is 16. The boss himself is level 18, so the idea sounds unbelievable. But the captain insists the boy is remarkable as thanks to him, they managed to secure the blood roses without any trouble. Hearing this, another member, Luke, bursts out laughing and mocks the captain, saying he must have lost his mind after spending too much time with fools outside. The captain calmly replies that if they don't believe him, they can see for themselves, as he has already brought the boy along. The boss agrees to meet him, and when the captain brings the boy in, he politely introduces himself to everyone. Luke laughs again at the sight of him, but the captain reassures the boy to ignore him. Then the boss looks at our young warrior and asks if he truly believes he can clear the new quest for them and how confident he is. Our boy answers without hesitation that he is completely confident, but adds one condition that he will be their captain. Everyone gets stunned by his words, and even the captain admits that things don't look good. But our hero calmly assures him that it's only for the sake of the quest. The boss then explains that several other parties have already attempted this quest many times, yet most of them fail at the same point. Even their own group, the well-known Goat Party, has failed 6 times despite spending a fortune. Our hero confidently promises that if they appoint him as captain, he will guarantee the quest's success. Luke gets angry, but the boss accepts all 3 of our hero's conditions. Still, he warns that if he fails to deliver, and it turns out to be nothing but empty talk, he will show no mercy. Luke immediately objects, questioning whether the boss really trusts a weak level 9 rookie. He argues that they're being scammed, and even blames the captain, saying he doesn't belong in their party for bringing this boy along. However, the boss reminds them how much the guild has mocked them for their failures, pointing out that other parties have outshined them at every turn. If they manage to secure the first clear and set the record for best performance on this quest, the reputation will finally be theirs. With no other options left, he insists they take this one small chance. Then they all head toward the spot where the quest portal is waiting. As they approach, other parties mock them that they're attempting the new quest again and will probably end up using the return horn like before, but they notice that this time, the person leading them isn't Harvey, it's a new boy. One guy laughs, saying they've even gone as far as changing their leader. The captain then explains to the new leader that this man is the captain of the rival party and has always looked down on them. Understanding the situation, our boy pushes the rival captain aside and steps forward, which instantly angers him. Without hesitation, he accepts the quest and commands his team to get ready as they're going in now. He recalls the captain's words about this quest involving an unknown type of darkness monster lurking in the swamp, creature said to be extremely troublesome. But with the power of the divine eye skill, he feels there's nothing to fear. As they move inside, the boss asks him about the plan, but our boy calmly replies that he first wants to make sure all the experience points will belong to him. The boss confirms, assuring him that the party's honor matters more to them, so he can take it all. Still, he warns him not to disappoint them, reminding him that being made captain carries a heavy responsibility. When our hero checks the system and notices that all the experience will go to him, he feels motivated and prepares to continue the task. He recalls what the captain mentioned about hard mode and realizes now is the time to activate it. In hard mode, all rewards, including experience points, are tripled, which excites him. The moment he activates it, the surroundings shift dramatically, leaving everyone else stunned. The boss instantly recognizes that hard mode has been triggered, while the captain asks our hero if he activated it by mistake. Luke calls him an idiot and claims that he must be trying to get them all killed since this mode is far more dangerous than the normal one. He also reveals that he was waiting for this kind of reckless move. Pulling out a return horn, he explains that he is already prepared for this and plans to escape. But before anyone can act, our hero steps forward and tells them he has a plan to get everyone out safely, if they just stick with him. With confidence, he thinks that by using his divine eye skill and the strength of many allies, he can clear hard mode without letting anyone suffer injuries. He spots a swarm of crocodile monsters, and by using his divine eye, he sees their weakness, fire and lightning, and realizes that if he focuses harder, he can push this skill even further. However, the boss grows suspicious, thinking this guy has tricked them all. Ignoring that, our hero confidently orders the group to follow his lead, promising he'll guide them through this hard mode. Activating his sword's ability, he commands the fire magicians to prepare. The captain decides to trust him and gets ready, while other magicians join in, determined not to be mocked again if they fail. As the crocodiles leap toward him, the boss warns our hero to stay back. Instead, our boy unleashes a thunderstrike and orders the magicians to blast fire from 1 meter behind him. They follow his command, and with the combined assault, the crocodile monsters get wiped out instantly, to which the captain also gets shocked at how easily they won. Then our boy explains that his skill, Thunder Chain Fall, can weaken enemies. Once weakened, any active skills they use are interrupted, and attacks deal double damage. On top of that, when everyone focused their fire magic on a single point, the attribute damage multiplied, making it much easier to defeat the monsters. Hearing this, the group feels relieved, realizing they now have a real chance to clear the quest. The boss looks at him in shock, wondering how someone at just level 9 could know so much. However, Luke refuses to accept it and mutters that it's only luck. But the others immediately argue back, saying they saw it with their own eyes as this boy really is incredible. Our hero cuts them off, telling them not to waste time arguing with him, and orders them to follow his lead so they can clear hard mode, to which everyone, even the boss, agrees and follows his instructions. After 30 minutes, the group reaches the swamp and hides in the bushes. The captain asks what they should do next, while Luke points out that the monsters here are darkness types. He doubts where the boy gets his information and warns that if they fail here because of him, the big goat party won't forgive it. The captain says that thanks to the boy's knowledge and analysis, they've barely taken any damage so far. As the two argue, the boss cuts them off and tells everyone to stay quiet as the boy is focused. At that moment, our hero finishes his analysis and realizes the swamp cannot be bypassed. The only way forward is through it. The system recommends that one person act as bait to distract the monsters, while the rest of the party moves ahead. After checking the route, he memorizes it in his mind. The system then alerts him that 15 darkness monsters are lurking along the path. To draw them away, he must use ultimate physique on his legs and let the others advance. It also explains that the swamp's high conductivity boosts Thunder Chainfall, making it perfect to attract the monsters. And during combat, he must stick to the analysis and aim for their weak points. Then our hero tells everyone that just as the Vice Captain Luke mentioned, this is a joint effort for mutual benefit, and he is only serving as a temporary leader. If anyone feels frustrated with him, they are free to leave. But since he is the leader for now, they must follow his orders. When the Vice Captain tries to speak, the boss cuts him off and tells him to stay quiet. Our hero then reflects on his past, thinking how his spirit would have been crushed if someone had treated him with such open hostility back then. No matter the world, there are always people who bully the weak or see others as threats. He remembers how he and his sister used to be victims of that kind of behavior, and how the only real solution is to become stronger. But now, he is no longer the same boy. With that resolve, he tells the group that they must cross the swamp to reach the next area, to which the boss agrees and explains that he once managed to get halfway through and even saw the entrance leading to the next path. He warns everyone that they need to move carefully through the swamp, since monsters attack without warning, and if things go wrong, they'll have to use the return horn. But our hero assures them that he'll stay behind to lure the monsters, while the boss leads the others to the next area, and also promises that he'll catch up later. Everyone gets shocked by his decision, calling it reckless. Luke even bursts out laughing, saying he expected some kind of brilliant strategy, but this is just pathetic. Ignoring him, our hero hands a map to the captain and orders him to memorize the safe route so no one steps into danger. The captain gets stunned that this boy even knows the layout of this area. Our hero explains that luring the monsters is only the first step. He intends to defeat every single one of them himself. With that, he steps forward and tells the group to wait for his signal. The moment he enters the swamp, he realizes the terrain is perfectly suited for lightning-based attacks. From behind, Luke asks the boss if he really trusts the boy, to which the boss hesitates, but before he can answer, the captain speaks up that he believes in the boy and tells everyone to follow the plan exactly, since the route he provided is flawless. As our hero stands in the swamp, he suddenly notices 15 Soul Eater monsters rising from the murky water. Knowing they are weak against lightning, he quickly slashes one down with a powerful strike. However, the rest retreat back into the swamp and vanish from sight. Realizing their tactic, he unleashes a lightning strike across the swamp, remarking that these pitch-black creatures hide beneath the water after every attack. The blast forces all of them out at once, and they leap toward him to strike. In this moment, our boy activates his ultimate physique, and with enhanced speed and strength, he dashes across the surface of the water with ease, deliberately luring the monsters away. While running, he orders the boss of the guild to guide the party members along the safe route he gave them earlier. The group feels amazed at how effortlessly he runs over water, and they comment that with someone like him by their side, any quest could be cleared with ease, while Luke regrets underestimating the strength of this boy. The leader quickly commands everyone to stop staring and keep moving, while the boy distracts the creatures. They agree and rush forward as they trust him completely. Meanwhile, our hero leads the monsters to the combat area and declares that this is where he will finish everything. Using lightning to enhance his piercing strikes, he slashes through a monster and takes it down instantly. While he keeps fighting, the rest of the party reaches a safe spot. Feeling excited, they cheer that they've never made it this far before and feel proud of how smoothly things are going. At that moment, the captain informs them that the boss's trigger point is just up ahead. The group starts talking about going in and proving that they can handle the boss themselves, but Luke stops them by reminding them that they should wait for the boy. He admits he doubted the boy's strength at first, but it's thanks to him that they've come this far. Since they've already reached the boss area, it's smarter to regroup and go in together. Hearing this, the others agree, and even the captain says that the vice captain made the safest choice. Just then, our hero returns and tells them that he's already cleared out all the darkness monsters and that the boss area is right ahead, so they need to regroup. The others get shocked when they realize that he has defeated all the monsters by himself. They finally understand just how strong he really is. Even the boss admits that once the quest is over, they should recommend this boy to the guildmaster. Then they hide behind the bushes and watch as the boss appears in front of them, a swamp watcher at level 18. Our hero quickly notices its weakness: fire, lightning, and magic attacks. However, what surprises him is the absence of a boss gate. The vice captain explains that in hard mode, a boss gate isn't guaranteed. Whether a gate or trigger point exists depends not on the quest's difficulty, but on the boss's actual strength. Our hero then realizes that the true key is the boss's power, and the massive one-eyed gate he once saw in Kaidiolus's dark area must be unique to dark-type bosses. At that moment, the vice captain commands the party to head for the trigger point, but our hero stops him and tells the big goat to gather the magicians and the agile members. Once everyone is in position, our boy gives clear instructions that the big goat and the vice president will lead the warriors in direct combat, fighting as usual. The magicians will form pairs and prepare their strongest high-impact spells, but only cast them when he gives the signal. Lastly, he orders the party's debuff items, those that cause bleeding or poison, to be collected and evenly handed out to the agile members for the fight. The guys look surprised when they hear about the debuff items, but our boy explains that this boss has unusually high HP, and in hard mode it is doubled, so using debuff items will make make the fight much easier. He orders the Agile members to surround the boss and keep throwing debuffs, while the magicians stay at his side, ready to interrupt the boss's skills whenever needed. As he calmly explains the strategy, the big goat feels surprised at how much this boy knows, and even the vice captain remarks that with him here, clearing this quest will be much easier. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the portal, the other parties watch and discuss the big goat party that has just gone in. They notice the young warriors with them and the reddish glow at the entrance, which means they have entered the hard mode. The dog says that this time a human warrior is leading them and mocks that Big Goat will surely end up using the return horn again. Inside the portal, the fight with the boss begins. Everyone moves according to the plan, attacking and throwing debuffs. The captain asks our boy if the magician should provide support magic, but he tells him to wait until he gives the signal. The moment the boss monster prepares to strike, he quickly orders the magicians to unleash their spells. They act without hesitation, and after a tough battle lasting about 15 minutes, the Swamp Watcher gets finally defeated. Everyone is stunned as they have managed to clear it in just one attempt. The big goat remarks that he must introduce this boy to the guild leader, since having him officially join would greatly boost their guild's achievements. The group celebrates their success, while our hero realizes he has leveled up to 10. Feeling excited, he marvels at having gained all of the boss's experience points for himself. Just then, the system notifies him that he has unlocked a black armor disguise set from the Ring of Infinite as a reward for reaching level 10. When he equips the set, in an instant, a sleek and striking armor forms over his body. The system explains that the armor is highly flexible, can only be worn by those with the Ring of Infinite, and can be displayed even when other equipment sets are hidden. Checking his status, our hero notices that not only has he reached level 10, but his combat power has also increased by 15,000. While he is still processing this new power, the captain also feels surprised to see him in the black armor. The vice president remarks that if the boy had shown up looking like this from the beginning, he never would have called him weak. Then the big goat turns to our hero and says he needs a favor. Meanwhile, other adventurers read the portal's record and see that the big goat party has cleared the quest in hard mode in just 150 minutes. The dog gets shocked, wondering how that's even possible. Just then, the party emerges from the portal, with our hero walking proudly at the front. Everyone around stares in surprise and begins whispering about him, asking which guild he belongs to. The captain steps forward and tells Dog that their party was the one who cleared the quest, but Dog replies that it was only possible because they had a powerful newcomer with them. Our hero steps closer to Dog and asks what he said about him earlier. Dog quickly apologizes, admitting his mistake, and even asks to join their party. He realizes this boy is no ordinary person, and if his power is real, he would be an incredible asset. Soon, adventurers from all of the guilds gather around our hero, each offering him a place in their parties. Our boy notes to himself that talented people are always in high demand. Even in his old world, big guilds would fight over powerful heroes. Strength is wanted everywhere, no matter the place. Just then, the big goat tells everyone to step aside, declaring that this boy is already joining their party. After that, the party takes our hero back to the Beastmen city. As they walk through the streets, everyone stares at him in surprise because of his uniform. The Beastmen whisper among themselves, recognizing the famous goat party, but wondering who this unfamiliar boy with them is. Our hero tells the party to wait outside while he enters the guild alone, wanting to check if Sakura, the beast girl, has arrived since he promised to meet her there. Inside, he finds the same receptionist talking to the two Beastmen, who are once again pestering her to join them for food or drinks, but she clearly doesn't want to go. At that moment, our boy steps forward to the counter, and when the two Beastmen glare at him, they realize he's the same human they met before. The receptionist also notices and remarks that he has changed quite a bit. The Beastmen mock him, asking where he stole that uniform, but our hero ignores their insults and calmly asks the receptionist if the Beast girl has come by. She replies that she hasn't seen her today, and aside from these two loud troublemakers, no one else has stayed around. The two Beastmen get angry at the receptionist, but before they can cause more trouble, our hero grabs one of their hands using ultimate physique, to which the Beastman feels pain. Both of them get angry at him, warning that the guild has guards and demanding he step outside to fight. Our boy apologizes to the receptionist for the disturbance and heads out. She quickly warns him not to go, saying they'll beat him if he leaves, but he calmly assures her that he'll be fine. Outside, the big goat sees the commotion and asks about the problem, calling our hero the captain. Our boy explains that the two Beastmen started the fight first. Hearing this, the whole party gets ready to fight alongside him, to which the Beastmen get scared and run away. Our hero then tells his team that since his companion isn't here, they should head to Q's guild instead. He also asks them not to call him captain now that the quest is over. When they arrive at Q's guild, the big goat reports everything to the guildmaster, a level 24 Beastman. The guildmaster congratulates them on their victory, but finds it unusual that they want a human warrior to join future quests. The big goat says this boy has remarkable talent, and that thanks to him, they managed to complete the new quest. That's why he wants to invite him into their guild, but a level 23 beastman named Redham interrupts, pointing out that the big goat's entire party is human, while their guildmaster is a beastman. He argues that it makes no sense for a beastman guild to be led by a human, and even accuses the boy of possibly being a spy from another guild. Our hero feels bad about the accusation, and the vice president quickly agrees with Redham, saying his opinions are always sharp. This angers the captain, who snaps that if not for the big goat's kindness, they would have left the guild a long time ago. The big goat insists again that they can vouch for the boy, praising his keen observation and analytical skills. But Redham comments they don't need another leader in their party, especially not a human. He adds that since the big goat's party is made up of humans, of course they would understand each other. Hearing this, the big goat feels angry and argues that his party has worked hard to earn great results for the guild. Still, the beastman counters that if other guilds discover they accepted a human as their leader, they'll be mocked and the guild's reputation could collapse. The big goat asks the guildmaster for his opinion, and the guildmaster agrees with Redham's suggestion, saying they should send this human off with proper hospitality. Hearing that, the big goat looks disappointed, and our hero steps in, saying he only came here because of the big goat, but if that's how things are, he'll leave. He reassures the big goat, telling him it was fun fighting together, and adds that they'll meet again if possible. As he walks away, the big goat mutters that they just lost a huge opportunity, since this boy could have changed the guild's future. Then he leaves with his entire team as well. Outside, our hero feels unsure whether he should focus on leveling up or start looking for the beast girl. At that moment, Dog, the beastman who mocked him earlier, approaches. This time he politely asks for help, explaining that their guild accepted a difficult request, and the president told him to find someone strong. He promises that their guild will welcome him gently, with rewards and conditions entirely up to him. Feeling encouraged, our hero asks what kind of request it is, and Dog explains that it's a mission to rescue the kidnapped daughter of a wealthy merchant. Our boy asks if the guild really accepts requests like this, to which Dog explains that a guild needs more than just honor and income. Requests are also a big part of their revenue. He adds that the Adventurers Guild usually competes with them for high-paying jobs, and while their own Pace Guild is well known in this city, they barely managed to secure this one. Hearing this, our boy realizes that if it's a matter of competition, the reward must be huge. He recalls how the farm request with the beast girl already paid 3 gold coins. However, Dog says it's not that simple, as the one kidnapped is the daughter of a very wealthy and well-known family in the city. The reward is about 100 times higher than a normal urgent request, a staggering 500 gold coins. When Dog mentions he'll give half to him, our boy gets stunned, thinking the beast girl will be thrilled to see so much money. After some time, they arrive at the Pace Guild's entrance. Inside, the wealthy merchant named Wenton is scolding the guild members, as it's already the 3rd day since the kidnapping, and tomorrow is the final deadline for the kidnapper's demands, yet they still haven't found his daughter. He clearly states that if they fail again, they'll have to pay 10 times the reward as compensation. Hearing this, the guildmaster Pace and the vice president Hugh get surprised. They admit the demand is too high, but promise they'll find his daughter tomorrow. And then suddenly Dog arrives with our hero. Our boy asks Dog if the guild hasn't sent a rescue team yet, to which Dog explains that they did, but the target's location is deep in the mountains, making it difficult to move without drawing attention. At first, they sent a team of 15 with an average level of 20, even including the vice guild master. They were confident, but they never even made it to the enemy's base, let alone the rescue. He continues that the team was caught in countless traps and unfamiliar terrain. The enemy group has around 20 members with an average level of 19, and their leader is a level 25 berserker. The guild sent out 3 more rescue teams with anyone who could fight, but every attempt ended in complete failure. After hearing this, our boy remarks that since the first attempt failed, the enemy is likely waiting for them fully prepared, to which Dog admits that they realized this too late. They stopped trying to force their way in, but too much time had already been wasted. That's why the guild called him here. He starts crying, worried that the guild's reputation will be ruined, but our hero reassures him by thinking about the situation carefully. He knows he has the divine eye skill that duplicates abilities, so he can manage this, but he also realizes he'll need to switch out the sacrifice skill for something else. Just then, the merchant once again orders the guild members that if they fail, they'll have to pay 10 times the reward as compensation. Our hero grows suspicious, noticing that the man keeps talking about money but hasn't shown a bit of a concern for his daughter. When the merchant demands if they can cover 5,000 gold coins, our boy replies that the girl will be saved, and promises she'll be returned by tomorrow. Everyone gets confused, until Dog explains to the guildmaster that this is the boy he mentioned earlier, the one who will take on the job. The The merchant leaves with his guards, but also reminds the boy again about the 5,000 gold coins. Our boy declares that if he rescues the daughter, the merchant will have to double the reward to 1,000 gold coins, and if he fails, he'll personally pay 50,000 gold coins, to which everyone gets shocked. The merchant agrees and hands a contract to the guildmaster, who hesitates first, but signs it since he has no other choice. After the merchant leaves, the vice president angrily demands to know why this boy has done this to them, to which our hero replies that maybe this gives them a chance. Just then, someone announces that the president of the Shaman Association has arrived. Our boy immediately realizes it must be Doug, the man he met before. The president enters and asks about the vice guildmaster's condition, who explains that he called him here to treat his injury, since the guild's priest couldn't heal it. The president uses magic to close the wound, then asks if the injury came from Wenton's request, and whether the mission is truly that difficult. At this moment, our hero steps forward and admits that it is tough, but he is confident they can handle it. When the president notices him, he surprisingly asks why he is here, to which everyone else gets stunned that the president already knows him. Soon after, they sit together at the table, where our boy reassures the president that he will do his best to complete the request. The guildmaster tells the dog that the president isn't someone who easily gets close to others, then asks who the boy really is. The dog admits he doesn't know either, but says it's clear the boy is far stronger than they imagined. The vice guildmaster then steps forward and tells the boy he'll join him on the mission since he has attempted it before, to which our boy agrees, and they both head out immediately. As they leave, the guildmaster asks the president if he truly knows who this boy is. The president explains that this boy recently passed the White Shaman exam, making him the youngest White Shaman in the north, and also the warrior who single-handedly cleared Cardiolus, to which the guildmaster gets surprised. Meanwhile, walking through town, Vice Guildmaster Hugh asks our hero about their plan, and also reassures him not to worry, since they are putting everything on the line. The boy calmly replies that preparation is important, and requests him to guide him to the location, as he already knows about this area. The Vice Master tells him they already have 2 sets of medicine and basic supplies, so there's no need to buy anything else. When he asks where they should go next, the hero replies that he wants to head to the arena, to which the Vice Master feels confused but agrees. Once they arrive, the Vice Master asks another man what kind of matches are scheduled for the day, but our hero quickly clarifies that he isn't here to watch, he wants to participate, to which the Vice Master gets surprised, while the man points him toward the registration desk and explains that he just needs to pay the entry fee. As they walk, our hero thinks about using the divine selection system to shift his attributes toward those of an assassin. This mission requires stealth, someone who can move unnoticed, and eliminate the target without drawing attention. He plans to study assassins by fighting in the arena, learn their techniques, and duplicate the most suitable skills. Inside the arena, the crowd's attention is fixed on a cat-like warrior named Narato, a level 21 shadow assassin. Across from him stands a beastman who notes that the cat guy has only 1 arm, but he moves with incredible speed. The cat guy commands him to attack, to which the beastman leaps forward, but in a flash, the cat guy uses his ambush attack skill, slipping behind the beastman and driving his dagger into his back, which causes the beastman to get defeated instantly. Actually, ambush attack is a specialized skill designed for close-range combat, allowing the user to strike a fatal blow with precision. The crowd erupts in cheers, praising the cat guy's skill and noting that he hails from the east. Our hero also feels impressed by the technique, and the Vice Master explains that facing an assassin like this would be nearly impossible, as he is a renowned Eastern assassin, famous for his speed and lethality. He holds 21 consecutive wins in the arena, and countless guilds are eager to recruit him. When our hero asks if Eastern assassins are really that powerful, the Vice Master explains that many mysterious and strong guilds exist on this continent, and the Eastern Assassin Guild is one of the most notorious. He adds that the cat-like fighter came from that guild, and rumors say he was exiled and lost his arm. At that moment, the announcer introduces our hero to the crowd, mentioning that this newcomer has 0 experience in the arena and will now face the cat guy. The audience laughs, teasing that the human boy has no chance and will likely be defeated quickly. Our hero steps forward to face the cat guy, who warns him to leave without taking a risk, but our boy tells him to attack if he wants. As the match begins, the cat guy leaps toward him, confident that he will finish the fight quickly. In response, our hero activates ultimate physique throughout his body. As the cat guy approaches, he suddenly stops in the middle, to which the crowd wonder why the assassin halted. However, the cat guy gets stunned as he realizes that the seemingly weak human is now radiating an overwhelming and powerful aura that commands attention. He realizes that this boy is no ordinary opponent, and our hero calmly asks if the cat guy has already given up on the fight. At that moment, the system notifies him that he can now replicate his opponent's skills through combat. Feeling excited, he leaps toward the cat guy, pulling out his blade from the inventory. The cat guy immediately senses the threat and knows he has to be careful. As our hero swings his blade to attack, the cat guy quickly activates his Z-step skill, moving behind him to launch a sneak attack. But our boy senses his movement and activates ultimate physique on his neck. And when the cat guy tries to stab him, the dagger doesn't even leave a scratch. The cat guy and the entire crowd get surprised, and then the system displays all of the cat guy's skills to our hero. He selects the ambush attack skill, and immediately the system enhances it into thunderous ambush attack, adapting it to our boy's weapon and attributes. At this moment, our hero leaps at the cat guy and unleashes his new skill, striking him with a thunderous attack, to which the cat guy gets defeated instantly, and the hero remarks that now he can move on to rescuing the merchant's kidnapped daughter. Outside the arena, the Vice Master is also amazed by his victory, while our hero notices his body has become even more agile, moving like an assassin with divinely enhanced speed. The Vice Master asks if he still wants to attempt the rescue at night, warning that darkness will make it harder to see, but the hero confidently assures him that he can see perfectly and orders him to lead the way. At night, the Vice Master leads him to the fortress where the merchant's daughter is being held, noting that several days have already passed and wondering how she is faring. He explains that no matter how many times they tried to rescue her, each attempt ended in failure. The terrain makes the fortress easy to defend and difficult to attack, and the enemy, knowing the area well, has set numerous traps. When the Vice Master asks about the plan and glances back, he's surprised to see that the boy is no longer behind him. At this moment, 3 guards stand at the entrance, talking among themselves about how the Pace Guild will try again tomorrow. Meanwhile, the hero is perched in a tree, analyzing the situation with his divine eye skill. The system reveals 9 large trigger-type traps and 6 automatic traps at the main entrance. He feels relieved that the divine eye has even identified the trigger points. The system then highlights the location of the automated traps behind the 3 guards. Our hero readies himself to strike. He leaps from the tree, and the face mask from his equipped set automatically activates. With swift movements, he easily navigates through the large trigger traps and realizes his next task is to take down the 3 guards one by one. He whistles to draw their attention, to which one of the guards steps forward, convinced it's just an animal making the noise, and tells the others he'll deal with it. As he searches the area, our hero seizes the chance. He pulls out the knife given to him by the Vice Master and drives it into the guard's heart using the power of his ultimate physique, to which the guard collapses instantly. Our hero then moves ahead, carefully using a rope to bypass another trap. When the other 2 guards notice their companion hasn't returned, one prepares to check, but his senior warns him to hurry, reminding him that if the boss finds them wandering too close to the traps, he'll be furious. At that moment, the senior suddenly realizes the second guard has vanished from sight. Actually, our hero has already taken him out. Before the last guard can trigger the manual traps, our boy bursts forward with his thunderous ambush attack, striking him down in an instant as well. With all 3 guards down, the entrance is now clear. Watching from behind, the Vice Master gets astonished that this human boy has managed to handle everything effortlessly. The hero then guides him on a safe path through the traps, and the Vice Master follows carefully, reaching him without incident. When he spots the manual triggers for the traps, he angrily wants to destroy them all, but our hero stops him, knowing they will be useful later. Together, they move deeper into the fortress, navigating past additional traps safely, and finally reach the innermost chamber. Inside, heavily armored level 24 warriors patrol the area. The Vice Master remarks that they all look extremely strong and admits that without the boy, he would have died many times already. Our hero reassures him, saying he has done everything correctly and instructs him to distract the warriors. The Vice Master agrees, and our hero makes sure to clarify that he isn't using him as a pawn, because the traps they left behind will now serve a crucial purpose. Realizing this, the Vice Master understands why he was told not to break the triggers. At that moment, the system alerts our hero that there are 24 enemies in total, including 4 archers, 5 mages, 8 warriors, 6 heavily armored soldiers, and 1 leader. The Vice Master moves forward to distract the warriors, firing arrows into the back of one of them while taunting him, to which all the warriors leap at him to kill him, but he begins running to lure them toward the traps. Getting the opportunity, our hero moves forward, knowing he must first confirm the girl's safety. He carefully peers into one of the tents and gets surprised to see the little girl sitting with the boss, Savage Leopard, who appears to be telling her a story. At that moment, the leopard senses someone spying on them. He quickly covers the girl with a cloth and delivers a powerful kick to our hero, sending him back. The leopard glares at the intruder and asks who he is, noting that he seems to be from the Pace Guild. Our hero then demands why he is telling fairy tales to the girl if he has kidnapped her. The leopard looks surprised and comments that an assassin who bypassed the traps and silently eliminated the guards is truly impressive. The hero explains that he is here on behalf of the Pace Guild to rescue the merchant's daughter who was kidnapped by his group. He demands that the little girl be handed over without a fight, but the leopard refuses and leaps at him with a powerful kick. Our hero knows he can't waste waste time, as the return of his allies could complicate things. When the leopard strikes with full force, the ground cracks from the impact, but our boy swiftly dodges with incredible speed. He counters with a thunderous ambush attack using his sword, but the leopard blocks it with his hand and is thrown back by the incredible force. Examining his hand, the leopard sees a deep cut and realizes that this human assassin has perfect speed, power, and timing, as he is clearly not weaker than the leopard. Still, he is puzzled why the boy wields a broadsword. Our hero activates ultimate physique in his arms, and just as they leap at each other again, the little girl emerges from the tent, asking the leopard what he is doing, to which the leopard freezes instantly. Our boy feels puzzled, noticing how gentle the leopard is with the girl, as if she is very important to him. The girl checks the leopard's hand, but he reassures her that he accidentally cut himself. She then scolds our hero, telling him not to bully her uncle because he is a good person. The boy calmly explains that he is only here to rescue her and is not a bad guy. Seeing her, he feels a familiar connection, like the care he has for his own sister. However, the girl insists that she doesn't want to be rescued and wants to stay where she is. Feeling confused, the hero asks the leopard about the matter, and the leopard tells him to come inside first, as he wants to put her to bed. Once she falls asleep, the hero comments that she is clearly attached to the leopard, and this is more than a simple kidnapping. The leopard then explains that he works for the merchant, to which our hero gets surprised and asks if that's the case, why he has kidnapped his daughter. The leopard replies that it's a scheme to extort large sums of compensation from other guilds. They were secretly hired by the merchant as low-level thugs to carry out this plan. They kidnap the girl, and the merchant creates an expensive rescue request, knowing that ordinary adventurers would hesitate to take on such a dangerous mission. Hearing all this, our boy begins to understand the full situation, but asks if it wouldn't be dangerous to return the girl safely to her parents once the compensation is collected, as if anyone discovers she is unharmed and back with her family, it could cause serious trouble. The leopard explains that the merchant actually stole the girl as a newborn and raised her for this scheme. To him, a child he has already used has no further value, and there's no reason to keep her alive. Our hero then asks why this little girl is so attached to him, to which the leopard reveals that he was the one who secretly stole her from the merchant and cared for her. Our boy asks if, now that the merchant has achieved his goal, there is any hope for the girl's future. He adds that he could easily take her and escape, but the leopard says he was homeless before that merchant took him in, and he cannot betray him now. Our hero points out that her so-called father seems completely indifferent to her, and that the leopard is the one who truly cares for her. He urges the leopard to cut ties with the merchant and run away with this little girl, as it would be best for both of them. Saying this, he moves back to exit, but the leopard comments that if he defies the merchant, he will never forgive them, and will hire as many assassins as needed to hunt them down. But our boy reassures him that he understands the pain of living while trying to protect others. He adds that if he cannot handle it alone, he will step in by himself and ensure the merchant cannot harm either of them. Afterward, our hero returns to the vice master, who gets happy to see him and tells him that he has been running in circles the whole time, and even managed to trap the enemy warriors in their own traps. When he notices the little girl is not with our hero, he worries and asks if the mission has failed. But our boy assures him that the mission succeeded and the girl is safely returned. He instructs the vice master to go back to the guild and report their success, explaining that he will join them later after collecting the reward from the merchant. Hearing this, the vice master gets amazed and quickly rushes to the guild to report their success. Meanwhile, at his own palace, the merchant is counting his gold coins, muttering that his profits have been declining and he needs to step up his kidnapping schemes. Suddenly, someone warns him that he won't get that chance. Turning around, he sees our hero is standing there, to which he calls for his men to intervene. But our boy calmly says it's useless, as while he was busy counting his coins, he has already taken care of all his underlings. The merchant gets shocked to realize all his bodyguards have been killed, and our hero calmly explains that the mansion had been too peaceful for so long, leaving everyone unaware of danger. So he quietly crept in and slit their throats before they could react. Then the merchant offers him any amount of money he desires, to which our boy orders him to return the 5,000 gold coins to the guild and reminds him of their bet. He should receive 1,000 gold coins for completing the request. He also mentions that he has heard the merchant is raising children and asks if they are being used to make money. The merchant admits it and even offers to sell the children's organs on the black market, promising to give him half the profits if he helps. Hearing this, our boy feels angry and tells the merchant that there is still one more thing he wants. When the merchant insists he will fulfill any wish, our hero activates the thunderous ambush attack skill and strikes the merchant, to which he gets defeated instantly. The next morning, news spreads that the merchant has been killed. People examine the scene and remark to each other that it must have been a surprise attack. They note that all the guards' backs and necks show fatal wounds. The merchant himself is found in his bedroom, his body in a horrific state, pierced through the heart by a single strike from behind. A confession letter lies next to him, detailing all his crimes, including fake kidnappings and other illegal activities, suggesting his death isn't unexpected. Observers conclude that whoever carried out the attack forced him to write the letter before killing him, exposing all his wrongdoing. At this moment, the cat guy Naruto is also present and feels puzzled by the single strike that pierced the merchant's heart from behind. He notices that all the fatal wounds bear the distinct mark of an ambush, a specialized skill of the Assassin's Guild he once belonged to. Yet, upon investigation, the merchant wasn't targeted by the guild. Confused about who could have done this, he suddenly remembers the human boy from the arena, who is the only one he has ever seen, use the same ambush skill. Thinking this through, he realizes that if he reports the incident to the branch Assassin's Guild leader, it might help him regain favor with the guild, so he quickly moves towards the guild. Meanwhile, our hero arrives at the Pace Guild and hands over the 5,000 gold coins, to which the guildmaster gets surprised and remarks that he just heard the merchant was assassinated, and it happened right after this boy left. He adds that if they hadn't received the gold, they wouldn't have gotten their reward. Our hero assures them the request is complete and mentions that he is leveled up. He reflects that after dealing with the merchant and his associates, the system even awarded him a bonus. He realizes that defeating enemies yields more experience points and accelerates leveling. At this moment, he reaches level 11 with 158,500 combat power. The guildmaster congratulates him, saying he has protected the guild's honor and that the 5,000 gold coins will be split equally between him and the guild, but our hero gently declines most of it, saying he doesn't need 2,500 gold coins. Since he was originally supposed to receive only 250, he decides to donate the rest to homeless children or struggling families. Hearing this, everyone gets surprised. Our hero takes only the 250 gold coins he agreed upon and bids farewell to the guild. As he walks away, he thinks about reaching level 11 and realizes he is just one step away from his goal, level 12. He also remembers that the beast girl Sakura should be nearby, and she will be surprised to see him now. When he reaches the Adventurers Guild, he notices a crowd gathered around. In the middle, the beast girl is facing a chubby woman who is scolding her harshly, demanding how she dared to bump into her child. The woman introduces herself as the wife of the president of the Beastman Trading Company. The beast girl remains calm and politely explains that her son accidentally bumped into her while she was simply standing there, waiting for someone. The woman grows even angrier, insisting that she is lying, while her son adds that there's no way he could have bumped into a girl like her. The guard also tells her that if she bumped into his child, she must apologize, but the beast girl refuses, saying that she will not endure insults for something she didn't do, and adds that with so many people around, there must be witnesses to what really happened. But when she looks around, she realizes no one is willing to speak up for her. At that moment, the woman slaps her and she falls to the ground, yet she firmly declares that she will never apologize for a wrongdoing she didn't commit. Feeling angry as she is going to pull out her sword, she reminds herself to endure the situation to avoid ruining her master's plan. Suddenly, our hero jumps in, delivering a powerful slap to the chubby woman, to which her son gets shocked, but our hero also pushes him aside. By looking at them angrily, he asks how they dare lay a hand on Sakura, warning that no matter who they are, they will face the consequences. Meanwhile, the cat guy arrives at the Assassin's Guild, feeling that even in daylight the place is as dark and cold as ever. Suddenly, two human assassins, the guild's leaders, one level 30 and the other level 27, stop him by putting a knife to his neck. The cat guy quickly explains that he used to belong to the guild and has come to share critical information. One of the humans points out that he is no longer part of the guild, while the other mocks him, saying this is the assassin who embezzled a target's money, got caught, lost an arm, and was expelled. The cat guy ignores him and states that he has discovered a warrior in the city who has stolen a skill from the Assassin's Guild, which is why he came here. The humans get focused and demand all the details, to which the cat guy explains that he fought this warrior alone and wants to relay the information. He adds that if his intel proves accurate and he helps eliminate the skill thief, he hopes for a chance to return to the guild. One of the humans responds that his proposal is reasonable and assures him that if the information checks out, they will forward his request to the higher-ups. Meanwhile, the beast girl is completely shocked to see our hero in this gear. The guard warns him that he just struck the wife and child of the trading company president, and he won't get away with it. The chubby woman adds that she will kill both of them, and orders the guards to gather troops and arrest them immediately, or her husband will cut off funding to the city. The guard agrees, but our hero calmly responds that the woman started the fight, and he only defended himself. The woman refuses, insisting she never hit this filthy half-beast girl, and claims there is no one to testify against them. Our hero warns her that if she keeps talking, he will break every one of her teeth. The beast girl admits there really is no one to support them, and she apologizes for causing so much trouble, and explains that she had hoped someone would speak up for her, but being a half-beast and with the woman being the president's wife, no one dared risk angering her. At that moment, the members of the Big Goats group arrive and are delighted to see our hero there. When they comment that he just completed a major request for the Pace Guild, the chubby woman gets shocked to realize who he is. Soon after, the Pace Guild members arrive as well and mention that they just returned from donating the money he requested. Our hero explains that he managed to leave with his team, but got caught up in some trouble along the way. Both guilds immediately respond that picking a fight with him is like picking a fight with all of them, and ask for details about the issue. The city guard explains that the human boy and the half-beast girl are in trouble with the trading company president's wife and need someone to testify on their behalf. He adds that if no one can prove that the wife struck first, the law requires both of them to be taken into custody. Hearing this, everyone gets stunned about how they could arrest this boy, who has donated so much to the poor of the city and even deserves recognition. They all agree to testify for him, including the guild's receptionist girl. She states that she saw the chubby woman strike first and emphasizes that this beast girl is a gold badge ranked adventurer and completely innocent. Seeing this, the others also testify that the chubby woman struck the beast girl first. The guard tells the woman she must be arrested, but our hero steps in and says she must first apologize to his companion. Everyone orders her to comply, and the chubby woman apologizes to the beast girl for causing trouble, and then the guard leads her away. Our boy thanks the guild members for their help, and they assure him that if he ever runs into trouble in Northern, he only needs to mention it. Then he and the beast girl leave the town together happily. Along the way, she comments that he looks so different as she almost didn't recognize him. He explains that he got some special equipment that slightly changed his appearance, and that the clothes she made for him were torn during a quest. She notes that he seems more mature now, and by noticing the aura around him, asks if he has leveled up. He confirms, explaining that he helped resolve a dispute between a party and a guild, the same people he had met earlier, and shows her a small bag, mentioning that he leveled up and earned an extra 250 gold coins. Hearing this, she gets amazed and remarks that he could buy some excellent gear at an auction with that amount. He adds that he had planned to get her some new equipment, but now they'll have to check the auction in the next town. She mentions that the next town has a medium-sized auction hall and that the genius shaman Kevin lives there. At that moment, our hero remembers he needs to meet the genius. After the recent battles, he feels a stagnant sensation in his blood, like a stone buried inside him. Realizing it is a side effect of the sacrifice skill, he knows he needs the genius's healing. As they walk, leaves suddenly begin falling around them from the trees. She quickly draws her sword by sensing the danger. When she commands the thugs to show themselves, 2 human assassins from the Assassin's Guild suddenly appear. They demand to know if he is the one who stole their skill and warn that they have come to claim his head for it. They explain that this boy doesn't seem to belong to the Assassin's Guild. The senior adds that if the cat guy's story is true, this boy is a skill thief who stole their guild's ambush technique. The junior notices the girl with him and remarks that both are hiding their levels. Based on the cat guy's account, the boy doesn't seem very high level, but the girl appears stronger, around level 20. Hearing this, the beast girl prepares to fight, and our hero notices that this is the first time he has sensed such strong killing intent from her. She warns him to be careful, explaining that these 2 humans are stronger than any opponents they've faced before. She can sense a murderous intent that only comes from someone who has killed many, and if they truly are from the Assassin's Guild, they will be extremely dangerous. She adds that the Assassin's Guild is a fearsome underground organization with roots in the East, composed entirely of powerful assassins, and they are famous for taking the heads or body parts of their targets as trophies. Hearing this, our hero recalls the cat guy warrior who said he was expelled from the guild, but feels confused, as he has no connection to any such organization. Then it hits him that these assassins are calling him a skill thief. The ambush attack skill he copied must be unique to the Assassin's Guild, which is why they are targeting him. At this moment, the senior assassin tells the junior that he'll take the boy, while the junior can handle the half-beast girl, but warns him to be careful since she seems skilled. Both activate their first skill, combo skill, Absolute Darkness. The girl warns our hero that this is a unique guild skill and urges him to stay close so they don't get separated. However, our hero suggests splitting up, reasoning that fighting one-on-one will be more effective. The assassins leap forward to attack where the senior assassin moves behind our hero, aiming for a true ambush attack, but our hero easily blocks the dagger and comments that the assassin will need to level up more to defeat him, to which the assassin gets shocked and our hero pushes him away with his blade. When the assassin asks about his level, our hero calmly says he's level 11. The assassin refuses to believe it, insisting it's impossible to fight like this at such a low level. He immediately leaps forward using a skill called Serpent's Wall. walk. The system quickly informs our hero about the ability, giving him confidence, knowing that without it, he would have been caught off guard. The assassin then activates another skill, multiple enclosure killing method, which creates multiple dark clones to encircle and attack the enemy simultaneously. Our hero responds by activating ultimate physique on his upper body, so when the assassin strikes, his attacks fail to cause any damage. Feeling confused, the assassin asks again about his level. Getting an opportunity, our hero displays his level and slashes the assassin across the chest, to which he slides back and remarks that if he is truly level 11, he's a prodigy any major guild would want. Introducing himself as the branch leader of the Assassin's Guild, he offers our hero a chance to join, saying the higher-ups will notice him and train him with the utmost care. But our hero rejects the offer, saying the guild does not suit him. In response, the assassin unleashes his true power. A strange and ominous aura flows from his body as he comments that he hasn't used this technique in a long time. Feeling surprised, our hero activates ultimate physique to defend himself, but the sheer force of the assassin's attack severely injures his arm. He realizes that if this power hits his heart, he would be instantly killed. The assassin states that he is level 31, and that anyone below level 30 stands no chance against this technique. As he leaps at our hero again, our boy understands that ordinary weapons and ultimate physique won't be enough. Thinking fast, he pulls the Divine King's hammer from his inventory, to which the assassin surprises, noticing the strange aura surrounding the weapon, while our hero taunts him, asking if he can block it now. He rises into the air, lightning crackling around him, and he knows that to defeat an opponent of this caliber, he must seize the perfect moment to deliver a decisive strike. The assassin mocks him, saying a mere level 11 warrior dares to challenge him and lunges with his deadliest skill. Our hero is fully prepared, ready to unleash the 1-second power of the Divine King's hammer. Watching from a distance, the Beast Girl, who has already defeated the other assassin, comments that her master is using that power again, signaling that the outcome of the battle is already decided. Our hero strikes with immense force, slamming the assassin into the ground. The assassin gets stunned, realizing there's no way this boy could truly be level 11. Before dying, he summons a spirit with 2 fingers, warning that if he kills him, he will also become a target of the Assassin's Guild. Meanwhile, our hero lands as the Divine King's hammer's power fades. He feels the weapon's energy was stronger than before, but his body is completely exhausted. At that moment, the Beast Girl scoops him up in her arms, tends to his wounds, and comments that taking down a one-eyed assassin in a single strike was far too much for anyone to handle. She gives him a potion and tells him the attack he used was incredibly powerful, but orders him not to rely on it too often, warning that it could cause trouble if she isn't around to support him. He explains that the opponent was exceptionally strong, which is why he had to use that power. The girl agrees, noting that the man was likely a high-ranking member of the Assassin's Guild, and says that finishing the fight quickly was a wise decision. As they talk, he realizes how long it has been since he arrived in this world. He is nearing level 12 and starts thinking that it might be time to return to his own world soon. He reflects that he needs to handle everything quickly for his sister's sake, and remembers the last time he confronted the bully girl's group to deal with those who had tormented his sister. He recalls that the bully girl's boyfriend's father is the underboss of the Blue Snake Gang, which makes the situation potentially dangerous. While he is thinking this, the Beast Girl hands him some high-grade potions that the assassins had been carrying. When he examines them, the system identifies them as A-grade experience potions, and he realizes that with these potions, he might even reach level 12 before they arrive at the genius Kevin's town. He decides that he will return to his own world once he reaches level 12, eager to see his sister Karina. Fully recovered, he and the Beast Girl continue their journey. Along the way, they face a horde of minor monsters and even run into a field boss. They also encounter a party struggling to complete a quest, so our hero joins them and almost single-handedly finishes it, leveling up to 12 with a combat power of 16,000. After completing the quest, they reach the town where the genius lives. The Beast Girl suggests they rest for the night. At the inn, the innkeeper informs them that only a premium room is available. When they ask for 2 rooms, he apologizes and explains that only 1 room remains, asking if they are adventurers heading to the refining tournament hosted by the genius Incarnio. Our hero curiously asks what the refining tournament is, to which the innkeeper looks surprised, asking if they are truly adventurers who haven't heard of it, as the tournament is well known and has been held many times. The Beast Girl then explains that it is a large-scale alchemical refining event hosted by a renowned shaman, and mentions that the tournament features competitions, exhibitions, and the creation of many excellent potions, making it extremely popular among adventurers. She adds that she checked the schedule, and they will arrive on the first day of the tournament, giving them time to explore or shop for any necessary potions. The innkeeper then asks if they want to take the room, to which our boy feels a bit embarrassed at the thought of sharing a room with the Beast Girl, but she tells him that if he's okay with it, she is too. Suddenly, another blue shaman, the fox named Vincent, arrives with his girlfriend and claims the room. The innkeeper immediately greets him and agrees to give him the room, to which our hero feels frustrated and asks the fox if there isn't some order to who gets rooms first. The fox asks if the boy knows who he is, clearly stating that the last premium room is his. The beast girl protests that they arrived first and deserve the room, but the innkeeper interrupts, explaining that the fox is one of Genius's disciples and it's better not to cause any trouble. Hearing this, our hero still refuses to back down and orders the innkeeper to show them the way to the room, insisting that it belongs to them. The fox laughs and warns that if they keep acting this way, they won't be welcome in Carnio. Without hesitation, our boy throws him hard to the floor, to which his girlfriend and the innkeeper get stunned. He strides toward the room, and the beast girl hesitates, asking if he's sure about this, since this fix is the Genius's disciple. Our hero calmly replies that he treats people the way they treat him, as there's no reason to respect someone who disrespects him, even if they are the Genius's disciple or not. Later, as they rest in the room and the beast girl falls asleep, our hero activates the power of the ring to return to his original world. When he teleports back, he finds himself lying on his bed and notices that his sister is still sleeping peacefully. He recalls the moments when she looked sad before and when he sees her canes. He realizes that she has repaired them by herself. He realizes that she is incredibly strong and thinks that now he has become stronger too, and he will never let anyone bully her again. He vows that she will never have to suffer or feel unloved so miserably ever again. He adds that he will heal her legs properly and restore that joyful smile she once had. Then, he carefully stores the black armor disguise set into his inventory and notes that his gear from this world is still intact. He realizes that he needs to find opportunities to level it up, and now that he is back, he plans to tackle everything step by step. The next morning, as he and his sister head to school, she feels surprised by looking at him, noticing that he seems like a completely different person after just one night. He explains that he got a haircut and exercised a bit, to which she responds that he looks so grown up and even taller. Our hero assures her to take care of herself and stay in her classroom after school, making sure not to go anywhere else. As they talk, the bully girl Mina and her friend notice them, and they can't help but think that he looks surprisingly cool now. His sister feels a little scared around them, but our boy reassures her that nobody will bully her anymore, to which she thinks that maybe her brother has truly become a hero. As they move forward, the bully girl decides she will use her boyfriend's family connections to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, in the classroom, two guys talk to Rayleigh, who had previously started a fight with our hero, asking if he plans to play nice with him now since he had almost killed them before. The bully angrily orders them to shut their mouths, commenting that they only got into trouble because they underestimated that boy, and states that he himself is not afraid of him at all. His friends argue that they were waiting for that boy to beat him up, but he ended up defeating them instead, to which the bully dismisses it as carelessness. While they're talking, they suddenly notice our hero entering the classroom, and everyone realizes how completely different he looks now. Shortly after, the teacher addresses the class, announcing that the Future Star Tournament is coming soon, and asking if anyone wants to participate. She explains that this year, the tournament is a joint event with several nearby schools, and their school encourages everyone to participate as it's a chance for both the students and the school to shine. However, Rayleigh says the Future Star Tournament is meant for hero class students, and it's pointless for regular students to enter. He adds that ordinary students compete every year, but none ever win as the top spots always go to hero class students, so it's just a waste of time and an embarrassment. The other students also agree, but the teacher comments that this year's prizes are incredible. Even teachers would want to participate. Since the event is hosted by the Hero School Association, famous hero guilds are watching, and the association leaders themselves will attend, and the winner will receive a prize of 10 million yen. Hearing this, the students get stunned, and our hero's mind immediately goes to his own situation. He recalls borrowing 600,000 yen at high interest from the Blue Snake Gang, and if he wins, he can pay off the debt and move his sister to a better apartment with an elevator. He also considers the school's Hero Association, realizing he doesn't know much about the hero system, but if they notice him, he could even gain additional support. He realizes that money here is more useful than the gold coins from the other world, and both he and his sister need it to live a better life. While everyone else argues that it's pointless for regular students to enter, our hero raises his hand to declare that he will participate in the tournament. Rayleigh laughs, saying this boy has gotten arrogant just because he beat them once, and the other students mock him, insisting that this is a hero class students tournament and he has no chance. The teacher asks if he's serious about entering, to which he confirms. When the bully mocks him again, our hero challenges him to a bet that if he loses, the bully can do whatever he wants, but if he wins, everyone must stop acting high and mighty toward him. The bully says the whole class will be witnesses, warning him to do his best as they watch him embarrass himself. The teacher then says she will submit his entry form and explains that there will be a pre-tournament test for all participants that afternoon, which everyone entering must take. Our hero agrees, and after class, he goes to his sister who wishes him luck on the test, and he tells her he might pick her up late tonight so she doesn't have to go home alone. As they talk, some of the other girls notice how much more handsome this boy looks compared to before, and decide to ask his sister later if her brother has a girlfriend. When his sister returns to class, all the girls gather around her and start chatting. The two bully girls feel jealous, and Mina whispers to her friend that she heard this girl's brother is entering the Future Star Tournament. She adds that she already told Billy, who replied that his dad knows hero class students from other schools, so they might use this tournament as a chance to teach the boy a lesson. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, the principal explains that the Future Star Tournament is very important. Officially, it promotes interschool relations, but in reality, it serves as a power assessment for the Hero Union and major guilds. He adds that the strength of their top students reflects the school's overall power and affects how much support and funding they receive. He emphasizes that placing at least one student in the top 5 will guarantee the school receives full backing. Then the vice headmaster explains that all hero class students are automatically entered, while participation for regular students is optional. As expected, almost no regular students have signed up, which pleases the principal. He instructs the vice headmaster to ensure thorough preparations for this afternoon's test, as a Hero Association representative will be attending. The vice headmaster assures him everything will be ready. However, when he mentions that a regular class student named Tsuyoshi has applied to join the tournament, the principal gets surprised. At the pre-competition test area, many hero class students gather, and they talk among themselves about a regular class student participating this time. One girl asks if he really thinks he can compete with them, while a boy remarks that the student has no chance of passing anyway, calling the test just a simulation for semi-heroes. As they discuss, our hero arrives, and the teacher feels confused as to why a regular class student would even bother taking this test, considering it a waste of his time. On the second floor of the building, Suzuki, the chairman of the School Hero Association, arrives. The principal points out the hero class students and explains that the test will begin soon, hoping the students meet expectations. He tells the chairman that he is free to watch everything from here. He also instructs the vice headmaster to start the test. The vice headmaster sends a message to the teacher, who immediately begins the simulation, reminding the students of the test contents and instructing them to form their parties and enter the simulator. He shows them 3 machines and explains that these are basic level simulators for D-class mock exams, simulating E and F grade caves. He instructs the students to form their parties according to their assigned order and mentions that results will be displayed afterward, with a passing score set at 60 or above. Our hero tells the teacher that he didn't know they had to form parties. The teacher, thinking this boy probably can't pass anyway, says it's not a problem and tells him to wait, as his test will be done last. Just him alone. Meanwhile, the parties begin entering the simulators, and the chairman observes that this inspection is designed to identify outstanding semi-heroes. He reflects that the School Hero Association exists, so the Hero Union can recruit talent before other schools or factions get the chance. He also considers that during this time, powerful guilds compete to claim promising semi-heroes, and any slack could mean losing top candidates. Inside the simulator, the semi-heroes enter a forest-like area, noticing how realistic it feels. A message pops up, prompting them to choose their class and equipment before beginning the challenge. After some time, the students emerge from the simulators, and the machines display their results where many guys scored 72 and passed the test. Observing this, the chairman notes that the difficulty was F-class with a maximum score of 100. Most parties scored between 70 and 80, and no one scored above 90. He concludes that there are no exceptional semi-heroes in this school's hero class. He recalls that in recent years, the highest score in a 2-person E-class mock exam was 93 points. He thinks that if students can pass an E-class test, they can enter any hero school and high scores will attract the attention of major guilds, but true geniuses like that are extremely rare. He tells the principal that with just a bit of training, these students could have bright futures. When he asks if the test is over, the vice master mentions that one last student remains, the one from the regular class, to which the chairman gets surprised and insists they watch him carefully. At that moment, the teacher tells our hero to get ready while the other students mock him, suggesting that the simulator's dark forces might scare him. Our hero steps into the machine and finds himself in the forest. The system prompts him to select his class and equipment, but he comments that he already has everything he needs, so he just begins. As he draws his sword, a group of level 1 rabbits leaps at him, but he slices through them effortlessly. He reminds himself that his sister is waiting, so he needs to finish quickly. Within 6 minutes, he defeats the level 3 rabbit boss. The system notifies him that his abilities far exceed this test, and that he must now attempt the D-class mock exam. A new portal opens in front of him, and he steps through, noting that with his current level, there is no real difference between the D-class and F-class exams. Meanwhile, the other students grow restless, commenting that he hasn't emerged finished yet, as maybe he is scared of the monsters. The teacher is confused that 12 minutes have passed, while the chairman remarks that the principal should reward the boy for his bravery, given how much time he has taken inside. Finally, the machine signals the end of the test. Our hero emerges and the machine announces that he has passed with a perfect score of 100 in just 12 minutes. Everyone gets shocked, and the chairman asks if this student might actually be from the hero class. The others protest, saying it must be a mistake as no ordinary student could clear 2 exams in just 12 minutes. The results even show he completed the D-class exam, something they believe is impossible. Our boy says he doesn't know anything about that, and adds that as the test is over, he's going to pick up his sister. Before he can leave, the chairman calls him back. The vice master looks puzzled, muttering that the system was definitely set for a lower-level cave, and there's no way a D-class exam should have appeared. The chairman then asks him to describe the final boss, to which our hero explains that it was a level 6 dark wolf, fast but weak, so he just slashed it a few times and it went down. He steps forward by repeating that he needs to go pick up his sister, to which the chairman agrees, and orders the principal to allow this boy into the upcoming competition. At the same time, he instructs him to keep the results and everything that happened today strictly confidential. In his mind, he admits that this boy's words are true, as there was no mistake. The final boss of the D-class mock exam is indeed a level 6 dark wolf. That means this ordinary student cleared both the F-class and D-class mock exams in just 12 minutes, and with a perfect score, he realizes he has discovered something rare, a monster in human form, a genius unlike any other. From now on, he must keep an eye on this boy and make sure to recruit him into the Hero Association. On the day of the Future Stars tournament, all the students gather and talk about Kurozi and Sawahira high schools, both top-ranking schools known for their excellent academics. Rumors spread that many students from their hero classes are already strong enough to become real heroes. Then the announcer reminds everyone to register before entering the arena. When our hero introduces himself, the announcer advises him not to push too hard, warning that the hero class students are formidable opponents. At the same time, the chairman arrives and asks the principal if all the regular class students have been registered. The vice master confirms, adding that they should already be in the arena. The chairman realizes that this means Tsuyoshi is serious about the tournament. He worries that if large guilds and factions notice that boy, they might try to recruit him. The vice master then informs the principal that representatives from major guilds and factions have also arrived. The principal orders him to ensure that all guests are properly looked after. When the vice master mentions that both Kurozi and Sawahira high schools have sent their strongest students this year, the principal gets stunned and admits that while their school will do its best, it will be nearly impossible to win against such opponents. Then the announcer calls the students to the testing area, announcing that the practical ability test will begin soon. When the hero looks at the screen, he sees the rules. Participants must use minimal movement while maximizing their power. Each strike will be measured, showing a body score and a power score, both capped at 100. He quickly understands that the scores will reveal each student's true ability, and since machines handle the evaluation, cheating is impossible. The first student from Sawahira High steps up to the punching machine, where he has to strike the ball. Everyone watches closely, curious about his results. His punch earns him a 72 body score and a 74 power score, the highest they've seen so far, to which the crowd feels surprised. One after another, students from different schools take their turns, most earning solid results. But when it comes to Seishin Academy, our hero school, the scores are far lower. Students from other schools start mocking them, sneering that Seishin even brought along a regular student just to fill the numbers. Many representatives are seated, closely watching the tests. They believe that Kurozu and Sawahira schools have the strongest heroes, so they plan to add them to the list. But they don't feel good about Seishin School. The principal feels disappointed, while the chairman grows curious about how well Tsuyoshi will score. The classmates of our hero and his sister are also watching. They mock him for not showing up yet, saying he must be too embarrassed. When the bully girl makes a harsh comment about him, our hero's sister speaks up, saying she believes in her brother, to which the girl snaps back that she'll enjoy watching him fail. At this moment, a student from Sawahira High named Vince steps forward. He is level 4 with a combat power of 580. Everyone whispers that he will surely be the winner since he's the ace of his school. He strikes the testing ball with a punch, and the crowd gets shocked when the results show a body score of 86 and a power score of 90. Seeing this, the chairman thinks that this guy truly is the strongest and decides he wants to speak with him after the event. Next up is Boniface from Kurozu High School, a level 4 student with 620 combat power. When he punches the ball, his body score shows 89 and his power score 92. The others watch in amazement, saying he's on a whole different level and might be this year's winner. As the strongest contenders chat, our hero steps forward. Once again, the others mock him, but he ignores their words. He reminds himself to use the least movement possible while maximizing his strength. To do that, he decides to activate both his ultimate physique and the divine selection system. He channels the ultimate physique into just his index finger, boosting it by 600% while keeping the rest of his body completely calm. With a single strike of his finger against the ball, the entire machine shatters, and the ball shoots high into the air with incredible force, to which everyone around him gets completely shocked. The impact is so overwhelming that the machine can't even measure his score, as he may have gone beyond the limit of 100. Seeing this, our hero feels worried that this could be bad, as he might have to pay for the damage he just caused. Everyone looks confused, wondering if this boy really has such power. Some whisper that the machine must have malfunctioned, while others suggest he might have cheated. The guild representatives and students from other schools are also shocked, waiting to see what decision the school will make. The principal calls 2 men to check the machines, and meanwhile, the chairman studies the boy's hands. At first, he suspects the boy may have boosted his strength with some tool, but there are no signs of equipment or traces of cheating. Instead, he notices the boy's hands are covered in scars and hardened with calluses, unusual for someone so young. When the chairman asks about them, the boy calmly explains that he has been working part-time jobs for nearly 10 years just to survive. This revelation surprises the chairman more than anything. Soon after, the 2 inspectors report that the machine is fine and nothing was tampered with. They restore the data, confirming that the impact measured a perfect score of 100 points. Hearing this, everyone gets stunned, and some still insist that a strength capable of breaking the machine can only be the result of cheating. The principal looks troubled, unsure of what to do next, but the chairman assures him that, on behalf of the School Hero Association, he recognizes the boy's results. He personally confirms there are no signs of cheating, and declares that the boy has scored a full 100 points in both categories. Hearing this, a student from Kurozu School suddenly realizes he has never paid much attention to this boy, but now suspects he might be the one Billy asked him to target. He remembers that Billy's father is the young head of the Blue Snake Gang, a business partner of their school, so he must honor the request. At that moment, the announcer reveals the results that Tsuyoshi from Seishin High School is the winner of the round, taking first place. Our hero's sister gets amazed and can't resist mocking the 2 bully girls. This makes Mina furious, and she immediately messages her boyfriend, demanding to know why he hasn't taken action, to which her boyfriend replies that his friend from Kurozu School will handle the boy. The chairman then adds that our hero is the only student from Seishin High School to reach the top 10. He explains that the top 3 students will earn 10, 5, and 3 points, while the rest of the top 10 will each receive 1 point. The announcer calls out to all students, telling them to form parties for the next round. The second match is a team competition, a destruction race where groups will enter a mock dungeon and try to defeat as many darkness creatures as they can within 10 minutes. Excitement spreads through the crowd as everyone prepares. A teacher reminds our hero that according to the rules, he needs at least 3 members to form a team, otherwise he cannot take part in this round. Our boy decides it's fine to sit out since Seishin School is already in first place with 10 points. Meanwhile, the student from Kurozu School rallies his teammates, boasting that they have done this kind of training many times before. He claims they are the strongest team in their school, specially prepared for this exact situation, and that they will surely take the top spot. At the same time, the team from Sawahara School also gathers, determined to give their best. The Seishin School students form their own party as well, though they admit the other schools look powerful. They agree that their goal is to earn as many points as possible and secure a place in the top 10. With all preparations complete, the announcer signals the start of the match and orders the students to enter the simulator machine. Seeing our hero standing alone without a team, the bully and the others laugh, saying no one wants to partner with him. But our boy calmly thinks about how the ultimate star will be decided by the highest overall score, and that the player with the best performance in any match will also earn the title of MVP. Deciding to take it easy for this round, he sets his goal on becoming the MVP. If he can achieve high scores in the individual matches, the 10 million yen prize will be his. All the schools enter the machines and give their best. Sawahara School manages to defeat 48 creatures, while Kurozu School's team goes even further, slaying 62 monsters. The crowd is impressed, though the chairman thinks he had hoped to see Tsuyoshi shine. But in a team competition, he can't stand out as much. Then, the students from Seishin School emerge from the simulator after defeating 33 monsters in just 6 minutes, as one of them is injured. When they compare their results to the other schools, they get shocked to see they are behind. They quickly ask the organizers if they can continue, explaining that while one teammate is hurt, the remaining 2 are still able to fight. However, the organizer tells them that they cannot continue unless they have at least 3 members. Feeling discouraged, they suddenly notice Tsuyoshi standing quietly in the corner. They quickly ask him to join their team, needing only one more person, to which our hero agrees, and together they re-enter the simulator. With only 3 minutes left, the two teammates rush forward, attacking monsters as fast as they can. They tell our boy to help if he's able, but insist they can manage on their own since they only need to defeat 10 more monsters to secure a spot in the top 10. Our hero studies the monsters by using the Divine Eye skill and tells them to close their eyes, saying it will be better for them. Trusting him, they do as he says, and our hero draws his powerful sword from his inventory and equips the black armor disguise set. In a flash, he activates Ultimate Physique and unleashes his Thunder Chain Fall skill, and with a single devastating strike, 330 monsters get wiped out at once. When his teammates open their eyes, they get stunned that he achieved such destruction with just one blow. Soon after, all the teams exit the machines, and the results are announced that Seishin School claims first place once again with an overwhelming 330 monsters defeated. The chairman surprisingly asks if the boy really managed to defeat 300 monsters. The two teammates admit they have no idea what actually happened. They explain that this boy told them to close their eyes, and all they could sense afterward were flashes of light, thunder, and vibrations. When they opened their eyes, every monster in front of them had been wiped out by a single strike. Hearing this, the chairman realizes the truth that this boy is no ordinary student, but a monster-level genius who will one day shake the entire hero community. Meanwhile, the bullies are also completely surprised, unable to understand how the boy has taken first place again. Some of the students also claim that Seishin School must have tampered with the machines to secure victory. At that moment, a group of judges from an external school union approaches the principal. They explain that the record looks highly suspicious and request permission to examine the data. Confident that nothing dishonest has happened, the principal allows them to proceed. After reviewing everything carefully, the judges get confused as the data shows no sign of tampering or forced adjustments, which proves there was no cheating involved. The principal insists that Seishin School always competes fairly, yet he still struggles to understand how a 3-person team managed to score so high. At that moment, our hero steps forward and calmly suggests that if Seishin fails to take first place in any of the upcoming matches, the judges can treat their earlier result as cheating. But if they continue winning every event, then there should be no doubts or complaints. Hearing this, a student from Sawahara School remarks to his teammates that he originally thought the fight for first place would be between their schools. But now, after passing the hero test, they have been completely overshadowed. Even so, he admits that facing someone this confident is strangely exciting. The judges accept our hero's proposal, and the next events begin. Long jump, short sprint, and disc throw. In each competition, our boy easily takes first place, relying on his ultimate physique skill. The crowd watches in disbelief as he breaks record after record with overwhelming power. Meanwhile, Mina's boyfriend stands at the entrance, scowling as he watches the results. Getting frustrated, he quickly sends a message to his friend Boniface, warning him that the final event is coming up and urging him to take action. By now, the top students from the other schools are completely exhausted, realizing just how impossible it is to compete against Tsuyoshi. When Boniface reads the message, he grows worried, knowing there isn't much he can do. Then he suddenly remembers the P2P mental interference device that Billy's father secretly gave him. He decides this is the moment to use it against the boy. Actually, the item releases a powerful shockwave into the target's mind, causing unbearable headaches for a short time. It's extremely dangerous and strictly banned from circulation. Meanwhile, the announcer declares the final event of the day, the tug-of-war lift. In this match, 3 players from each school must pull ropes with pure strength to lift a female student to the top. Once she reaches the bell and rings it, she must then lower her school's banner to claim victory. A teacher approaches our hero, explaining that the principal wants him to compete in this event too, so Seishin can secure first place once again. Our boy replies that he doesn't have a female student for the lift, to which the teacher reassures him not to worry, and quickly announces to the crowd that they need a volunteer to partner with Tsuyoshi for the match. Instantly, many girls step forward, eager to help, but they also get nervous, unsure if they can truly support him in reaching first place. At this moment, our hero's sister gets ready to help him, but another girl quickly stops her, reminding her that her legs are still injured. Then Mina, the bully, suddenly gets an idea. She decides to volunteer, planning to sabotage the match. Even if Seishin fails, she can make it look like the boy's fault instead of hers. When the teacher brings her over, our hero gets surprised to see her and asks why she came. She sweetly claims she volunteered because no one else wanted to. Together, they head to the stage and she climbs onto the lift, pretending she wants to help him secure first place, but her intentions are far from genuine. Our hero, seeing through her act, simply ignores her. Meanwhile, the other teams prepare for the match. Boniface feels angry, determined not to let this boy win so easily. Assistants double-check the ropes for safety, and soon the announcer signals the start of the final event, to which the competitors begin pulling with all their strength. Our hero knows that with his ultimate physique, he could finish this in an instant, but moving too quickly would look suspicious. So he decides to build his strength gradually, planning to secure first place at the very end. Watching him, Boniface comes to a clear decision. He no longer cares about winning for himself, as his only mission now is to make sure this boy does not take first place. As the match continues, the competitors strain with all their strength, each lift feeling heavier by the second. However, the Sawahara team seems to handle it with ease. At that moment, our hero quietly activates his ultimate physique and decides to keep a steady pace, planning to accelerate only at the very end and overtake everyone in one final push. Mina, watching his calm expression, grows irritated. Determined to make things harder, she starts bouncing on the lift to add extra weight. The assistants quickly warn her to stop, telling her it's dangerous, but she ignores them. Her boyfriend, watching from the crowd, feels satisfaction at her antics. Yet when she looks down at our hero, she gets surprised as despite her efforts, he remains calm. Our hero asks if she is done causing trouble, to which she feels like he might truly kill her if she continues. At this moment, Boniface decides it's time. Before the event began, he secretly locked the device onto our hero as the target. Now, as he presses the switch, he thinks that things are about to get interesting, and suddenly strange waves of radiation spread through the arena. Every student is hit with a crushing headache, including Boniface himself. When the radiation reaches our hero, his mental protection activates on its own, shielding him from the worst effects. All around him, the students collapse in pain and their hands slip from the ropes, to which the lifts immediately begin to fall. The crowd panicked, and the principal urgently orders others to rush in and help, but it's already too late. In an instant, our hero leaps into action. He grabs the rope of Mina's lift before it can crash down, realizing that if he only saves her, the other girls will still be in danger, so he pushes his body to the limit. Activating ultimate physique in his legs, he runs at incredible speed, catching every rope one by one until all the falling lifts are in his grasp. The entire arena gets shocked as none of the lifts touch the ground, but our hero feels the immense pressure of their combined weight. Each lift alone weighs 50 kilograms, not including the girls riding them. He activates ultimate physique into his arms as well, and with a mighty push of strength he holds them steady, leaving the crowd stunned as they whisper in disbelief about his inhuman power. The workers rush in and quickly grab the ropes from our hero's hands, but our boy refuses to let go of his own rope, as he is determined to secure first place with his lift alone. Mina, watching from above, also surprises, and the others, impressed by his determination, call out their support and wish him luck. Summoning the last of his strength, our hero pushes himself harder and raises the lift all the way to the top. By the time they reach there, he gets fully exhausted, and when the girl looks at him, she feels grateful as he not only saved her, but also the other girls. With rare sincerity, she rings the bell and lowers the banner. From the crowd, her boyfriend gets angry at her choice, but our hero feels a quiet relief as for once, she has helped him instead of trying to bring him down. The arena erupts in cheers as the announcer declares that Tsuyoshi has once again secured first place for Seishin School. The guild and faction representatives remark that it has been a long time since they've seen such a genius, and they insist that no other faction should be allowed to snatch him away. Meanwhile, a guard from the Blue Snake Gang reports to his boss that this boy has been troubling the young master, and even the earlier commotion was caused by a tool the young master handed to one of the participants. Hearing this, the boss feels uneasy, realizing how powerful the boy is. He decides to head home, muttering that he must discuss the matter with the young master. At the same time, the chairman congratulates the principal, saying not only has his school won the championship, but he has also produced an extraordinary hero. As they talk with joy, a worker rushes in with a report. He explains that one of the participants was found with a P2P mental interference device, and it seems this was the cause of the earlier disturbance. The revelation shocks both the chairman and the principal, and the worker reveals that it was Boniface from Kurozu School who brought the device. The chairman immediately instructs him to continue the investigation, while he himself will contact Kurozu School directly. Then our hero arrives, and the principal greets him by calling him the star of Seishin School. He praises his incredible performance, and declares that from now on, the school will cover all tuition fees and expenses for him and his sister. Our boy politely thanks him, but insists he doesn't need any special treatment. The chairman then invites him to join the elite hero team. He explains that there has never been a case of a high schooler joining before, but he has the talent and qualifications to make history. As the future star champion, he will also receive prize money and a private unit in the #1 hero mansion. Hearing this, our boy gets amazed that he has even been granted a mansion. Meanwhile, Mina is walking away when her boyfriend suddenly drags her to a secret spot and angrily demands to know why she helped that boy when she was supposed to bring him down. She tells him that the boy saved her and everyone else, and without him, she would likely be lying in a hospital bed. Her boyfriend snaps at her again with disrespectful words, but she pushes him back and orders him to stay away from her, to which he raises his hand to slap her. But then suddenly our hero arrives there and grabs the guy's hand, saying he didn't want to get involved. But now that he knows the truth, he has no choice. He slams the bully to the ground and demands if he realizes what he was about to do, as it was a matter of life and death. The bully comments that he is the son of the young head of the Blue Snake Gang, but our hero responds with a hard punch to his face, sending him back. Taking the chance, the bully quickly runs away. At that moment, Mina's friend comes there and gets shocked to see our hero there. Our boy turns to Mina and tells her that even though she helped him in the final event, she shouldn't expect his thanks, as he still hasn't forgiven her for what she did to his sister. As he walks away, she calls out to him, and by kneeling down, she apologizes for all the sins she has done. She tells her friend to apologize as well, but our hero says that even if they apologize, it doesn't erase the fact that they bullied his sister and caused her injury. He asks if cutting them and then apologizing would heal their wounds, which makes the girl feel guilty. After that, he tells them to stand up, saying he has heard their apology. He then heads to the locker room to change his clothes, thinking that now he can go home with his sister. In his mind, he's already looking forward to tomorrow, when they'll finally have the prize money and the mansion. He imagines the mansion having an elevator, something his sister would surely love. Just then, the door bursts open, and Rayleigh enters with his allies. Our hero wonders if they're here to fight again, but instead, the guy and the others kneel before him and apologize for treating him like a lackey all this time. Feeling surprised, our hero realizes that today, everyone is apologizing to him. Outside the school gate, everyone walks alongside him with respect, admiring how incredible he is. His sister, watching the scene, proudly remarks that her brother is really popular. Suddenly, Mina rushes over and warns him to run because Billy is coming with his gang. At that moment, Billy pushes her aside and glares at him, declaring that without his father, he now has plenty of allies to rely on. Seeing this, Rayleigh grows worried and asks our hero if he truly has such a powerful enemy. Still, he quickly adds that since he respects Tsuyoshi, he is willing to stand by his side in this fight. But our boy tells him not to get involved. Instead, he asks him to watch over his sister while he handles everything himself. Deciding there is no reason to keep hiding his true identity, he declares that he is a hero and suddenly transforms into his hero form. The bullies get shocked, but Billy shouts at them, promising double payment if they fight. A few of his men charge forward, but our hero swipes them away effortlessly. The bully orders all of his allies to attack at once. One of them strikes our boy with an iron rod, but to everyone's shock, the rod bends while our hero remains completely unharmed. He responds with a powerful punch that sends the attacker crashing into Billy, to which everyone gets stunned. As more bullies gather, he realizes their numbers are growing. He grabs an iron rod himself and summons the lightning strikes from the sky. On top of the building, two men watch the scene. They are heroes as well, and the older one, Dane from the Final Glory Guild, remarks that this boy must be the most gifted D-rank hero they've ever seen, and they should recruit him into their guild. The second man, Sandor from the Dragon Keeper faction, says their faction has not fought over talent in a long time, but this time they will not back down. He adds that during this boy's awakening test, there was a strange data anomaly, as the entire area suffered a blackout, proof that his talent is far beyond ordinary. The old man remarks that this boy has already made waves this year by winning the Future Star event, and even now preventing a major accident. He adds that with the Supernova tournament approaching, this is exactly the kind of talent everyone is looking for. He explains that this year's tournament will be more intense than ever, with rankings directly tied to resource distribution, and even the Hero Alliance is sending their strongest rookies. In other words, every guild and faction with Supernova eligibility is desperately searching for promising talents. Satisfied that they have confirmed the boy's abilities, the old man casts his magic and disappears. The other man comments that he will make sure to meet this boy personally, then flies off as well by using his wings. Meanwhile, when the lightning attack crashes into the bullies, they feel much pain and collapse to the ground. Our hero steps toward Billy, who is trembling in fear. He firmly orders him to leave immediately and never show his face here again, to which the bully agrees and runs away. Turning back, our boy thanks Mina for her help, and the other guys insist that he should team up with them, saying they would be unstoppable together. But our hero tells them to head home for now. After that, he walks home with his sister, who says he has gotten so strong that even his classmates are jealous. He tells her that since their team won, the school's Hero Association president is rewarding them with a bonus of 10 million yen and even an apartment. She gets shocked to hear this, and he adds that if the apartment has an elevator, she won't have to struggle with the stairs every day. She thanks him for always thinking about her, but he simply says that she's his sister, and taking care of her is his responsibility. As they continue talking, the chairman suddenly appears and comments that he wanted to meet him sooner and also discuss the upcoming supernova tournament. He takes the chairman to his home and offers him tea. When the chairman asks if he lives here with his sister, our boy explains that ever since their parents passed away, it has just been the two of them. He mentions how the stairs are always difficult for his sister because of her legs, then asks if the new mansion has an elevator. The chairman confirms and even suggests they can move in right away since the mansion is already fully equipped. But our hero assures him, saying they should wait until they are fully prepared. When the chairman asks about his sister's condition, the boy explains that years ago, she was attacked by darkness. Their parents died in the same incident, and both of her legs were crushed. With 98% of her nerve cells damaged, the chance of her walking again is almost zero. Still, he adds that his sister is strong and keeps living her life to the fullest. The chairman apologizes for bringing up painful memories, but then tells him that next month, the Golden Rebirth Elixir will be up for auction, and with it, there may be hope for his sister's recovery. Our hero gets shocked to hear about the item, as it's a rare treasure that can restore lost body functions. But the chairman explains that there are 2 strict requirements to enter the auction. First, he must hold at least a C-rank hero status. Second, he needs a minimum of 1 billion yen, since every auction sets tough conditions based on power and status. The chairman continues, saying he can qualify for C-rank by placing in the top 3 of the upcoming supernova tournament. If he achieves that, he can apply for promotion. However, as for the funds, even the chairman himself cannot provide that much support. He then hands over the prize money our hero earned from the event. Holding the money, our boy thinks that wealth isn't everything, but right now, it's something he needs the most. He feels troubled, wondering how to gather such a huge sum, when suddenly he remembers the potions from the other world. His original world may have convenient capsules, but the potions there are far more powerful. If he can somehow recreate those otherworldly potions here, he might just be able to earn 1 billion yen within a single month. He asked the chairman if placing in the top 3 of the supernova tournament would allow him to apply for C-rank hero status. The chairman confirms and explains that the supernova tournament is a major event for rising C-rank and D-class heroes. It draws a lot of attention, with guilds and factions, including their own hero alliance, sending their most talented newcomers. He adds that strong performances also increase influence in the distribution of dungeon resources. Hearing this, our boy immediately requests permission to join, but the chairman warns that it is dangerous, since it is not a simple school competition. But the boy doesn't hesitate. He just asks where to register, declaring he is ready for anything. The chairman directs him to the Hero Alliance headquarters, and when they arrive, the boy looks around in amazement and asks why the chairman brought him here. The chairman replies that it is a matter of mutual benefit. As the head of the school's Hero Association, he is under pressure to deliver results. He explains that it has been a year since they discovered any truly promising talent. Meanwhile, powerful factions and guilds outside offer exceptional treatment to young heroes, and many dislike the strict rules of organizations like theirs, preferring the freedom those groups provide. Hearing this, our boy assures the chairman that he will do his best and won't let him down. They then head to the registration office, where the receptionist informs him clearly that he doesn't currently meet the requirements to enter the supernova tournament. The chairman mentions that he thought one of the 3 spots was still open. The receptionist confirms that 1 spot remains, but explains that this boy lacks the necessary records in the system to qualify. She adds that to participate, he must have placed in the top 3 in at least 2 public dungeons. After checking earlier, she notes that aside from a single test dungeon, he has no other qualifying records, so he does not meet the conditions. The chairman grows concerned, realizing he had forgotten this detail. He comments that the tournament is only a week away, but the public dungeons are extremely difficult, making it nearly impossible to clear them in time. When our hero asks what they mean, the chairman explains that there are 6 public dungeons, 3 C rank, 2 D rank, and 1 B rank dungeon, which is the toughest. To qualify for the supernova tournament, he and his party must secure a top 3 placement in any 2 of these public dungeons. He adds that there isn't much time left, since forming a party also takes time, so participation seems impossible. But the boy confidently assures him that he will secure a top 3 placement in at least 2 public dungeons before the tournament. The receptionist calls him a fool, insisting it's impossible. The boy simply leaves, telling her to keep that last spot open for him, as she'll see soon enough whether he's a fool or not. At that moment, he receives a system notification that the boundless passage has activated. Feeling pleased, he decides to head to the other world to collect the formulas and level up to 15 before returning. When he teleports, he finds himself in bed next to the Beast Girl. He thinks to himself that he will conquer all 6 dungeons on his own. Suddenly, the system warns him that he cannot stay in the other world for more than 3 days. Exceeding that limit will make it permanently impossible to return to his original world. He calculates that he has 72 hours, realizing that going from level 12 to 15 in that time will be tough, but he knows he has to make it work. The next morning, when the Beast Girl wakes up, he tells her that things are about to get busy. She agrees and says she'll start preparing for departure immediately. After that, they walk through the bustling town, and he comments on how lively it is as always. She mentions that recently, the genius Kevin has been hosting a refining tournament with extravagant prizes, attracting young shamans and adventurers seeking rare medicine. When he asks about the prizes, she explains that 3rd place receives a basic potion formula, 2nd place comes with an apprenticeship, a normal potion formula, and a level-up potion formula, while 1st place grants becoming the genius's direct disciple, 1 basic potion formula, and 2 level-up potion formulas. She adds that a single basic potion formula can sell for 300 gold coins. He realizes that if he can collect enough formulas, he could easily make 10 billion yen back in his original world. He tells her he will enter the refining tournament and aim for 1st place, since he can't just shamelessly beg the genius for the formulas. He leads her forward to register, and she thinks that their plans might be delayed once again. When they reach the entrance, the same cat girl Foolin, who once competed with our hero in the potion-making contest, blocks his way. She asks what he's doing here, and our hero ignores her, which makes her even angrier. She reminds him that she was the one who stood by him during the shaman exam and lost 1st place because of him. He calmly assures her and asks where he should register for the refining tournament. She warns him that this tournament is different from the exam, mentioning that even her senior, a talented blue shaman, is participating this time. Our hero ignores her warnings and steps forward with the Beast Girl to register, leaving the cat girl feeling frustrated. At that moment, the fox beastman Vincent appears and immediately gets angry at our hero. The cat girl explains that this fox is her senior, who then calls over some allies, preparing to attack our hero. The cat girl pleads with him to stop, insisting that this human isn't a villain, but the fox orders her to stay silent and says she disappointed their master during the examination and now takes this human side, so he intends to deal with both of them together. Seeing the situation escalate, our hero also prepares himself for a fight. He tells the Beast Girl to stay out of the fight, warning her that she'll only get her hands dirty facing someone like this. As he pulls his weapon from the system, another figure appears, Gillette, a pig beastman, and a level 18 berserker. He comments that the fox's enemies are his enemies too, so he's joining the fight. The fox agrees, giving him permission, and even joking that he can do whatever he wants with the half-beast girl. But the pig says that he isn't interested in her, but finds the little cat girl amusing to mess with. The cat girl protests that she'll report this to their master, but the fox assures her he'll handle the master later. The pig beastman lunges at them, and our hero reassures the girl that he won't let them escape. He leaps forward as well, striking the pig with a powerful blow from his sword. The pig beastman immediately feels the overwhelming force, and when our hero activates ultimate physique to push him even further down, everyone watching gets stunned. Even the fox realizes that the pig can't even lay a finger on this human boy. At that moment, the pig beastman decides to unleash his full power, even if it costs him his life. He activates a devastating skill, creating massive destruction and pushing our hero back slightly. Seeing the danger, our hero quickly forms an isolated area around them and uses the thunderous ambush attack, dashing behind the pig to deliver a fatal strike. The pig realizes he can't dodge it and thinks this may be the end. Suddenly, a strange blue flame collides with our hero, which nullifies his skill. Feeling surprised, he sees the genius Kevin, a level 36 red shaman standing nearby. The genius says the tournament is about to start and they need to stop causing a scene. Actually, the blue flame came from the genius who scolds the fox beastman and the cat girl for bringing shame to the shamans. The fox beastman immediately apologizes, and the genius turns to the other fighters, including the pig, who quietly retreat. The genius then asks the cat girl why she is here, since she failed the shaman examination. She explains that she is guiding the human shaman who defeated her in the exam to the refining tournament. At this moment, our hero hands the genius the recommendation letter and explains that he came with a recommendation from President Doug. He heard about the refining tournament and thought he'd give it a try. The genius reads the letter and immediately notices that this boy has lingering issues with his body. He comments that since his respected senior Doug recommended him, he will handle him with care. He tells our hero to follow him and orders the fox beastman to prepare the tournament materials. Our hero then notices the beast girl isn't showing up, and the genius points out that the letter mentions the boy was afflicted by darkness and uses forbidden elixirs to manage the symptoms. He asks if he has been refining some special potion to maintain both his mental and physical strength under these conditions. Our hero explains that his body might have been naturally resilient, or maybe he was just lucky not to be fully consumed before taking on the challenge. When he adds that he ventured into the dark area alone, the genius gets surprised. He continues, saying he is a warrior, but at that time he had a request from President Doug. Since the shaman examination was happening, he decided to give it a try. The genius becomes even more stunned, realizing the boy defeated the cat girl so easily. He asks how much the boy has studied potion refining and who his mentor is. Our hero replies that he has no mentor and hasn't formally studied it, to which the genius confuses, suspecting this boy might be a genius even greater than himself. He realizes he cannot allow the existence of someone more talented than him. The genius tells him that perhaps the president mentioned his control over the laws of earth and wind. He adds that the potion he plans to refine can harness those laws and might be able to purge the darkness from his body. He leads him to his refining chamber, filled with countless medicinal herbs. He proudly explains that he loves collecting these items and knows more about herbs than anyone else. When our hero notices the refining platform and asks if it also boosts refining effects, the genius realizes this boy doesn't even recognize premium herbs or understand the value of a high-quality platform. He takes a small bowl and says he needs a drop of his blood to examine his condition. Our hero agrees, and as the genius channels a blue wind magic over the blood, he gets surprised to detect traces of darkness in the boy's body. He notes that if this darkness had entered an ordinary adventurer, they would have long lost their sanity, but this boy remains completely fine. He explains that now, potions alone won't be enough. He must use the power of the laws to purge the darkness from his body. As he channels his magic along the boy's back, he feels a burning pain, and the genius warns him that the aura is extremely stubborn and he'll need to inject even more power. The boy endures the pain, and as the genius intensifies the magic, the agony grows, but the hero activates his ultimate physique, which gives him some relaxation. The genius gets surprised to see a strange power within the boy resisting the laws. Realizing this human could cause trouble later, he discreetly places a magical mark on him, a precaution that would allow the genius to neutralize him if necessary. After finishing, he declares that every trace of darkness has been erased and asks how he feels. Our hero feels much better, but curiosity strikes him. He knows the genius wielded the 12th law of the legendary ruin laws and wonders what the first law might be. He offers the genius some gold coins, but the genius refuses, saying that since the president recommended him, he can't accept payments. He then asks if the boy plans to join the refining tournament, and when our boy confirms, the genius says that ranking first in the shaman examination already qualifies him. He adds that the tournament is about to start, so no special preparation is needed, but he won't go easy on him just because of the recommendation. Summoning his uniform with magic, he heads out, telling the boy to show his full talent in the tournament. Afterward, the cat girl guides our boy to the main venue, where the crowd is already gathered. She tells him that his registration is complete, and asks if the woman who came with him has abandoned him. The boy explains that she likely has other business to attend to, which is why she isn't here. The cat girl then warns him that the participants are confident young shamans and adventurers, and this tournament won't be as simple as the basic assessments he faced before. Her senior blue shamans are also competing, so it will be a valuable experience for him. When he asks if she is participating, she rejects by saying that her master told her she couldn't enter since she didn't achieve first place in the examination. She then leads him to the refining platform she has prepared for him, explaining that it's hers, so he shouldn't break it and must clean it after the tournament. She also tells him that the tournament is an elimination-style competition, so half the participants will be knocked out in the first round. Some nearby beastmen mock him, but the cat girl reassures him to ignore them, as the presence of a human here is already unusual. As she goes over the final details, he thanks her for her guidance, and just then, the announcer calls for the start of the first match, the herb examination. As all the other participants focus on examining their tables, a blue shaman named Drax, who actually looks kind of red, observes quietly and thinks to himself that this isn't just a simple contest of picking ingredients. It's a test of judgment, and a great shaman must have exceptional discernment. Scanning the competitors, he realizes that only a handful of blue shamans might even come close to challenging him, and the greatest threat is likely the Fox Beastman, the genius Kevin's disciple. Drax considers the Fox Beastman's skill in final refinement. The disciple must have been taught countless secrets by Kevin, making him a formidable opponent. Other than him, no one else poses a real challenge. While he is thinking this, our hero accidentally bumps into him, to which he scowls in anger, but our boy quickly apologizes, explaining that he was distracted while trying to find his place. By looking at him, the blue shaman recognizes that this is the human everyone's been talking about, a warrior rather than a shaman. At that moment, the fox beastman steps forward and tells him that this human boy is only here because of his connection with the genius, to which Drax comments that it's a shame the boy relies on connections to participate. Hearing this, our hero comments that if this weren't a public venue, he would have punched him already, but he simply steps forward. Then the announcer girl begins explaining the rules that they will announce the name of a potion, and the participants must identify the ingredients needed to make it and collect them within the time limit. Failing to gather the ingredients on time results in disqualification, and the participants will be scored based on the quality of the ingredients they choose. As several girls carry buckets filled with ingredients to their tables, the cat girl stands in the corner, worried about our hero. She knows this isn't like the previous shaman exam, as this time, skilled blue shamans are competing as well. Meanwhile, a senior named Conte, a level 33 red shaman, an old beastman, sits beside the genius Kevin. He remarks that he's glad his disciple Drax is participating in the competition. The genius replies that he simply wants to give talented shamans the opportunity to showcase their skills. The old beastman then asks about the fox beastman, and the genius comments that he certainly has talent, but what matters is whether he can demonstrate it in the tournament. The old beastman adds that he's heard a human participant is joining this time, to which the genius confirms, explaining that the boy, Tsuyoshi, comes recommended by the president. He explains that this boy is a warrior who has never trained as a shaman, yet he not only took the shaman exam as a human, but also defeated the cat girl to claim first place. Hearing this, the old beastman grows curious to see what the boy will do in this tournament. Meanwhile, our hero studies the buckets and realizes that half of the participants will be eliminated in the first round, which is the ingredient picking stage. He notes that each potion requires multiple ingredients, so he must select the right ones from several buckets. Rushing to grab random items or wasting time searching will mean disqualification. Thinking this through, he decides it's the perfect moment to use his skill, the Divine Eye. The announcer girl reveals the first potion, the Beginner Cooling Potion. Participants rush to the buckets to collect ingredients, but our hero activates his Divine Eye, instantly identifying the 3 required items: Fire Spirit Grass, Wood Core, and Withered Vine. He also notices the crowd around the buckets, realizing it will be difficult to grab the ingredients, and sees that the Fox Beastman and Drax have already collected theirs with ease. He decides to demonstrate the strength of a warrior, so he activates his Thunderous Ambush attack skill, plunging the surroundings into darkness. The other participants are stunned by the sudden display, and our hero quickly moves in front of a participant picking ingredients from a bucket. Canceling the ambush attack, he reactivates his Divine Eye, instantly identifying the highest quality ingredient. When he picks it up, the old beastman and even the genius look surprised. Using the skill, he efficiently collects the remaining 2 ingredients as well. The announcer girl then stops everyone as the time is up, and orders the inspectors to inspect the quality of the ingredients to determine who advances to the second round and who is disqualified. As they examine each participant's selections, many are disqualified for picking the wrong items. When they reach Drax, he passes by, earning a score of 84 out of 100 for ingredient quality. When the inspectors check the Fox Beastman, they give him a score of 94, and the genius remarks that his disciple is likely to take first place this round. Next, they move to our hero to check his ingredients, but they get stunned when the inspection device malfunctions. After a moment, they announce that all his ingredients are correct, awarding him a perfect score of 100 out of 100. The genius and the others get completely shocked that a human boy could achieve full marks. Our hero feels good, knowing his Divine Eye skill analyzed everything flawlessly, and he eagerly looks forward to the next event. The analyzer announces again that there is no mistake in the scoring. The old beastman wonders how skilled this boy really is, and the genius grows curious about him as well. The girl then explains that the second round is the refining tournament for an intermediate invisibility potion, and orders all participants back to their platforms. At that moment, the cat girl approaches the boy and explains that this round tests a shaman's most important skills and qualities. She asks where his staff is for refining the potion, and he admits he forgot it. Feeling angry, she quickly hands him her own staff, and he thanks her for the help. The announcer then states that they have only 30 minutes to crush the ingredients and complete the potion in a single attempt. All participants look worried, knowing the time is tight. The old beastman worries, but the genius remarks that anyone aiming to win a refining tournament should be able to handle this, and he becomes even more curious about how the human boy will manage. The girls hand out the ingredients and the competition begins. Some participants rush angrily and end up ruining their own ingredients. Watching this, Drax mutters that even shamans can be idiots, but he and the Fox Beastman start carefully. Drax knows that crushing the ingredients means grinding them into powder using one's own mana, and the stronger and more precise the mana control, the finer the result. Observing the Fox Beastman, he realizes that his mana must be over 1,000, while Drax's own mana is only 880. The old Beastman is impressed and comments that the genius must have hidden some of his talent, but the genius notes that the Fox's mental fortitude still needs work. As they talk, they suddenly remember the human boy and look for him, only to find him standing on the table, not doing anything. They worry that he won't finish the potion in time. Meanwhile, our hero quietly studies the mana capacities of both the Fox and Drax, figuring out what grade of potion they are likely to create. Then the Catgirl orders him to start immediately, reminding him that he can't win by just standing there. Our hero begins the task, but as his mana spreads around him, the others laugh. It barely reaches 600, far below what a shaman would need. Being a warrior, he simply doesn't have much mana. Even the genius realizes he had overestimated this boy's potential because his mana is quite low. Meanwhile, Drax decides to use the special skill his teacher taught him for the tournament. Activating advanced mana amplification, his mana capacity jumps to 1,180. Waves of power ripple around him, drawing gasps from the spectators. They comment that with this, he can produce a B-grade intermediate invisibility potion. As expected, he successfully creates the potion, and the old Beastman mutters that he won't let the genius take first place so easily. However, the genius is already prepared for situations like this. Silently, he signals the Fox Beastman to demonstrate his true ability, ready to show everyone the level of skill he is capable of. At that moment, the Fox Beastman activates the law of the earthly phoenix flame. Strong blue flames swirl around him, and he remembers his teacher's instructions to add this flame during the fusion stage. Now, there's no way he can lose. His mana surges to 1,430, and he easily creates an A-grade potion to which everyone gets stunned. Watching this, our hero realizes that both Drax and the Fox have been holding back their true techniques. He also understands that if he restrains himself, he won't even be able to surpass an A-grade potion, so he activates his ultimate physique to boost his mana. Instantly, overwhelming waves of power ripple around him, pushing his mana capacity beyond 9,000, and the system alerts him that with this extraordinary energy, he can create an S-grade potion. Everyone around him gets completely shocked as just moments ago, his mana was only at an average level, and now it has suddenly skyrocketed. The Fox Beastman realizes that even the laws of earth and wind couldn't produce such an effect. Suddenly, a lightning dragon descends from the sky, summoned by our hero's power. Even the genius gets stunned, recognizing it as an A-grade supernatural phenomenon. As our hero concentrates on creating the potion, the dragon moves closer. The old Beastman warns that this is a divine lightning punishment, and anyone unprepared would suffer immense damage. The genius adds that the rarity and difficulty of S-grade potion refining come from this challenge, as refiners need extraordinary skill, massive mana, and the ability to endure the divine punishment triggered during the process. At that moment, the system informs our hero that he can use the Divine King's hammer to absorb all the incoming lightning strikes. Feeling confident, he summons the hammer from the system. Instantly, it absorbs every strike, and a powerful aura spreads across the sky. Putting the hammer back into the system, our hero turns his full focus to the potion. Using the staff, he carefully stores the S-grade potion in the bottle. The genius feels strange, thinking that even he could only create such a potion by fully using the laws of earth and wind, and he can't understand how this boy managed it. Suddenly, the old Beastman leaps toward our hero using his flying skill. He tells the genius to come with him, insisting that he must check the boy as he must have cheated. The others agree, but the Catgirl protests, saying that he already proved his abilities during the shaman examination, so cheating is impossible. However, the announcer insists that the genius has the right to verify it for himself. Our hero calmly allows them, saying they can do whatever they need, as he has simply used his true power like anyone else. The old Beastman prepares to test him, activating the magic on his staff and ordering our hero to release his mana. He realizes that if he can't maintain his amplified mana, they will assume he cheated. He activates his ultimate physique to the fullest, pushing his mana capacity to its absolute maximum. As he releases his mana through the staff, a brilliant light erupts, so intense that even the old Beastman's staff shatters. Then our hero asks if they are satisfied now. The genius apologizes for doubting him and admits he has never seen anyone with such ability before. Turning to the old Beastman, he declares that there is no need to question the boy's performance, as the S-grade potion he created is more than enough to make him the tournament's winner. He addresses the other participants, saying that if anyone has objections, they can bring them directly to the boy. Everyone agrees with the genius's decision, who officially announces the boy as the champion. The Catgirl gets amazed, realizing he has done something extraordinary. Yet the genius feels a surge of jealousy, thinking to himself that he will use all his connections and power to ensure this boy cannot leave the city alive. After the tournament, the cat girl hands our hero a box, saying it's the prize for winning. When he opens it, the system informs him that it contains formulas for 3 potions: a basic potion, a level-up potion, and an advanced potion. Feeling excited, he realizes that with these formulas, he could make a fortune in his original world, and even cover the 1 billion yen entrance fee for the auction on his own. The cat girl then asks if he is sure about turning down the chance to become the genius's disciple. She points out that with his talent and mana capacity, studying under the genius could make him an incredible shaman. Our hero replies that he is a warrior and has his own path. When she asks if he is really leaving, he explains that now that his body is healed, he will rest for a while, meet up with the beast girl, and then set off. He also reminds himself that he needs to return to his original world now that he has the potion formulas. The cat girl curiously asks why he keeps mentioning that beast girl and what his relationship with her is, to which he answers that she is his friend and comrade. Hearing this, the cat girl asks him to meet her before he leaves, saying she has something to give him, and then she walks away. Our hero heads to his in-room and examines the Ring of the Infinite. The system warns him that due to unstable debugging, he can't stay in this world for more than 3 days, and he also can't use the boundless passage again until 3 days have passed in his original world, to which he realizes he needs to act carefully. Storing the prize box in his inventory, he activates the boundless passage and returns to his original world to earn the 1 billion yen. Upon arrival, the chairman escorts him and his sister to the luxurious apartment he won in the tournament. The chairman assures them they can live comfortably there, and when he asks about additional arrangements, our hero requests one of the rooms be converted into a small laboratory so he can start experimenting with potions. The chairman feels surprised but agrees, promising it will be ready by the afternoon with all necessary equipment. Afterward, our hero heads to the Blue Snake Gang to return their money, but a group of bodyguards blocks him at the entrance. He tells the guards that he has business with the Blue Snake Gang, but they refuse to let him in. Just then, a few men come out from inside and greet him politely. As he looks at one of them, he realizes it's the same person he had beaten up before, yet now he speaks kindly. The man leads him to the boss's office, and when he enters, he sees 2 others sitting with the boss. He also notes that the boss is level 24 with 14,100 combat power. Our hero shows the boss the money he brought to repay them. The boss tells him he doesn't need to be so formal and could have sent it through someone else. He introduces the 2 others. One is the Blue Snake Gang's underboss, and the other is the chairman of the Crazy Wolf Gang. When our hero activates his Divine Eye skill, he examines their abilities, and when he comments on their combat power, they get surprised that he can read them so accurately. The boss explains that both the Blue Snake Gang and the Crazy Wolf Gang seem to owe him a favor. He adds that they want to leave the past behind and be friends from now on. The gang's underboss apologizes to our hero for his son's rude behavior and says he has sent him to another city to prevent any further trouble. The other chairman also apologizes for his men who had fought him before and adds that the spatial ring he wears used to have tracking magic, but he has removed it so he can use it freely now. Our hero gets surprised and responds first to the underboss, saying he has already settled things with his son at school, so any punishment is unnecessary. He then addresses the Crazy Wolf's chairman, explaining that the 3 members who tried to kill him were defeated, and now that they are gone, the matter is finished. The boss seems relieved and tells him to take back his money, but our hero insists that repaying his debt is only natural. Curious about their sudden change in attitude, he asks why they are acting this way, to which the boss explains that since he won the Future Star competition at school, he has become very famous. He also mentions that Chairman Suzuki is trying to recruit him, and every faction and guild in the area is eager to form ties with him. They also admit that they cannot afford to pick a fight with someone as powerful as him. Hearing this, our hero feels relieved, knowing he won't have to face more trouble. After some time, when he prepares to leave, the 3 men see him off politely. On his way out, he thinks about returning to his work and realizes he needs to buy ingredients to begin refining potions. He heads to a store and tells the shopkeeper he wants potion ingredients. The shopkeeper casually tells him to take whatever he needs from the loose stock, but when our hero hands over a list of 15 ingredients and shows 9 million yen, the shopkeeper gets surprised. Realizing that this boy is a VIP customer, the shopkeeper quickly invites him inside and assures him that the necessary potion ingredients will be prepared immediately, wanting to hear more about the deal. He instructs his female assistant to bring out and pack every item from the warehouse, while he offers our hero some tea. Our hero tells him he wants to purchase these 15 types of potion ingredients for the next month as well. The shopkeeper explains that their stock is replenished weekly and asks how he plans to pay. He also notes that today's cost is about 6.6 million yen. Our hero hands over a bag containing 9 million yen and says that the extra 2 4 million is this month's deposit, and he will pay the remainder in full at the end of the month. He also gives him a contract stating that for the entire month, the shopkeeper must provide these ingredients at the same price and sell them to no one else. The shopkeeper agrees and reassures him that these 15 ingredients have always remained stable in price, and their shop is well established, so prices are never raised recklessly. Our hero thinks that once he has all the ingredients, he can start experimenting tonight. He also considers that the price of potion ingredients will likely skyrocket in the future, which is why he made a contract with the shopkeeper to lock in the price. After that, he heads to his new home. When he enters the laboratory room that the chairman arranged for him, he feels satisfaction. His sister reminds him that since the chairman personally covered a substantial part of the cost out of his own pocket, they really should thank him. She also asks what he plans to do with the lab. Our hero assures her that he intends to repay the chairman many times over, and explains that the reason he built this lab is to fulfill a promise he made long ago. He remembers the promise he made to his sister to bring back her smile like the old days. Thinking of that, he gently pushes her out of the room so he can begin his work. Using both of his rings, he pulls out the wooden box and the ingredients stored in his system. He starts creating the potions, commenting to himself that he will need 3 essential ingredients for the basic circulatory stimulant, while the other 2 potions each require 6 different ingredients. With the help of his divine eye skill, his work becomes much easier. He mixes several liquids into a jar, places it into the machine to heat, and notes that in this world, the normal refining process ends here. Once the heating is complete, he can check the effects. He also realizes he will use his shamanic techniques to accelerate the fusion and infuse the mixture with mana, which will greatly increase the success rate and enhance its medicinal properties. He summons his staff from his inventory, explaining that he left the Divine King's hammer at the inn in the other world to free up space, but it doesn't matter since time has stopped. Using the staff, he begins the fusion process. When it's finished, he removes the potions from the machine to examine the results. After drinking one, he notices that his HP and stamina recovery speed have increased by 45%. Damage taken is reduced by 12%, and the effect lasts for 10 minutes. Excited by this, he remembers that in this world, capsules are used instead of potions. He then begins transforming the potions into capsules using another machine and his own magic. The next day, many other heroes are gathered at the entrance of the portal, preparing to go on a hunt for the monsters. At that moment, our hero arrives, wearing a masking cloak that conceals his identity. He also carries a small trolley filled with boxes of capsules. When the others notice a traveling merchant with some capsules, they immediately comment that he shouldn't be selling these instead of the shops, as it might be dangerous for them. Our hero addresses everyone, saying that if they are dissatisfied with their current capsules, they should try his brand new capsules. The heroes look confused, wondering if these capsules are from one of the big 3 companies. Another guy remarks that he visits shops frequently, but hasn't seen any new products. One of the heroes approaches our boy and asks what kind of capsules these are and what effects they have. He explains that they are basic circulatory stimulant capsules, which help recover HP and energy, while also reducing damage taken during attacks. He adds that each box contains 6 capsules and costs 24,000 yen. The guy gets surprised and points out that blood circulatory stimulants from the big 3 companies cost only 20,000 yen for 10 capsules. The others also mock him, insisting that this must be a scam and telling him to leave. Our boy calmly responds that he has samples available, as if they aren't satisfied with the effects. They can flip his stall, but if they are impressed, they will need to buy a full box. One of the heroes steps forward to try a capsule. As soon as he takes it, he immediately notices that it works exactly as our hero said. Getting excited, he hands over his card and asks for 10 boxes, to which our boy deducts 240,000 yen from the card. Seeing this, the others are still skeptical, but come closer to try the remaining samples. Our hero tells them that only 5 samples are left, so each of them can try one. When the 5 heroes take the capsules, they also feel their abilities improve. Instantly, a rush begins as all of them try to buy as many boxes as possible. Our hero tells them to stay in line, reminding them that each person can buy a maximum of 10 boxes. Some of the heroes even start calling their guilds, asking them to send more people to buy the capsules so they can resell them at higher prices. Watching all this, our hero thinks that everything is going according to plan, but he also realizes that there's no way he can earn the 1 billion yen entrance fee with just this business alone. He reflects that the capsules have served their purpose for the first phase of his plan. With their incredible effects and limited availability, a devoted following will soon form. When that happens, he knows the big 3 companies will inevitably come looking for him. A few days later at Red Tier Pharmaceuticals, one of the 3 major companies, a senior staff member reviews the market report with everyone. He explains that this week, the prices of 3 major products, including their own, have been steadily dropping. He points out that everyone knows this is happening because of the appearance of dark capsules of the same types. Another staff member adds that it's already confirmed these products don't belong to the other two pharmaceutical companies. He shows them the 3 capsules that are rapidly gaining popularity in the market and remarks that it's hard to imagine these capsules are currently so sought after by heroes. After conducting strict pharmaceutical tests, they found that the capsules could only be created by a group with extremely advanced technology. Even with their machines, they cannot determine the exact composition or ingredients, and they have no idea who the genius behind them is or why no one knew about them until now. As they discuss the situation, the company president, a young woman named Misa, arrives with her assistant Tommy. She comments that if all of these are indeed dark capsules, then the products of the 3 major companies should be considered a failure. When she asks if they have started investigating the case, the staff members explain that no one knows who is producing these capsules and that the seller changes locations every day. She immediately orders her assistant to prepare the car, saying she will handle this personally. Meanwhile, at a random spot in the dungeon, a crowd of heroes has gathered, and our boy is once again selling his capsules. With only 3 boxes left, everyone wants them at any cost, and some are even willing to pay 30 times the regular price. Watching the rush, our hero thinks that a week has passed and everything is going according to plan. Now all that remains is to wait for the right opportunity. At that moment, the company president suddenly arrives and announces that she is willing to pay 100 times the price. Everyone around her gets shocked, and she also tells our hero that she only needs 10 minutes of his time. Observing her closely, he realizes he has caught a major player. They both get into her car to discuss the matter further, and as she introduces herself, he notes that her voice sounds young, even though she is hiding her identity. She then clearly states that she wants to purchase the formula for the 3 types of capsules he is selling. Our hero responds without hesitation, saying that he will sell them for 10 billion yen. Hearing this, she surprisingly comments that the price is much higher than expected, but she is willing to offer 3 billion yen. Our hero immediately refuses, and when she asks if he wants to discuss it with his associates, he tells her that he has no associates and that he created the capsules entirely on his own. He explains that these capsules could give her company a major competitive advantage, especially since it is currently facing its greatest crisis. Seeing her confused, he shows her a graph and points out that the 3 major companies nearly the entire capsule market. According to the data he gathered, her company's market share has dropped from a peak of 26% to just 12% over the past 23 years because its products have lost their competitive edge. Hearing this, she realizes that he has prepared thoroughly for the deal and admits that he is correct, as her company is indeed continuing to shrink. Our hero then tells her that now that she knows his new capsules are reshaping the market, producing these capsules in her company would allow her to dominate the market completely. She agrees to the price of 10 billion yen and asks for his name. Our hero thinks that since he is making a deal with her, revealing his identity is not a problem. He uncovers his face, introduces himself, and asks her to keep it a secret. After the deal is complete, her assistant hands him a card of 10 billion yen credit. As he leaves, she remarks that this is the best investment her company could make, noting his extraordinary pharmaceutical formulation skills at such a young age. She adds that if the deal succeeds, he could become the savior of her company. She then returns to the office, instructing her assistant to summon all the executives so they can plan their next major marketing strategy. Afterwards, our hero heads to a coffee bar to meet Chairman Suzuki. When he tells him that he has earned 10 billion yen, the chairman gets completely astonished. Our hero hands him the card and asks him to reserve a spot in the upcoming auction. He explains that this completes one of the conditions for entering the auction. For the second condition, he needs to obtain C-rank hero status. If he ranks in the top positions in the Supernova tournament, he can apply for promotion to C rank. The chairman tells him that to enter the Supernova tournament, he must place in the top 3 at least twice in publicly accessible dungeons. He adds that the registration deadline is tomorrow, making it seem impossible. However, our hero assures him that one day is enough and asks him to take him to a public dungeon tomorrow morning. After returning to his mansion, our hero waits until his sister sleeps peacefully. He thinks to himself that he needs to grow stronger, as he has been stuck at level 12 for far too long. So he activates the boundless passage again. While preparing to leave, he tells himself that he will bid elixir for his sister once he returns. And suddenly, he teleports to the other world. Upon arriving, he notices that Sakura still hasn't come, and remarks that he will plan a leveling strategy for the next 3 days once she returns, since he can't accomplish much in this world without her. As he reflects on her, he opens the window and sees some crows behaving strangely in the sky. Suddenly, one of the crows launches a powerful magic attack at him, but he manages to block it just in time. The crow immediately transforms into a nightbird girl, who is level 32 with 51,000 combat power. She admits that she underestimated him, seeing that he blocked her attack so easily, and notes that capturing him will be more difficult than she thought. Our hero quickly draws his sword, confused about why this girl is targeting him. At the same time, another human attacker, level 30 with 30,500 combat power, strikes from behind. But our hero activates ultimate physique and blocks the attack as well. Realizing that fighting two higher-level enemies in such a narrow space is too risky, he quickly jumps down from the window. As he lands, he hears them declaring that they want to kill him, and he feels confused about who could have hired them. The human attacker asks him how he managed to block an attack with a 100% strike rate, while the Nightbird girl points out that he also dodged her strike. Without hesitation, they both leap at him, launching their powerful skills. To their surprise, he blocks both attacks effortlessly, and by activating the Thunder Chain Fall, he hurls it at them. The girl instantly raises a shield covering both of them, while the human assassin mutters that if this boy had even a slightly higher level, they would have been killed by now. As he says this, he unleashes a series of powerful strikes from the front, while the Nightbird girl attacks from behind. Our hero takes some damage and realizes that he can't handle them at his current level, as he needs to use the Divine King's hammer. When he summons the hammer, both of his opponents get stunned by the extreme energy radiating from him. Suddenly, our hero hears a familiar voice accusing him of hiding something. Looking up, he gets shocked to see that the speaker is none other than the genius Kevin, who has also stopped him from attacking the enemies by activating a secret technique previously embedded in his body. Our hero feels uneasy, and the Nightbird girl also surprises as she wasn't expecting the genius to appear here. The human assassin tells our boy that with the injuries he has, there is no way he can escape now. The genius then tells both of them that he will prepare the border-breaking potion they requested by tomorrow. Both the Nightbird girl and the human assassin get happy at this announcement, and the genius then explains to our hero that the secret is embedded in his chest, and that he spared his life even when he was completely defenseless. Our hero asks why he is doing this, pointing out that he has done nothing wrong to him. The genius replies that his refinement talent is a threat, which is why he must die here. Hearing this, our hero calmly remarks that it means the genius is scared of him. The genius becomes angry at this, activating his skill and threatening to crush his brain into pieces. At that moment, the cat girl suddenly appears and pleads with the genius not to harm him. The genius tells her not to get involved and to leave quietly. When the cat girl refuses to back down, he forcefully kicks her aside. Turning back to our hero, he activates the annihilation skill, to which the cat girl grows worried, and even the other two attackers feel confused, struggling to understand why the genius is using such an overwhelmingly powerful skill just to kill this boy. At that moment, the system alerts our hero that an update is in progress and begins absorbing energy from the surroundings to repair his body. A strange aura radiates from him, and the genius looks shocked as he realizes his magic is being absorbed. The other two attackers are also surprised, and our hero explains that this happened because of the cat girl, who bought him some time. While she was distracting the genius, his system identified the secret in his chest and initiated the update, which will remove the virus from the system. He feels relief, but knows that during the update, the system must continue absorbing energy. If the process is interrupted, the update will fail and he will revert to his previous weaker form. Realizing he has no other choice, he pulls out the Divine King's hammer, thinking that no matter how much pain he must endure, even if his body is destroyed, he will kill all of them. At that moment, the system informs him that since it is updating, the Divine King's hammer will also continue repairing his body. The genius stares in confusion at the immense aura radiating from him, while the other two attackers rush to assist in defeating him. As the hammer works, our hero feels it tearing his body apart, but at the same time, the system continuously repairs him during the update. The enemies create multiple protective shields to defend against his attacks, but as he strikes, the shields shatter under the overwhelming force. Meanwhile, Sakura is chasing a Beastman warrior who is level 58. The warrior pleads for his life, but she reminds him that he showed no mercy to her father back then. He protests, saying he wasn't the mastermind, but she pulls out a diary and points out that everyone's name is listed here, revealing who was truly responsible. She declares that she will take revenge on all who insulted and framed her father. The warrior tries to explain that he acted under threat and that her father's rival was actually the current Beast King's father. Ignoring his excuses, she draws her sword. Using her Flower Storm skill, she leaps forward and delivers a fatal strike to his neck. The warrior realizes in his final moments that she has mastered her father's techniques and gets defeated on the spot. She takes the loot from him, commenting that he was weak but fast, which is why it took her some time to catch him. She vows that no one who betrayed her father will ever escape. Suddenly she notices a massive lightning strike heading toward the town and realizes that our hero is in danger. Without hesitation, she leaps there at full speed to save him. Meanwhile, our hero continues to feel intense pain from both the system update and the Divine King's hammer. The Nightbird girl and the human assassin are confused, unable to understand how a level 12 boy can radiate such a powerful aura. The genius, observing from nearby, dismisses it as just a special skill. At that moment, the assassin leaps forward to attack, only to be shocked as he suddenly finds himself paralyzed in mid-strike. Actually, this is the hammer's ability that anyone who approaches without high lightning resistance is easily immobilized. Taking advantage of the situation, our hero delivers a powerful strike with the hammer, instantly defeating the assassin. The system then instructs him to use the energy from the fallen enemy to further upgrade itself. As our hero agrees, the system upgrade jumps to 48%, though his body has sustained 66% damage. The genius warns the Nightbird girl to avoid close combat, sensing that something is off about the energy surrounding the boy. Seeing the situation, the girl grows worried, but our hero shows no mercy, and by leaping forward, he strikes her with the Divine King's hammer, defeating her as well. The system absorbs the energy, raising the upgrade to 68%. Realizing that the boy is even taking him down with his power, the genius unleashes his own formidable skill, the laws of earth and wind, thunder. A violent green wind swirls across the entire town, but our hero maintains his focus. He prepares to unleash even greater power from the Divine King's hammer, declaring that he is willing to sacrifice his life to further strengthen its power. The genius unleashes the wind attack, aiming to kill our hero, and sees the secret technique hidden within his body. He notices the cat girl caught in the storm as well, but he doesn't stop blaming her for coming here. Seeing her in danger, our hero leaps forward and grabs her tightly. Suddenly, she spots a massive green dragon behind him, attacking with devastating force. To her shock, he remains unharmed, and even the genius gets stunned to see the boy growing stronger once again. Gathering his power, our hero shatters the genius's law of earth and wind thunder and charges toward him. The genius tries to stop him with a weapon nullification technique, but our hero kicks him hard and sends him to the ground, in which his staff gets nullified. As our hero prepares to strike again, the genius warns him that even without his staff, the law's power still functions independently. He summons two massive green dragons to attack. In response, our hero calls forth his own lightning dragon. Striking with the Divine King's hammer, the lightning dragon tears the two green dragons apart, and the genius gets defeated instantly. At this moment, our hero's body damage reaches 100% and he collapses. The system instructs him to absorb the energy of the defeated enemies to continue the upgrade. He agrees, and the system restarts, unlocking new functions. His level jumps from 12 to 18 and his combat power rises to 25,000. The next morning, the cat girl rests in a shelter in the middle of the forest. When she wakes up, she finds Sakura nearby. She curiously asks about the genius, and the beast girl tells her that he is dead, explaining that when she arrived last night, he had already been torn apart by Tsuyoshi's hand. Hearing this, the cat girl feels sad and then asks about our hero, feeling worried since he was also in danger the previous night. The beast girl responds angrily that it's not her concern and warns that if she hadn't helped him, she would have killed her along with the genius. She adds that she doesn't trust her and must leave. Just then, our hero's voice calls from outside, assuring the beast girl that she has nothing to do with what happened. Overjoyed, the cat girl runs out to see him, but gets shocked to notice that he now wields the same law of earth and wind power that the genius had. He explains that when he woke up, he already had this power. What seemed like misfortune turned into a blessing, thanks to the law of earth and wind. The system upgraded his energy, saved him from certain death, and with the remaining energy, he leveled up 6 times. He has also transformed the copied skill into the law of earth and wind, and energy now surges constantly through his body. He curiously asks the cat girl why she was there last night, to which she asks if he really doesn't trust her. The beast girl points out that according to their information, the genius had ordered no one to approach that area, so why the cat girl was there. Reacting quickly, the cat girl steps closer and begins to use her magic. The beast girl immediately focuses and aims her sword at her neck, but to everyone's surprise, the cat girl simply pulls out a scarf and explains that she was only there to deliver it to him last night. She assures him that if he doesn't like it, he can throw it away. She adds that she feels sad, unsure whether the genius had misunderstood him, but she can't forget that he raised and trained her as a shaman. Now that he has killed the genius, she will never meet him again. Saying this, the cat girl leaves, and from behind, the beast girl reflects that perhaps the genius attacked her master because she had let her guard down, yet she's also puzzled about how her master defeated the genius while only at level 12. Our hero comments that last night the genius nearly killed him, but she healed him. The lesson he takes from it is not to trust anyone so easily. He adds that when he was under divine punishment and nearly out of hope, she encouraged him to survive, which is why he trusts her the most. He acknowledges that she might have a past she cannot share, but promises that when the time comes, he will listen carefully. With that, they continue on their way, and our hero wraps the scarf around his neck, the one the cat girl gifted him. Later, he returns to his original world, where Chairman Suzuki brings him to the Public Cave Application Center. Heroes from all over have gathered there. The chairman asks if he's sure about entering the cave alone, warning that once the application is submitted, there's no turning back. He adds that while there are many people, each has their own party. Our hero simply replies that he will be fine as he's strong enough now. Meanwhile, an S-class hero named Sandor, who has been observing our boy, talks on the phone with an older man named Dan while his team fights behind him. He explains that Chairman Suzuki scouted the boy recently, and that they've underestimated how quickly the hero's alliance moves. He adds that if the boy joins the alliance, they'll see his true strength in the rookie tournament. As he talks, another S-class hero from his team, Luca, arrives dragging an enemy. Sandor warns the enemy that if he had accepted their conditions before, none of this would have happened. However, the guy comments that even if they take them by force, they will gain nothing in the end. Sandor responds by launching a fatal strike, instantly defeating the enemy, and instructs his team to deal with the others alone. Meanwhile, our hero goes to the receptionist to register for solo entry into the dungeon. The girl gets surprised, warning him that he might not even make it out alive. He calmly replies that there's no rule against entering alone, and insists that she register him immediately as he doesn't have much time to waste. At that moment, another girl arrives and agrees to his request, explaining that there are currently 6 public dungeons, 3 C-class, 2 D-class, and 1 B-class, which is the highest difficulty. Hearing this, he turns toward the entrance, aware that he has only 1 day to clear all 6 dungeons. As he approaches, he notices another party standing at the dungeon entrance, looking worried. One of their team members, a girl, has left her expensive wand inside the dungeon and is crying. The team comments on how exhausted they are, and mentions that they cannot enter the dungeon again, so they need to offer a reward to anyone who can retrieve the wand. Seeing this, our hero asks them to step aside so he can enter. They agree, but the girl begins pleading with him to return her wand. The others apologize for her behavior, but assure him that they will reward him if he succeeds. They also ask about his party, and when he mentions that he is going alone, they get surprised and warn him that it is extremely dangerous to enter the dungeon solo. They explain that their party has 5 members, but even a small mistake in a C-class dungeon can be deadly, so he must be careful. Our hero thanks them for the advice and steps into the dungeon, knowing he doesn't have much time. Looking around, he realizes it is a stalactite dungeon, something he has never seen before. He uses his divine eye skill to scan the area and detect the monster's weaknesses, noting that while the system has been upgraded, he doesn't see any major changes. Drawing his sword from the system, he spots a level 22 monster, but notices that this dungeon feels calmer than those in the other world. He activates the copied skill on his sword, the law of earth, wind, and frost, and delivers a powerful strike to which the monster gets defeated on the spot. As he works through the dungeon, he realizes he might be able to rank in the top 3 for all 6 caves at once. He also considers that the law he could gain at the end is the legendary law of destruction, and if he absorbs more laws, he could take on even higher level challenges. 15 minutes pass, and the other party is still waiting outside, growing confused since he hasn't emerged yet. Suddenly, they get shocked to hear that a new record has been set, a C-class dungeon cleared in just 15 minutes. The receptionist girl checks the details and realizes that the achievement belongs to the same boy who went in alone. At that moment, our hero steps out of the dungeon holding the little girl's wand in his hand, to which everyone gets stunned. The receptionist and one of the men rush toward him, eager to verify his identity. Meanwhile, the little girl looks at her wand and asks him if he really brought it back. He explains that he found the wand while fighting a B-class boss, so he brought it along. Hearing this, the others get amazed at how powerful he is despite being only level 18. The receptionists approach him and explain that they need to verify him because he has changed his transformation. He tells them that he is running late and asks them to make it quick. Once they complete their task, they invite him to visit the Hero Alliance headquarters, saying that since he broke the record, he will receive a special bonus. However, he steps forward toward another dungeon, saying they can save that for later. One of them warns that he needs rest and points out that he doesn't even have a healing priest with him, but he replies that he doesn't need anything to recover since this is all just a warm-up for him. After spending 20 minutes in the second C-class dungeon and defeating several monsters, he comments that he needs to move faster if he wants to visit all the dungeons today. He realizes that after the system update, it seems he will have to discover the new functions on his own. Reaching the boss room, he sees a human-type lady monster, level 25, standing in the center of a pile of skeletons. He feels uneasy because she is not a darkness monster. Suddenly, she launches a radiation attack at him, and the system warns him that this attack often causes opponents to experience brief illusions, during which they are extremely vulnerable and can be killed. he quickly recognizes that it is a mental attack. At that moment, his minor defense skill activates automatically, a feature designed to counter this type of assault. The monster girl becomes confused, unable to understand why her attack is failing on him. Our hero realizes that this is one of the new functions of the updated system. Without hesitation, he activates the power of his sword and strikes, instantly killing the monster. Meanwhile, the receptionists are busy on the phones, informing everyone that a solo boy, brought in by Chairman Suzuki, has broken another record. Across the guilds, people are talking about him, amazed at his growing fame. Just then, the boy emerges from the dungeon, having set yet another new record. Guild members rush forward, pleading with him to join their guilds and become their companion, but he calmly replies that he is used to working alone and cannot join them. Some of the men suggest that he might need healing and offer to use magic to help him before entering the next dungeon together. Our hero politely declines, assuring them that he is fine. He reflects on his new passive skill, minor exhaustion reduction, which prevents him from feeling tired in dungeons of this level. Still, he knows the upcoming B-class dungeon will likely be a greater challenge. He moves on to the 3 D-rank dungeons, and after setting new records in each, clears them with ease. The receptionist notices that he is now heading toward the final B-rank dungeon on his own. Meanwhile, Chairman Suzuki waits outside for a message from him. Suddenly, he sees 2 men rushing toward the public dungeon. He stops them and asks what is happening. They explain that a D-rank hero has just broken records in 5 dungeons alone. The chairman considers the possibility that this newcomer might be sent by a powerful organization, but when the men mention our hero's name, he gets shocked to realize that they are talking about Tsuyoshi. At this moment, our hero steps into the B-class dungeon, to which the others surprisingly comment on how he is only level 18, yet has already cleared 3 C-class dungeons and 2 D-class ones in a row. Some ask if he's trying to get himself killed by attempting the B-class dungeon. They speculate that he might secretly be working for a powerful faction, using illegal items or temporary power-boosting drugs, because there seems no other way he could achieve this. One of them suggests that maybe he won't make it out alive this time, but another points out that he emerged from the C-class dungeons completely unharmed, so he should be able to handle this as well. As they debate, they suddenly notice the Wild Rose Party arriving, led by Vice Captain Edric at level 35 and Lady Captain Roland at level 38. The onlookers are puzzled why the strongest C-class party is here. A little girl notes that this party had set the record for the B-class dungeon last time. The captain remarks that she's heard a boy has entered the dungeon alone, and the vice captain adds that the boy must be using forbidden herbs or items to illegally boost his power, possibly with some powerful backing. The captain adds that if the record-breaking reports are true, the boy is a force not to be underestimated. However, the vice captain insists that they cannot allow a D-rank hero to destroy their record, especially if he is using drugs or other illegal means. The captain notes that entering a B-class dungeon alone is already a remarkable feat. If he survives, she may have to reconsider everything she thought she knew about him. She also says that if his power is genuine, she wants to face him personally to show him what Wild Rose is truly capable of. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, our hero scans the area and notes that its size is far larger than he expected. He reflects that his record already qualifies him for the rookie tournament, but he's more interested in experiencing what a B-class dungeon is really like. He decides to enjoy the challenge and have some fun along the way. When he activates his Divine Eye skill, the system provides detailed information about the dungeon's terrain, and he hopes that the boss will be a darkness-type monster. Curious to see it, he leaps forward and commands all the monsters to attack him. Immediately, several level 30 ripping wolves emerge, charging at him. He quickly releases a lightning strike at them, but noticing their incredible speed, he focuses and slices one of the wolves instantly. As the second wolf jumps at him, he activates a magic spell, defeating it in an instant as well. Encouraged by his success, he orders even more monsters to appear. This time, a variety of dangerous creatures, including dragons and other formidable presences, step out. Our hero defeats all the monsters with ease, but then he suddenly notices a massive stone rhino, level 32, blocking his path. Without hesitation, he leaps at it, ready to engage in battle. On his first strike, he realizes just how tough its skin is and how quickly it moves. As the rhino charges at him, he activates the Law of Earth, Wind, and Frost skill, aiming a powerful strike at its weak spot, the eyes. The attack hits perfectly, and the rhino gets defeated instantly. After the battle, he reflects that against such a monster, his current equipment is nearly at its limit. Fighting without the divine selection system and relying only on his weapons is extremely taxing. He thinks to himself that he must hurry and upgrade his gear in this other world, or else he will face serious trouble when confronting the boss. Realizing this, he moves toward the dungeon's boss. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the onlookers grow increasingly anxious as 20 minutes have already passed, yet the boy has not emerged. Some begin to whisper in concern that perhaps the boy has already died inside the dungeon. The vice captain of the Wild Roses Guild remarks that when they first tackled this B-class dungeon, it took them an entire hour to defeat the level 30 stone rhino, and the final boss is even stronger. Some of the onlookers suggest that maybe the boy will break the record as well, but the vice captain points out that he is only a D-rank hero. If he hasn't emerged in the past 2 minutes, he is likely dead. He adds that if the boy does come out alive, they will demand a full inspection from the Hero Alliance. Another comments that even if the boy is using drugs to boost his power, there's no way he could survive for long in a B-rank dungeon alone. No substance could compensate for facing those monsters solo. While everyone debates the boy's fate, the lady captain stands near the entrance, observing quietly. She watches how he has already cleared 5 dungeons and set new records in each. Meanwhile, our hero reaches the boss room, and as he opens the massive door, he notices the surroundings have changed dramatically. He stands beneath the moon, and the level 45 darkness boss looms before him. Using his divine eye skill, he scans the boss, noting its abilities and the powerful moon sword it wields. The boss looks surprised that the boy has dared to face it alone. Seeing the boy, the boss taunts him that he looks scared, but our hero responds with excitement, saying he is eager to face the dark boss and cannot wait to defeat it. He also declares that he wants the boss's weapon, to which the boss angrily unleashes its ice domain projection, challenging him to see if he can claim its weapon. In response, our boy activates his lightning strikes, shouting that for Karina and for his parents, he will destroy the boss with his own hands. The monster unleashes a powerful attack toward him, but our hero quickly uses his divine eye skill to analyze it. The system informs him that it is an area attack with a 15-meter range. Reacting immediately, he uses wind attributes to lift himself into the air, easily dodging the attack. The monster looks surprised at his agility, but quickly launches another attack, this time covering a 30-meter range. Our hero analyzes it once again, and seeing the situation, he summons lightning from the sky, destroying the incoming attack entirely. Seizing the moment, he leaps at the monster, aiming for its heart. However, when his sword collides with its chest, he gets shocked to see that only scratches the surface. The monster retaliates with a sword strike, but our boy dodges skillfully. He then activates Thunder Chain Fall and the Law of Earth and Wind on his sword, striking the monster's chest again, to which the monster screams in pain as it takes much damage. At this point, the monster admits that this boy is no ordinary warrior. It launches another attack, but our hero quickly analyzes it and realizes it is a lock attack that cannot be dodged. So he reacts instantly, and by using his sword, he absorbs the full impact. Noticing that the monster has paused slightly, he seizes the opportunity and strikes at its heart again, dealing significant damage. However, the monster does not lose control and immediately tries to attack him once more. Reacting swiftly, our hero moves behind it and inserts his sword into its chest. The monster feels confused by his ability to anticipate its moves, and our hero remarks that its attacks are too easy to read. Realizing he has underestimated him, the monster transforms into its final form, becoming even more dangerous than before. Our boy shows no fear and commands the monster to attack and prepares to draw the Divine King's hammer from the system, ready for the decisive battle. Outside the dungeon, the lady captain still feels uncertain, wondering if the boy has really broken the records. She realizes that if it's true, their party's reputation could be ruined. When one of her party members offers her some tea, she asks for his opinion about the boy. He replies that the boy must be incredibly strong. He points out that when the boy entered the other dungeons, people mocked him, but after he emerged having set new records, everyone's perception changed. He adds that if the boy were merely using drugs, he wouldn't be able to perform like that. There must be genuine skill behind it. However, the vice captain doesn't agree, while the other party member remarks that the quietest beasts are often the most terrifying. Inside the dungeon, the monster senses the powerful aura emanating from our hero because of the Divine King's hammer. It recognizes that this presence does not belong to the world and admits that this boy is the strongest hero it has encountered. Our boy comments that the monster will be even more surprised once he attacks. The monster lunges forward, aiming for fatal strikes, but our hero skillfully dodges each blow, using his sword as the system advises, and waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike back with the Divine King's hammer. When the monster launches a powerful strike at him, he dodges it using a magical spell and immediately counterattacks. But the monster takes no damage, and by getting angry, it unleashes its ice prison attack, sending a barrage of ice spikes toward him. The system warns our hero to evacuate the area immediately. He takes some damage from the smaller spikes, but when he notices a massive spike hurtling toward him, he quickly activates Ultimate Physique and leaps into the air, saving himself from getting killed. Seeing this, the monster grows furious and leaps at him again, swinging its sword with full force. At that moment, our hero recognizes that this is the perfect opportunity to summon the Divine King's hammer, preparing for the decisive strike he has been waiting for. When he grabs the Divine King's hammer, he notices that the upgraded Divine Selection system allows him to draw far more power from it, rising from 3 to 10%. He can also infuse the hammer with the law of earth and wind, adding wind and lightning attributes to his strike. Activating ultimate physique in both hands, he delivers a full power blow to the monster, to which the monster's sword falls away, and it gets defeated instantly. Our hero also gets some damage, but he drinks potions to heal his injuries. He also claims the monster's weapon as a new achievement. At that moment, the system announces that he has completed the dungeon in just 45 minutes, a new record, and that his level has risen from 18 to 20. When the others see the notification about our hero's new record, they get completely stunned. They all look toward the portal, and to their amazement, a strange power erupts from it as the hero emerges, holding his newly acquired weapon. He notices the crowd around him, but realizes he cannot waste any time as he needs to meet the chairman and submit his application for the Supernova tournament at the Hero Union headquarters immediately. Before he can move, the vice captain steps forward, insisting that no one could possibly clear the dungeon solo, and claiming the boy must have used drugs. The others also agree, but our hero replies that someone is waiting for him, and he must hurry to the Union HQ. The vice captain accuses him of making excuses and running away, demanding that if his power is genuine, he should face him in a one-on-one fight. The lady captain adds that if he truly achieved his feat through real strength, she respects him. But she admits it is difficult for anyone to believe that a D-rank hero could accomplish such a task. She tells him that he must prove his strength to remove all doubts from everyone's minds. Hearing this, our hero asks about the time, and the receptionist replies that it is 5 in the evening. Realizing he still has some time, he agrees to the one-on-one duel. The crowd grows even more astonished as he has just emerged from clearing the dungeons, yet he is already preparing to face the vice captain of the Wild Roses Guild. The vice captain thinks to himself that he will use the elemental explosion, a skill he has recently mastered. Even if the boy is only a C-rank hero, he doubts the boy could withstand its full power. Both combatants ready themselves, and the announcer explains the rules that there is no killing allowed in this battle. The vice captain proudly announces his level and combat power, while our hero calmly states only his level, now 20. Knowing that revealing his combat power could complicate matters further, the vice captain mocks him, claiming he now understands why the boy is hiding his combat power, as it must be very low. However, our hero replies that if he revealed his true strength, everyone would be completely stunned. As the match begins, the vice captain immediately activates the elemental explosion magic on his staff. The lady captain watches nervously, feeling that using such a powerful skill right away seems unfair, but the attack has no effect on the hero. He stores his sword back into the system and activates ultimate physique in his right hand. With incredible speed, he leaps toward the vice captain, declaring that he is only a D-rank hero because he hasn't had the chance to level up yet. He delivers a powerful punch, sending the vice captain backward with many injuries, to which everyone watching gets shocked, including the lady captain, who wonders how she herself would have fared in his place. Then our hero turns to the crowd and asks clearly if anyone else wants to challenge him. The lady captain realizes that the boy's power is far from ordinary. One of her team members comments that this is exactly why he said the boy was strong. She orders him to hurry and take the injured vice captain for treatment. At the same time, she openly acknowledges the hero's strength, and he thanks her politely. The receptionist then announced that there is nothing suspicious about Tsuyoshi's skills or powers, and no objections will be accepted from now on. Afterward, our hero steps outside the public caves, where the chairman greets him, amazed by his accomplishments. He remarks that he was the first to receive notice of his results, and feels confident that he has discovered a truly exceptional talent. The chairman adds that the Supernova tournament starts tomorrow, and that today is the final day to register, so they need to hurry to the Adventurer Union headquarters. Our hero agrees, and when they move quickly toward the venue, the receptionist girl notices that this boy has cleared a B-rank cave solo in just 45 minutes and gets surprised. The chairman asks her to confirm the data and quickly register him. She completes the usual procedures and announces that he has been officially approved for the tournament. She also reminds them to arrive at the venue on time tomorrow. The chairman gets happy and tells our hero that the future of their school's Adventurer Association rests on him. Our boy thinks to himself that he must win this tournament to qualify as a C-rank adventurer, which will allow him to bid on the golden regeneration liquid at auctions for his sister's leg. Afterward, he returns to his apartment and sees that his sister has already gone to sleep. He goes to his own room and opens the system. Since he leveled up to 20 in the cave, a new bonus has appeared, but he hadn't checked it earlier due to the ongoing battles. The system shows him the available bonuses, and he gets amazed as now he can choose any of his own skills to upgrade, and his ultimate physique skill can be enhanced 60 times, resolving his physical weaknesses in combat. He presses the button to upgrade, and the system quickly enhances ultimate physique. Next, he selects the Thunder Chain Fall skill to upgrade. The system transforms it into Thunderbolt, drastically increasing its range by 100 times, and allowing him to continuously attack a single enemy for 10 seconds. Closing the system, he comments that he needs to get a good sleep, because tomorrow is the tournament. His thoughts then turn to Sakura, who had looked worried. He resolves that once things settle here, he will return to the other world to help her. The next morning, he travels with the chairman to the tournament venue. The chairman explains that many young elites will be fighting in this tournament, risking their lives, so he must stay alert at all times. He also notices that the boy seems even stronger than before. The chairman adds that the venue is a cave inside a massive mountain, known as One Strike Mountain, because long ago a legendary S-rank adventurer punched through it in a single blow. Our hero curiously asks if there are really S-rank adventurers in this world. The chairman replies that he has only heard about them in stories. When they arrive, our boy gets surprised by the huge size of the venue. The chairman tells him that he will accompany him for the entry process, but once the matches begin, he will have to rely entirely on himself. The organizers welcome him at the entrance, and the chairman reminds him to stay safe, to which our hero assures him that he will handle everything. When he steps into the venue, he sees many heroes gathered there, including the Adventurer Union Party, which will be his team for the tournament. Using his Divine Eye skill, he scans their abilities and notices that 2 men and a woman are all at level 36. When he introduces himself as a substitute for the Adventurer Union, the 2 men immediately mock him, questioning how a low-level hero like him could even participate. The woman comments that he probably got in through connections, and that they will need to work hard so the substitute won't have to step in. Hearing this disrespect, our hero simply sits aside, understanding that the tournament's purpose is straightforward: support the party and secure a smooth victory. He also realizes that performing well here will allow him to apply for C-rank adventurer qualification. While he considers this, the others continue mocking him. Then he notices another party, the Hido group, entering the venue. All their members are level 37, making them clearly stronger than his own party. When the Hido group hears that the boy is only a D-rank hero, they laugh and comment that the Adventurer Union will be defeated soon. Fabian, one of the union's members, feels angry and tells them to watch their words and not get ahead of themselves. Hearing this, the Hido group's senior, Gan, asks if he wants a warm-up sparring match without weapons before the tournament officially starts. The guy agrees and steps forward to fight. As the match begins, he leaps at Gan, aiming to strike with his secret hand blade, but that guy dodges just in time and delivers a powerful kick to his leg, to which his bone gets broken. As Gan moves in for another kick, our hero jumps in between them to stop the attack. He immediately calls for the organizers to take Fabian to the medical room. Then he readies himself to face Gan and take over the sparring match. The bully feels angry at our hero's arrogance and leaps forward to punch him, but our boy quickly activates the law of earth and wind to dodge the attack. He strikes the bully's leg with a precise kick, breaking it instantly. Not stopping there, he grabs the bully by the face and slams him hard to the ground, which causes him to faint. The bully is now unable to participate in the tournament, and everyone watching gets completely shocked. Our hero then asks if anyone else wants to spar with him, but no one steps forward. Afterward, he moves to a separate area with his 2 team members. The girl thanks him for stepping in and asks about his true strength, insisting that no D-rank adventurer could possibly be that powerful. Our boy assures her that he only intervened because he couldn't ignore the situation and that he truly is a D-rank adventurer. She agrees and explains that since their other team member is injured, he can now officially participate. She fastens a communication bracelet on his wrist and briefs him on the tournament rules. The first event is an elimination competition, a basic trial to remove half the participants. She explains that all contestants must defeat monsters in a mock cave, scoring at least 150 points within an hour to pass. Anyone who fails to do so is eliminated. She explains further that there are specific rules because there are currently about 120 participants. Even if more than half meet the passing criteria, only the top 60 based on points will advance and the rest will fail. This means contestants need to defeat as many monsters as possible to maximize their score. The other team member adds that he can choose between 2 difficulty levels, normal mode and dark mode. In normal mode, defeating one monster gives 1 point. In dark mode, only darkness-type monsters appear, and defeating one grants 5 points. He also warns that every 30 seconds the number of monsters doubles automatically, and cautions him not to choose dark mode at his current level because level 20 monsters will appear. Our hero curiously asks about the highest record, and they tell him that long ago, a contestant from the Adventurer Union chose dark mode, lasted 45 minutes and scored 1,500 points, defeating 300 monsters of the same level. That contestant later became an S-rank adventurer, and is now one of the prideful members of their Adventurer Union. After that, they move to the spot where the real cave has appeared. The girl asks our hero if he's heard that this mountain cave was supposedly created by a legendary S-rank adventurer's single blow. She adds that the cave still contains mysterious energy that even modern science and S-rank adventurers can't fully analyze, which is why it naturally generates the mock caves for the tournament. At this moment, our boy notices his ring start to glow, but he ignores it. His team members advise him to stick with normal mode as long as possible, and to maintain distance when the number of enemies increases, defeating them one by one. Then our hero notices the ring glowing again, as if it is reacting to something. When the selection screen appears in front of him to choose the cave's difficulty, he comments that normal mode would be safer, but instead, he confidently selects dark mode. When he enters, the system gives him the details about the monsters. Since he is level 20 darkness monsters will appear, and every 30 seconds, the same number of surviving darkness monsters will be generated. Our hero realizes why dark mode is called a nightmare. Ordinary contestants have no chance, but he is different, and this is perfect for testing his new skills. He pulls the moon sword from the system, and a huge monster appears before him. Using his divine eye skill, he sees that the monster has 8,000 combat power, and its attacks include mental damage. He also checks his own skill, Thunderbolt, which has a range of 300 meters and allows him to attack a single enemy continuously for 10 seconds within that range. Deciding to test the monster's reactions, he looks at the mountaintop 283 meters away. Using the law of earth and wind, he swiftly flies to the top. At that moment, the darkness monsters double in number, and our hero comments that now he will take them all down together. Using the Thunderbolt skill with the moon sword, he unleashes powerful lightning strikes from the sky, hitting both monsters. Their health drops rapidly, and he notices that from this distance they haven't detected him. He realizes it's safe to defeat all the monsters while keeping his distance. When the 10 seconds of continuous lightning ends, both monsters get defeated, and he earns 10 points. Outside the dungeon, the A-ranked judges sit in a separate room, carefully observing all the heroes' performances. They comment that this basic trial will eliminate half the participants, and if everything goes smoothly, should conclude in about 30 minutes. They also note that only 18 out of 100 participants have chosen dark mode. Suddenly they realize that 10 minutes have passed, and the eliminations officially begin. At that moment, one of the judges gets shocked to see the data of our hero that this boy has defeated 98 darkness monsters in just 10 minutes, earning 490 points. When the others check, they also get confused. Noticing that he is from the Adventurer Union, they turn to the union's representative, a girl, and ask her to explain. She admits that she hasn't heard of anyone named Tsuyoshi, but when she checks her own tablet, she sees that he applied late and is registered as a substitute member of the Adventurer Union. Hearing this, the judges speculate that he must be using some special high-grade item, and some even suggest that this boy might break the record for the youngest S-rank adventurer. Meanwhile, our hero continues defeating the monsters in the cave using the Thunderbolt skill. After clearing the third wave, he drinks a potion to restore his energy, and notes that during this recovery, he only needs to wait for more darkness monsters to spawn, so it is still relatively easy to manage. He thinks about the Adventurer Union's S-rank adventurer record, which was 300 monsters in 45 minutes for 1,500 points, and decides that he will break that record now. 50 minutes later, another member from the Adventurer Union emerges from the cave after defeating 560 monsters. He considers that if he wins, he might receive better treatment in the Adventurer Union, and possibly even get direct guidance from an S-rank adventurer. He also feels curious about how many monsters Tsuyoshi and the girl have defeated by now. Just then, he notices a large crowd gathered in front of the results screen. When he approaches, he looks at the girl from his team standing nearby. He asks her how many monsters she has defeated, and she replies that she has earned 386 points in 30 minutes. When he asks about our hero, she explains that he chose dark mode, which makes the guy angry since he had told him not to select it, and he wonders if that disqualifies him. The girl reassures him that he is still in the middle of the trial. When the guy looks at the screen by himself, he gets shocked to see that our hero has defeated 588 darkness monsters and earned 2,140 points in just 53 minutes. She remarks that everyone is gathering because this boy has already broken the record for the youngest S-rank adventurer. 7 minutes later, our hero emerges from the cave, and his team members ask if he has seen his results. He confirms, and the guy exclaims that he has broken the highest record, achieving an astonishing 3,240 points by defeating 648 darkness monsters in 60 minutes. Our hero says that if he had more time, he could have defeated even more monsters. The announcer then declares him the winner of the round and the new record holder. The girl tells him he is truly the pride of the Adventurer Union, but warns that he has now become the greatest rival for everyone else. He reassures her that he expected this and can handle it on his own. Suddenly, their communication bracelets light up with messages announcing that the second event is about to begin, where they will enter the caves with their respective parties. Before his defeated enemy stood the warrior Hoshimiya Kenji, an S-rank adventurer affiliated with the Adventurers Union. He sighed as he realized it had taken him only 12 seconds to finish a level 60 battle. As expected of the youngest adventurer of his class, not even a darkness of that level could resist for that long. Kenji then turned his gaze to Sesko, one of the adventurers from the Union of the Four Elders. The old man informed him that year's supernova tournament had already begun, and asked if the young man wasn't planning on participating. Kenji replied that it would be like every other year, and that reaching the final ceremony was enough for him. However, Sesko surprised him by announcing that the preliminary test record had just been broken. Initially, the young man didn't show much surprise, commenting that records were made to be broken by new talent, but he then asked what the new record's score and time were. The old man replied that, in dark mode, the mark was exactly 3,240 points in 60 minutes. Upon hearing this, Kenji's eyes widened, and with an expression of pure astonishment, he asked again what the record had been. Sesko then handed Kenji a clipboard, asking him to see it with his own eyes. The sheet confirmed it. 3,240 points in dark mode in 60 minutes, achieved by a D-rank adventurer. Kenji immediately wanted to know if the young man was from the Adventurers Union. Sesko explained that Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi had no S-rank instructor, and was, in fact, just a substitute discovered by President Suzuki. Surprised, Kenji frowned and questioned what it meant for him to be a substitute, raising the possibility that he was a spy from another organization. The old man said they had already investigated the case and found nothing suspicious. Even so, Kenji asked them to keep observing Tsukishiro, as he believed that if the boy truly had talent, he would be able to open a certain door. Sesko understood which door he was referring to, and stating that they couldn't miss this opportunity, assured him that he would closely follow the young man's performance. Kenji commented that he would like to congratulate him at the ceremony, and admitted he was curious to know who was stronger, Tsukishiro or his own past self. Sometime later, in the Supernova Tournament's competition area, the participants received a notification that the group cooperation battle was about to begin. Each team was instructed to proceed to their designated cave, while green lights appeared over the competitors as they gathered with their respective groups. One adventurer explained that the initial positioning was crucial, as each team would be sent to a different cave and would only receive their mission upon arrival. Another participant added that an unfavorable position combined with a difficult mission could easily lead to failure and elimination from the tournament. Amid the preparations, a boy in a cloak activated the Law of the Earth-Wind skill, opening a portal before him that emanated a green energy resembling an emerald galaxy. Meanwhile, in an upper area, several observers watched the start of the competition. A man in heavy armor commented that the real supernova tournament was beginning now, and a woman with long black hair expressed her hope that everyone was prepared for the challenge. Shortly after, the participants were transported to a dark, dense forest. An adventurer analyzed the environment and concluded that the terrain was complex, filled with dark energy and surrounded by thick vegetation, which would make movement difficult. A moment later, the devices attached to the competitors' wrists issued an alert, displaying the mission: obtain 6 dark crystals from specific creatures within 3 hours, under penalty of disqualification. One of the young women in the group noted that gathering 6 crystals in that time would be complicated, especially in such a vast forest with the targets scattered. While the others analyzed the situation, one of the young men remained silent, merely observing the notification. Suddenly, the same girl noticed something strange and told everyone to be quiet, revealing that she had spread a mental detection technique as soon as they arrived, which had allowed them to find a prey quickly. In another part of the forest, a different group was celebrating their own hunt. One of the men commented that all the effort to qualify was finally paying off. The warrior in heavy armor agreed, saying that the ranking hardly mattered as long as no one died, since this activity could yield great profits. The group then began to loot the fallen body, collecting several valuable items before moving on. As they left the area, the warrior warned his companions to keep an eye out for smaller teams, which would be easier targets. Meanwhile, a red-haired adventurer suggested that her group leave the region as quickly as possible. The 3 of them walked in silence through the forest, until the tallest swordsman broke the silence, commenting that some participants had turned the tournament into a business, since everything the competitors carried was of great value. The redhead reacted with indignation, stating that this should not be the fate of true adventurers. However, the young man with the bandaged face disagreed, explaining that the rules were created precisely to encourage conflict among the participants, which left his companion surprised. He continued his analysis, stating that the real challenge was not the mission itself, but surviving it. The young man concluded that the group cooperation battle was, in practice, a survival competition, and the others finally understood his reasoning. Even so, he noted that many other factors could influence the course of the competition. Suddenly, several crystals engulfed in flames appeared in the sky and were launched toward the team. The tallest warrior reacted instantly, unsheathing his sword and charging forward to intercept the attack. With a single slash, he shattered all the projectiles before they could hit his companions. Realizing it was an ambush, the swordsman demanded that those responsible show themselves. Soon after, a young man in a large cloak appeared, accompanied by his team, which included a level 36 mage specializing in demonic fire. Observing the invaders, the young man with a bandaged face just smiled, convinced that someone had finally arrived with the intention of eliminating them. The group of adventurers challenges the heroes, stating they had been looking for the Adventurers Union team since they entered the area. They question what item the substitute might have used to break the record, as they doubt a level 20 D-rank adventurer could achieve such a high score. Their conclusion is that the young man must be hiding an extremely valuable artifact. The swordsman of the allied team recognizes that all the opponents are combat classes and orders the healer Sherry to stay protected behind him. He then declares that members of the Adventurers Union do not back down from enemies, accepting the confrontation. However, the armored opponent states that a 3-on-3 combat could result in mutual destruction, making it clear they don't intend to fight at a disadvantage. Then, additional reinforcements appear, increasing the number of enemies on the battlefield. Noticing the numerical disadvantage, the red-haired woman suggests retreating, as a direct confrontation would not be favorable. At that moment, Tsukishiro interrupts the situation and asks his companions to focus on the main mission, assuring them that he will handle the enemies himself. The group is shocked by his decision and questions if the young man really intends to take them all on alone, warning that there are 5 enemies and it's no time for jokes. Tsukishiro insists they need to trust him and continue the search for the dark crystals, reinforcing that there is no time to waste. The swordsman doubts the decision, stating that even with a higher level or secret items, facing 5 adversaries would be suicide for a D rank. Noticing the conversation, the enemies taunt the group, claiming they won't have a chance to escape. Tsukishiro then draws his sword and, with a serious look, says he doesn't possess any secret items. The opponents are surprised by his confidence and begin to question if he really is just a D-rank adventurer. Sherry, for her part, is left speechless seeing her friend's perseverance. She then takes Rise's hand and asks him to leave quickly, even though the young man is still resistant. The opponents notice the two are trying to flee and decide to focus on them, but Tsukishiro once again uses his earth and wind ability. He materializes like a phantom right in front of the enemy, power surging through his arms, and unleashes an ability to strike all his opponents at once. The stricken enemies are dumbfounded, realizing the young man's absurd speed. With just one strike, the hero repelled 4 enemies and killed 1. The opposing mage says he can't feel his hands, and the fact that it was 1 against 5 no longer seems so relevant. After the display of power, Tsukishiro states that he gave the enemies a chance to retreat earlier. One of the enemies is shaken and questions if it could be a mistake, since the intensity of the young man's fighting spirit doesn't match that of a D rank. Meanwhile, Sherry and Rise continue to flee to complete the main mission. Rise shows concern, feeling that leaving Tsukishiro alone is equivalent to abandoning him to his fate. Sherry recalls that he had broken the record without using any secret items, and the swordsman still shows doubt. The red-haired woman then concludes that his performance level might be beyond their comprehension, and decides to trust in his strength, reinforcing that they must complete the mission as quickly as possible. On the battlefield, one of the enemy warriors questions the captain's decision as they all prepare for the final attack. The captain ignores the hesitation and orders an all-out advance, stating they are dealing with a single opponent and will eliminate him right there. They all attack Tsukishiro simultaneously with their abilities. With his eyes glowing, he observes the situation and concludes he has been surrounded, activating his analysis ability to identify the number of enemies and their power levels. Based on the reading, he quickly assesses the ideal strategy, indicating the use of an area of effect ability to weaken the group before eliminating the targets individually. He then raises his sword and activates the Thunderbolt ability, causing intense lightning to crash down from the sky, striking the enemies one by one. The captain realizes the absurd level of the attack and orders the group to maintain the encirclement, reinforcing that the fight will be decided there. The mage tries to counterattack by launching multiple projectiles, but Tsukishiro once again uses the law of Earthwind. A portal appears, and he uses it to move quickly and reach the target. Tsukishiro unleashes a single strike shrouded in frigid energy, instantly freezing the mage's arm arms and rendering him helpless. Immediately after, the hero ends the combat with a decisive attack. Meanwhile, one of the warriors calls out to his fallen ally, only to be caught off guard by another attack in his moment of distraction. He too is defeated, a sword piercing straight through his body. However, while finishing off the enemy, the protagonist becomes distracted. This is a perfect opportunity for the other team's thief to try and stab him in the back. But since Tsukishiro is using his strong body ability, he manages to block the blade with his own arm. The attack doesn't pierce his defense, leaving only a superficial wound. Shocked by this realization, the thief knows that it won't be enough to stop him. Without hesitation, Tsukishiro ends the confrontation with a precise strike of his sword, defeating the thief. The captain, still standing but with his body trembling, silently acknowledges that Tsukishiro is on another level, wondering just how far his power really goes. Turning calmly, the hero declares that the next target is the captain. Overcome with despair, the man kneels and begs for forgiveness, pleading for his life to be spared and asking what Tsukishiro's true power level is. In response, the young man reveals he is a level 20, D-rank adventurer, leaving the captain in complete disbelief. The protagonist's sword glows with a beautiful blue aura. As he raises his weapon, Tsukishiro analyzes and reveals the enemy's status, identifying his class as Black Blades, level 37, with a combat power of 17,500. The captain's eyes widened as he realized the absurd difference between them, trying to comprehend the scale of this confrontation. Tsukishiro then unleashes the final blow. An intense explosion of light engulfs the battlefield, followed by a massive impact that devastates the surrounding area. From a distance, a gigantic bolt of lightning can be seen descending from the sky and striking the exact spot where the fight took place, ending the confrontation with absolute force. In the cave designated for the supernova tournament, located in the deep forest, the scene shifts back to the previous battlefield. Tsukishiro still holds his sword, which is enveloped in a bright aura, while traces of electrical energy run through his hand. He concludes that the attack was more than enough to end the duel, feeling satisfied with the result, especially with the good loot of items like potions and equipment. The boy recognizes the great utility of a spatial ring, which allows him to store everything without any loss. Suddenly, Tsukishiro senses a presence approaching and understands he can't stay there much longer, as he needs to immediately reunite with his companions, Reyes and Sherry. The scene then returns to the depths of the forest, where the group continues to face creatures from the main mission. A level 35 monster attacks the two adventurers violently, forcing Sherry to use a defensive reinforcement on Reyes. She instructs him to take the opening to counterattack, informing him that she has already taken about a third of the creature's health, but warns him about its dangerous horn attacks. Reyes uses his sword skill to defend himself and suddenly notices a dark crystal embedded in the monster's abdomen, indicating a rare opportunity to advance in the mission. At that moment, the crystal begins to glow with an intense purple energy, signaling a new ability. Sherry immediately warns of the danger, as the monster activates an even more aggressive attack. With red eyes, the creature charges at Reyes, striking him with force and sending him flying. Although the swordsman manages to stay on his feet, he has lost a considerable amount of his health points. Reyes recognizes that this creature is different from the common shadows, as a single blow was able to affect his body internally, even with the protection of a magic shield. Next, the monster turns its attention to Sherry. The redhead realizes that her position as a battle priestess leaves her extremely vulnerable. The creature then concentrates violet energy in its claw and fires a sinister purple wave of energy, which begins to drain the girl's life force. Engulfed by this energy, Sherry feels her power being slowly siphoned away. Reyes tries to advance to protect her and asks her to create a shield, using his own sword to block the enemy's ability. However, he ends up being hit and wounded in the process, and his sword suffers structural damage, beginning to shatter after the impact. The monster advances again with a devastating blow, slamming them both to the ground and leaving them in critical condition. Reyes admits that his weapon can no longer be used, which compromises his ability to attack, and Sherry suggests a retreat, but soon realizes she can't move either. At that moment, another enemy appears before them, revealing his manipulation of shadows and explaining that once under his control, escape would be impossible. The newcomer thanks the group for weakening the creature, stating that not even his 3 brothers could cause that much damage. Reyes identifies the group as members of the Shadow Crowd Guild, which creates immediate tension. The enemies reveal that it was worth hiding in the area, as now they can finally act. Next, they activate the Shadow Prison ability towards the monster. Shadowy chains emerge and immobilize the creature, giving them enough time to prepare the trap with the indirect help of Reyes and Sherry. With the monster trapped, the enemies advance to try and take the crystal, but they show caution upon realizing the creature's purple energy remains dangerous. One of them warns not to waste time, as the monster's health points are almost gone. Suddenly, a dark energy begins to accumulate in the creature's head, and the enemies panic, but the group's leader reinforces that they should not be distracted and orders them to finish the mission. Meanwhile, Rise remains paralyzed, unable to react. The leader of the shadow crowd taunts the young man, saying that they are both after the same objective, but that this is just bad luck for his group. Reese reacts with fury, but is prevented from acting as the enemy continues to humiliate him, stating that the strongest will be eliminated first. Then, the enemy threatens Sherry, making it clear he intends to use her before eliminating her, keeping her completely immobilized. The tension rises until the sky begins to light up with multiple bolts of lightning. The enemies notice the phenomenon and are confused by the abnormal amount of electrical energy in the area. The lightning directly strikes the chains holding the creature, breaking the technique's control. In shock, the enemies try to understand what is happening and alert their captain, but even he doesn't seem to know how to react. Immediately after, a sword enveloped in intense light is thrown and strikes one of the Shadow Crowd guild members squarely. Before they could react, Tsukishiro suddenly appears behind another enemy and orders him to be silent. Reinforcing his body with energy, he unleashes a powerful blow that sends the opponent flying, eliminating him instantly. The surviving enemy recognizes Tsukishiro as the adventurer responsible for breaking the record. However, he tries to use the situation to his advantage, holding Sherry hostage and warning Tsukishiro not to get any closer. The boy observes the scene and concludes that this is the worst possible moment for that kind of strategy. He then activates his summoning ability, forming a hammer of pure electricity, and questions the enemy about which of them will be faster. The enemies remained on the ground, their bodies still coursing with the electricity from Tsukishiro's attacks. While observing the scene, the protagonist took the opportunity to check his stats, which showed his level as 20 and his class as warrior. Seeing this, the last bandit holding Sherry hostage was completely shaken by the enormous power difference. Even Rates felt the intensity of Tsukishiro's energy, concluding that he was on a completely different level from other adventurers. In that instant, his Divine Eye analysis skill activated, calculating the enemy's reaction speed, the distance between them, and the risk of a direct attack. Based on this information, Tsukishiro realized that a common strike would not be enough to save the girl safely. He then concluded that his weapon would be much more efficient if it could be reduced in size to be thrown. As soon as he thought of it, the enormous hammer enveloped in electricity began to shrink before his eyes. Tsukishiro immediately understood that the change was possible thanks to the system's evolution, which now allowed him to alter the weapon's size with his will alone. Meanwhile, the enemy held Sherry even tighter, reinforcing the threat that he would attack her if Tsukishiro came any closer. Ignoring the warning, the hero concentrated all his power into a single finger and launched the hammer with an extremely powerful flick. The weapon shot across the battlefield like a comet, catching the enemy completely off guard. The impact was devastating, launching the assassin through several trees and defeating him instantly. That opponent, a level 35 assassin with a combat power of 14,500, was eliminated with a single blow. Reese and Sherry were completely shocked as they witnessed the ease of the victory. Soon after, the hammer, still wreathed in electricity, automatically returned to its owner's hands, and with the victory, Tsukishiro gained another level. Tsukishiro approached to check if his companions were okay. Still unable to believe what they had seen, Sherry and Reis remained silent for a few moments. Reis was the first to speak, asking if Tsukishiro had also defeated the enemies left behind. The protagonist confirmed that he had eliminated them all, and had taken the opportunity to collect their weapons, since Wright's sword had been destroyed. Sherry then commented, surprised, how all that display of power came from someone with such a low level. While handing recovery capsules to the two of them, Tsukishiro revealed that he had just reached level 21, which left the girl even more incredulous. Tsukishiro took stock of the mission, explaining that with the dark crystals obtained from the assassins, the group now had 3 in total, with only 3 more needed to complete their objective. Reese noted that they had less than 2 hours before the deadline, and warned that they needed to act quickly. Sherry agreed, pointing out that continuing to hunt monsters one by one would take too long and leave them vulnerable to ambushes. Faced with this, the protagonist concluded that the current plan was too risky and decided to change their strategy. Reis immediately accepted Tsukishiro's leadership, stating that he would follow any plan he came up with. Without wasting time, the young man tore off the cloaks of the defeated assassins, adapted them as disguises for the team, and declared that from that moment on, they would be the hunters. Now camouflaged with the new gear, the group set off in search of the remaining crystals. Tsukishiro explained the new plan. They would start looking for teams of 3 to have a numerical advantage and a better chance of finding the crystals. he made it clear that the goal was not to eliminate their opponents, which made Reyes ask how that would be put into practice. The leader then turned to Sherry and asked about her ability to use restriction magic. The priestess confirmed that she had a silence ability, capable of preventing mages from casting spells for a few seconds. With that, the plan was set. Sherry would neutralize any enemy mage, while Wrights would use his techniques to immobilize another opponent. After settling all the details, the three agreed on the strategy, and Tsukishiro announced that it was time to hunt their prey. Sometime later, a group of bandits commented that the last confrontation had been more difficult than they expected, so they decided to take a brief pause while they looted the spoils of their defeated adversaries. Without them realizing it, Tsukishiro, Sherry, and Reyes were observing everything hidden among the trees. In a perfectly synchronized move, the three of them leaped out at the same time and began their ambush. Sherry acted first, using her silence magic to prevent one of the enemies from using any abilities. Simultaneously, Tsukishiro ordered Reyes to advance on another opponent, and the swordsman executed the attack immediately, surprising the target with a swift strike. Meanwhile, Tsukishiro faced the third enemy and neutralized him quickly, leaving only 2 men standing. One of the remaining bandits asked who they were and demanded that they face them fairly. Shortly after, he managed to block an attack from Reyes, believing he had regained the advantage. However, Tsukishiro emerged right behind him and defeated him with a single devastating punch. Realizing his allies had been beaten in mere seconds, the last bandit tried to flee, but Sherry anticipated his intention and surprised him with another restraining magic, which impeded his movements and left him completely vulnerable. Seizing the opening, Tsukishiro advanced and ended the combat with a direct blow to the opponent's abdomen. With all the enemies defeated, the trio began to search through the men's belongings for the dark crystals. During the search, Tsukishiro found 1 more crystal, reducing the number needed to complete the mission to just 2. He then asked how much time was left until the end of the trial, and Reyes replied that they still had 82 minutes, but reminded him that locating suitable teams consumed a lot of time. Even so, Tsukishiro decided to continue with their strategy. As with the passage of time, the weaker teams would be eliminated and the survivors would likely be carrying more spoils. 20 minutes later, the group defeated another team but found no dark crystals. A little later, they faced another group, and Sherry managed to locate just 1 more crystal. 45 minutes later, they defeated another team of adventurers, but again found nothing. Even after completing 60 minutes of the trial, the group faced 1 more team and secured another victory without much difficulty. With the new opponents on the ground, the 3 began to rummage through their belongings, hoping to find the last dark crystal. Reyes searched tirelessly, but he was already showing clear signs of exhaustion. Sherry commented that, although they had chosen this strategy, they ended up facing groups that put up more resistance than expected. Tsukishiro agreed, stating that no matter how careful a plan was, there were always unforeseen events, and he acknowledged that they had been lucky to win all their confrontations. After checking his target, Tsukishiro confirmed that he had not found any crystals, and Reyes also found nothing. With less than 20 minutes until the end of the mission, the tension mounted. Sherry, however, kept searching, and, to the group's delight, felt something different among the items. Lifting the stone with a smile on her face, the redhead found the last necessary dark crystal. Tsukishiro smiled as well, praising his companion's work and celebrating the completion of the mission. Immediately after, a notification appeared on the trio's watches, informing them that all 6 dark crystals had been gathered, and they could now leave the area. Relieved, Reyes celebrated their success by raising his arms and expressed his desire to rest before the next stage of the tournament. However, before the calm atmosphere could last long, an unexpected blow violently struck the swordsman's arm. Sherry was completely shocked to witness the sudden attack, and at the same instant, the ground beneath her feet began to move strangely. Tsukishiro reacted immediately and managed to pull Sherry to a safe spot, a second before a huge platform of earth rose from the ground. As soon as they both landed, he checked on Rice, who was clutching his injured arm. In great pain and with a look of despair, the swordsman cried out as he tried to identify who was responsible for the attack. A mysterious figure appeared, holding one of the dark crystals that had been stolen from the team. Sherry realized at once that the enemy had managed to take one of the crystals during the ambush. The purple-haired man taunted Tsukishiro, stating that he had heard of the famous D-rank adventurer who had piqued Lord Sandor's interest. Sherry recognized him as Sid, a member of the Fairy Dragon Party, and warned that he was far above the standard of a C-rank adventurer. Without showing any concern, Tsukishiro asked the reason for this fame. Sherry explained that Sid was a second awakened, someone who had undergone a new awakening even after already becoming an adventurer, acquiring exceptional abilities. Sid then revealed that he was participating in the tournament only on his leader's orders, who wished to test Tsukishiro's true capabilities, and declared that he was eager to begin the test. Cornered in a complicated situation, the heroes prepare for the confrontation. Tsukishiro asks Sherry to hurry and treat Rei's injuries, assuring her he will buy time against the new adversary. However, when trying to analyze Sid, the protagonist realizes he cannot obtain any information about him, concluding that the enemy must be using a rare and very expensive item capable of blocking analysis skills. Rei then asks Tsukishiro to find an opportunity to escape, explaining that the Second Awakened are very powerful adversaries. He reveals that even in the Adventurers Union, there are very few Second Awakened so young, and all of them receive special training. Sherry reinforces the warning, adding that adventurers with a Second Awakening possess skills far superior to those of others at the same level. Surprised by the information, Tsukishiro begins to question Sid's true level of strength. Giving them no time for more talk, Sid interrupts the group and reveals he had already observed Tsukishiro's performance in the tournament's first trial. He states that he rested after reaching the necessary score and now intends to personally test the adventurer who sparked his leader's interest. Tsukishiro finds the situation strange, saying he knows of Fury Dragon's fame, but does not know who the organization's leader is, suggesting it could all be a misunderstanding. The response deeply irritates Sid, who cannot accept someone being unaware of his leader. Next, Sid slowly draws his sword. The mere motion of removing the weapon from its sheath unleashes a powerful shockwave toward the three adventurers. Tsukishiro manages to block the attack, impressing Sid with his reaction speed, while Rei and Sherry are stunned by such a destructive blow. Realizing the danger, Tsukishiro orders his companions to fall back, as he is the true target. Sid also prevents his own men from interfering, making it clear he will settle the confrontation alone. Remembering that only 15 minutes remain for the trial to end, Sid decides to finish the test at once. In the next instant, he vanishes at high speed, leaving a trail of purple energy, and reappears before Tsukishiro to strike him with the sword's sheath. Even facing such absurd speed, Tsukishiro reacts in time and blocks the blow, earning praise from Sid for his reflexes. The hero realizes that Sid is an adversary specializing in speed, but notices that his analysis skill can keep up with all of the opponent's movements. Soon after, Sid envelops himself in an intense purple aura and charges forward using his advanced technique, Viper's Tears. Tsukishiro's analysis skill calculates the best response, guiding him to block the strike and counterattack toward the opponent's hand. Following the strategy, Tsukishiro uses his sword to destabilize the enemy, which surprises Sid and causes him to lose his weapon for a moment. Even unarmed, he recovers the sword almost immediately and launches a powerful vertical counterattack. Meanwhile, Rei and Sherry watch the fight impressed, fearing for their companion's safety. Sherry even considers helping him, but is stopped by Sid's subordinates, who appear behind them and warn that any interference will be considered an attack. The men reveal they were ordered only to observe and record the fight. Reese is startled to realize he hadn't sensed the warrior's approach, concluding that they too are far above his level. On the battlefield, Tsukishiro realizes he has a cut on his shoulder and recognizes that, without his body's reinforcement, that blow would have shattered his bones. Sid takes advantage of the opening and prepares his final blow, but the Divine Eye analysis skill detects the danger and recommends interrupting the attack. Sid then uses the Serpent Thrust technique, lunging forward at extreme speed. To counter, Tsukishiro activates the Earth Wind Law skill, creating a massive emerald magic circle in the palm of his hand that generates a powerful whirlwind to collide with Sid's charge. Sid's subordinates are astonished to see Tsukishiro facing their captain on equal footing and begin to question if he too might be a second awakened. The clash between the two techniques kicks up a massive cloud of smoke, and when the dust settles, only the silhouettes of the two combatants can be seen, with their swords pointed at each other. At that moment, an announcement states that only 1 minute remains for the trial to end. Sid admits he is impressed that a D-rank adventurer could keep up with him, but states that the combat will have to end due to lack of time. Tsukishiro, however, demonstrates that the situation was already under control. Opening his hand, he reveals he had recovered the Dark Crystal during the fight, and a notification confirms the objective's completion. Sid, his subordinates, and Tsukishiro's companions are left speechless, as no one had noticed the feat. Finally, the hero makes it clear that his objective was never to win the battle, but to complete the mission, and he challenges Sid to resume their confrontation in the next stage of the tournament. Sometime later, Sid's subordinates inform the leader of Fury Dragon that they have sent the full recording of the fight. After watching the video, the leader orders Sid to return immediately, but he refuses the order, stating that he intends to finish the confrontation in the next stage, which will be individual battles. However, the leader interrupts him and states that he wouldn't be able to defeat Tsukishiro. The response surprises Sid, who points out that he has not yet used his ultimate technique, capable of facing even higher-level creatures. Sandor becomes thoughtful for a moment, as he knows the technique is powerful, and then decides to let his subordinate do as he pleases. When one of the subordinates asks if they will return after the event, Sid reacts with irritation and makes it clear that he has no intention of retreating. Dissatisfied, he decides to fight with everything he has in the next battle, determined to prove his leader wrong. Meanwhile, Sandor communicates with someone else and concludes that the time has come to meet Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi in person. The president of one of the three great guilds speaks with Sandor and shows surprise upon learning that the leader of Fury Dragon has taken an interest in a D-rank adventurer. Sandor comments that it seems the Adventurers Guild has not yet realized the boy's true potential. During the conversation, they speculate that Tsukishiro might be able to open a mysterious door located in the restricted area of the One Strike Mountain. Shortly after, it is revealed that out of the 45 participants, only 12 managed to complete the challenge, as all the others either gave up or died. Tsukishiro observes that only 3 teams finished the trial with all members alive, in addition to 1 duo and a solo participant. He also realizes that his group gathered the minimum amount of dark crystals, finishing the stage in the last position among those who qualified. Analyzing the scoreboard, the trio discovers that first place belongs to the Skull Knight Guild, which acquired an impressive 18 dark crystals. Reese recognizes the guild's fame as one of the 3 greats and is impressed by the result. Faced with this, Tsukishiro concludes that organizations of this caliber do not participate in such tournaments without a reason, and imagines that their representatives have very important objectives. Soon after, an announcement informs them that the final stage will take place in an hour and will consist of individual battles. Although Reis shows determination to participate, Tsukishiro notices that his companions have lost their confidence after nearly dying in the previous stage. Thinking of their safety, he decides to take full responsibility and asks Sherry and Reis to withdraw, stating that he will represent the group alone. Sherry and Reis refuse the idea of letting him fight alone, arguing that they have no intention of abandoning a friend. The protagonist, however, insists that they withdraw, explaining that continuing in their current state would only put their lives at risk for no benefit. Sherry expresses concern and points out that the next opponent could be another second awakened, but Tsukishiro remains confident and assures them he can handle any opponent. Noticing the determination and the intense aura emanating from the protagonist, the two decide to trust him. Rise even admits that they might just end up hindering his performance. After thanking them for their support, Tsukishiro says goodbye and heads alone toward the next challenge. At that moment, an S-rank adventurer named Hoshimiya Kenji observes the scene from a distance and comments that it takes a lot of courage to continue alone. Tsukishiro finally notices his presence and is surprised for not having seen him earlier. Kenji praises the young man's journey, highlighting his rise from a substitute to an official representative of the Adventurers Union, which leads Tsukishiro to ask who he is. Kenji confirms that he belongs to the Adventurers Union. Tsukishiro even imagines that he might be a second awakened, but Kenji denies this possibility. He explains that he came to the tournament to represent the organization in the final ceremony and also to meet him personally. Finding the man somewhat strange, the protagonist tries to end the conversation so he can rest before the fight. However, Kenji approaches and mentions a mysterious restricted area called One Strike Mountain. Tsukishiro is surprised, as he claims to have never heard of the place, and not even Suzuki mentioned it. Kenji then explains that not even President Suzuki is authorized to know this secret and makes an unexpected invitation, saying he wants to take Tsukishiro there to check something important. According to Kenji, there is a door at the location that was left by a legendary S-rank adventurer, the creator of One Strike Mountain, and no one has ever been able to open it. Upon hearing these words, Tsukishiro's ring begins to react intensely. The protagonist remembers that the same thing had happened before and begins to suspect a connection between the ring and the mysterious door. Confused, Tsukishiro questions why he was chosen, since there are much more experienced S-rank adventurers and second awakened. Kenji explains that all of them have already tried to open the door without success, and the current theory is that it can only be opened by someone with a special connection, not just strength. With a friendly smile, the man renews the invitation. Faced with the possibility and the reaction of his ring, Tsukishiro concludes that he might finally discover the truth about the artifact and, with a firm voice, accepts Kenji's proposal. Far away, Kenji explains that facing cave creatures is only the most superficial part of an adventurer's duties, as there are places that can only be accessed by S-rank adventurers. As they walk down the corridor of the restricted area, he reveals that this location is on a completely different level from common missions, making cave exploration seem like child's play. When they arrive at the entrance, 2 guards greet them. One of the guards, an S-rank adventurer named Hoshimiya, gives a respectful bow. Kenji introduces Tsukishiro as his assistant and informs them that he has already requested authorization to enter, asking for the passage to be opened. The guards, however, express concern and explain that entry is forbidden when only one S-rank adventurer is present, reinforcing that the rules of the restricted area cannot be broken. Hearing the conversation, Tsukishiro realizes that control over this place is much stricter than he had imagined, while at the same time feeling his ring vibrate more and more intensely, as if responding to something hidden beyond the door. Kenji insists, stating that he will take full responsibility, but the guards remain firm and refuse the request. With the refusal, Kenji's expression changes completely, and his aura explodes with intensity as he once again demands that the gates be opened. Faced with the overwhelming pressure, the guards begin to tremble, kneel, and beg for his understanding, explaining that they simply cannot disobey the regulations. Seeing this, Tsukishiro tries to analyze Kenji with his ability, but the power difference is so great that he cannot obtain any information. As Kenji prepares to insist again, a voice interrupts the discussion. He and Tsukishiro look back and see two men approaching, one of whom comments that Kenji seems to be having fun giving the guards a hard time. The protagonist immediately realizes that both of them are also S-rank adventurers. The newcomers, Lord Sendor and Lord Dan, calmly walk past Kenji, much to the guards' relief. Immediately, an air of tension arises as Kenji responds provocatively to Sendor. Sendor, in turn, slowly approaches and faces the young man firmly, stating that he is not yet at a level to challenge him. The provocation angers Kenji, who clenches his fist tightly. Observing the scene, Tsukishiro realizes that the rivalry between S-rank adventurers from different factions is much more serious and complex than he had imagined. Faced with the growing tension, the other S-rank, Dan, intervenes and asks everyone to remain calm, reminding them that cooperation is still necessary to access the location. Kenji takes a deep breath and accepts the situation. With 3 S-rank adventurers present, the guards finally relent and authorize the group's entry. The 4 of them pass through the gate in silence, and on the other side, Tsukishiro finally sees with his own eyes the legendary door that had been mentioned for so long. His ring reacts intensely, vibrating non-stop as if being called by something ancient and powerful. Kenji then asks the other S-ranks why they are there, and Dan replies with irony, stating that they also want to observe the outcome, especially whether or not Tsukishiro can open the door. At that moment, Kenji realizes that the major factions had already been waiting for this moment. Suddenly, Kenji notices something strange and calls out to Tsukishiro, but the boy seems distant, walking in an odd manner, as if something were guiding him. When Kenji tries to touch his shoulder to check what is happening, he is quickly stopped by Dan, who pushes him away. Sendor then comments that Tsukishiro is no longer reacting to his surroundings as before, and Dan reinforces that something different is happening, as if he has been called directly by the door. The door begins to emit an intense light as the protagonist slowly advances toward it. At the same time, his ring reacts with even greater force, releasing sparks and energy toward the gate. He feels the same strange sensation he experienced when he was called by the hammer in another world, and, without hesitation, places his hand on the door. A notification appears, confirming his qualification, and the structure reacts immediately to his touch, vibrating as if recognizing his presence. Little by little, a crack appears, revealing an intense light on the other side, and, before everyone's eyes, the door finally opens. On the hidden mountain, the atmosphere began to change, as if something important was about to happen. The people felt the ground tremble with growing intensity, and went on alert, not understanding the situation. From above, Sid observed a massive wave of energy spreading, and wondered if it was coming from the depths of the restricted area. Other warriors confirmed the phenomenon's origin, recalling that only S-rank adventurers were supposed to have access to that location. At the same moment, the guards panicked and ordered the supervisor to be contacted immediately, reporting that the entire mountain was shaking. Surprised, Kenji realized the door had finally been opened. Faced with the opportunity, the expedition members decided to advance and charge toward the rift, but their abilities were blocked by an invisible barrier. It seemed that only a specific person could pass through. Observing the scene, Sendor concluded that when Tsukishiro came out, they would need to obtain all possible information about what was on the other side. At that moment, Tsukishiro leaped toward the opening, passing through a portal filled with lights and beams of energy. He crossed the threshold and landed on solid ground. As he slowly got up, he confirmed that he had managed to reach the other side. Looking around, Tsukishiro realized he was in a vast, mountainous plain, surrounded by countless other mountains. He tried to use his analysis skill, but it didn't work in that space, as if it were completely blocked. Before he could get his bearings, a presence caught his attention. A tall man with a long cape had his back turned and said that he had been waiting for him for a long time. The figure, with white hair and purple eyes, observed Tsukishiro in silence and recognized him as the new wielder of the infinite ring. Tsukishiro felt a chill, as that gaze seemed to pierce his very soul, so he asked who the man was and where exactly they were. The man replied calmly, saying it was normal not to understand right away, as he himself had gone through the same situation in the past. He introduced himself as Dignity, someone who in current terms would be equivalent to an S-rank adventurer, and revealed that this place was the One Strike Mountain from 300 years ago. Tsukishiro was in shock to hear that he was in a past version of that location. Dignity then raised his hand and, with a gesture, made Tsukishiro levitate, as if he were being analyzed by an incomprehensible force. The boy admitted to himself that he felt completely powerless before that presence, as if he were facing something far beyond his comprehension. The man explained that this was the final sealed form of his power, and that the place was, in fact, a dimension separate from the real world. He then pointed at Tsukishiro and revealed that he was the former wielder of the ring he now carried. Tsukishiro reacted with even more shock to this revelation. Dignity then asked which world he had been transported from. Still confused, Tsukishiro confirmed that he was sent to another world, a place with races like humans, elves, and beastmen, and that he had many questions about it. Dignity stated that Tsukishiro was luckier than him, as the world he was summoned to was not at all welcoming. The young man reflected that the previous wielder of the ring must have been transported to a completely different world than his own. Right after, the mysterious man observed the protagonist and commented that he already seemed to have obtained the first treasure, questioning how much Tsukishiro could control that power. Tsukishiro replied, referring to the Divine King's hammer, that summoning it consumed almost all of his mana, which prevented him from using it freely before the tournament battles. Dignity reacted calmly and said that, despite that, Tsukishiro should already be able to use about 20% of the weapon's power at his current level. Dignity stated that since Tsukishiro had made it this far, he was willing to answer all his questions, and with a simple motion, commanded the hammer to appear. Tsukishiro realized, in shock, that the man was summoning the very artifact that was linked to his body. A golden light began to emerge, and the form of the Divine King's hammer materialized in the white-haired man's hands. He observed the weapon with familiarity, as if reuniting with an old companion. Dignity then mentioned the three great treasures, the Divine King's hammer, the sacred sword of the bright moon, and the star-shaped ring staff. Tsukishiro, still confused, asked what the connection was between the ring, the other worlds, and these three treasures, insisting that he needed to understand the whole truth. The man then asked him to follow, stating that he would explain everything he knew, although some answers would still need to be discovered on his own. Then, Dignity began to walk on the air as if it were solid ground. Tsukishiro, surprised, tried to keep up and followed him, hearing that this journey was part of his mission as the former wielder of the ring. As they walked through a void that stretched like an endless sky, Tsukishiro called out to Dignity to ask what exactly the darkness was. The young man already understood that this force existed in both his world and the other, although it manifested in different ways, and he deduced that it was an unknown force capable of parasitizing living beings. Surprised by the accuracy of his conclusion, Dignity confirmed that his interpretation was correct. He explained that the darkness is a form of ancient energy that can only exist by hosting itself in creatures, transforming them into the monsters Tsukishiro knew. With this explanation, the young man's mind began to reorganize his experiences. He finally understood that the creatures he had faced, like goblins and spiders, were actually parasitized versions of beings from another world, and that the caves functioned as bridges between these worlds. The darkness, therefore, was just the result of the contamination from this process. Faced with Dignity's confirmation, Tsukishiro asked how it would be possible to eliminate this parasitism and what role the ring and the three great treasures played in this solution. The man replied that the key lay precisely in those artifacts and asked the boy to follow him. The two continued walking through the void until they reached a huge, snow-covered mountain. Tsukishiro wanted to know why they had ended up there, and Dignity explained that to control that force, he needed to understand the point where everything connected. Stating that the key to controlling the darkness was in that very place, Dignity concentrated energy and lightning with a wave of his hand, firing a gigantic golden ball of energy toward the young man. Tsukishiro firmly gripped the handle that emerged from the energy, which revealed itself to be his axe, but he immediately felt he couldn't withstand the weapon's power. With no other choice, he activated the strongest body skill in both his arms, which left Dignity visibly surprised. Struggling to hold the axe, the boy asked what the man was trying to do. Dignity replied that he wanted to make him understand why the treasures were the key to controlling the darkness. Then, he brought his hand close to his own face and began to concentrate a different kind of energy. Bright bolts of lightning leaped from his hands and forehead, and a mystical purple energy coursed through the area. Tsukishiro felt the impact of that power, realizing that its mere proximity was already causing damage to his body. Dignity then said the young man should experience that energy and launched a ball of power in his direction. Not knowing how to react, Tsukishiro suddenly felt his body fill with an energy that seemed to come from the oceans. As he raised the axe, his eyes filled with light and a colossal force took hold of him. Dignity explained that he could not give him all of his power, as each bearer of the ring must seek their own strength. After this reinforcement, the boy was able to handle the axe as if it were any other weapon, impressed by this sudden power. Dignity then revealed that the mountain represented Strike Mountain in the past, and asked Tsukishiro to try and feel the treasure's power. The young man concentrated, gripping the axe tightly, and a very powerful aura of energy began to emanate from his body. He prepared a strike, and as he attacked, the purple aura formed an energy dragon that slammed with full force against the mountainside. In that instant, the young man understood that this was the true power capable of combating the darkness, and that seeking this level of power would be his new responsibility. Staring intently at the mountain, he realized that its true origin was a distortion in space-time. Dignity confirmed that the goal of all ring-bearers was precisely to seek this ultimate power, as the two of them observed the damage Tsukishiro's strike had caused. Tsukishiro looked at Dignity and asked if that was the treasure's true power. The man confirmed, explaining that it was a force capable of completely destroying heaven and earth, transforming any landscape. The protagonist then wanted to know if the Divine King's hammer was one of the three great treasures, and Dignity confirmed again. He explained that Tsukishiro's mission was to seek out the treasures, fuse them, and obtain the power necessary to end the darkness, as this had been his destiny since the ring chose him. Faced with this, Tsukishiro questioned why Dignity himself, who seemed much stronger, hadn't done the same. Dignity remained silent for a moment before replying that he couldn't, as he had been dead for a long time. The revelation brought to Tsukishiro's mind the memory of the skeleton wearing the ring, and he asked if it was Dignity who had been inside the dry well. The man confirmed, explaining that what the young man saw was merely a consciousness left behind 300 years ago, while his true body had already turned to bone. Tsukishiro felt bad and apologized, but Dignity told him not to grieve, as his consciousness was left there precisely to find a successor. Even so, the boy became disheartened, thinking that if someone as powerful as Dignity couldn't resist the darkness, how could he? The man then clarified that he had managed to collect the three treasures, but he didn't discover how to fuse them in time. As Tsukishiro reflected on the true nature of the darkness and the fusion of the treasures, Dignity stated that the boy would have to find his own answers, as he would only be a guide. The only thing Dignity could do was teach him his skill, Heaven Opening. He explained that when the young man summoned his axe, he could destroy the heavens and the earth, and thus Tsukishiro acquired his newest skill. The young man asked if that was the technique that had created One Strike Mountain, and Dignity confirmed. However, he warned that Tsukishiro didn't yet have enough power to use it to its full extent, but that he would evolve over time. With a determined look, Tsukishiro thanked him for the teaching. Dignity encouraged him for the long road ahead and began to slowly fade away. His last words were that the mission was both a disaster and an honor, and that perhaps one day they would meet again. Then, Tsukishiro was enveloped in a golden energy and found himself back in a familiar place, surprising everyone as he emerged from the mysterious gate. Sandor and Don approached immediately, curious to know what was inside. Tsukishiro just looked back at the still open rift, without answering. Seeing the delay, Sandor insisted, mentioning that not even S-rank warriors could open that door, but the protagonist seemed only bothered by the man's hand on his shoulder. Sandor realized that the boy's aura had changed, and that something important must have happened. Faced with the insistence of the three S-rank warriors, Tsukishiro finally answered with a serious look, revealing that the darkness was just a type of host. He explained that they were being parasitized by an even more powerful existence, and that the true enemy was the mysterious force that created the darkness itself. The news left the three of them completely shocked. Don and Kenji became visibly hopeless at the idea of there being something stronger than the darkness. Tsukishiro, for his part, knew he couldn't reveal anything about the ring until he had enough power to protect himself, as he feared they would try to kill him for this secret. Suddenly, the portal behind him began to make a strange noise, and the large structure started to crack and tremble. Don commented that the door seemed to be disappearing, because it had already fulfilled its purpose. Sandor, however, insisted that it had something to do with Tsukishiro, and asked once more what had happened. The protagonist just repeated that he had already said everything he knew, that new information about the darkness had appeared, and he was kicked out of there. The three S-rank warriors looked at each other, and Sandor suggested they disperse, taking the opportunity to invite Tsukishiro to join the Fury Dragons. Don interrupted, saying that his guild, Final Glory, was just as good, and that Tsukishiro should consider it. Kenji then crossed his arms and stated that the Adventurers Union was the strongest organization, recommending that the boy freely choose his new instructor after the tournament. At that moment, an announcement marked the start of the final event, summoning the qualified participants to the designated location. Kenji placed a hand on Tsukishiro's shoulder, saying he was looking forward to seeing him on the podium. With confidence, the young man replied for him to wait and see him in first place. Sometime later, attention returns to the Supernova Tournament arena, where the third and final stage is about to begin. Due to previous withdrawals and eliminations, only 10 participants remain in the competition, including Tsukishiro, who reflects that the tournament might end rather quickly. Beside him is Sid, a level 37 C-rank warrior from Fairy Dragon. Thanks to what happened in the restricted area, Tsukishiro can finally see Sid's stats, realizing that the item hiding his information has stopped working. Further ahead, he observes another competitor and identifies him as Sean Kai, a representative of the Skull Knight Guild, one of the 3 great guilds. Sean Kai is a level 38 C-rank warrior and also a second awakened, leading Tsukishiro to conclude that he is even stronger than Sid. At that moment, the announcer explains that each team must nominate 1 or more participants from other teams to face in combat. The competitors understand that the final stage will be a series of decisive clashes where any mistake could mean immediate elimination. The draw to determine the combat order then begins, and Tsukishiro receives the number 3, realizing he will be able to observe the previous fights before taking action. The first competitor called is Sean Kai. In the judges area, the commentators highlight that he is an extremely powerful second awakened, considered the Skull Knight Guild's greatest asset. The arena erupts with excitement as the crowd watches his entrance. Sean Kai then chooses to face the team with the most members and decides to challenge all at once the 3 members of the Venom Guild. The judges explain that the Venom Guild became known for defeating opponents with long-range magic attacks to steal their crystals during the second trial. They acknowledge that the coordination between the 3 mages is extremely dangerous, but in a survival competition, that kind of strategy is part of the game. Sid watches the scene with interest, curious to see Sean Kai's strength, while the members of the Venom Guild believe their numerical advantage will be enough to win. With the announcer's excited call, the combat begins. The 3 mages assume a triangular formation, surrounding Sean Kai to execute a coordinated attack. The guild leader plans to overwhelm the young man with magic, and sarcastically says he will grant his death wish since he insists on fighting alone. But Sean Kai doesn't seem the least bit shaken, and simply utters 2 words to activate his ability. Instantly, a massive skeletal horse wreathed in emerald green flames erupts from the ground, shattering part of the arena, and the warrior quickly mounts the creature. The judges identify the technique as the exclusive skill of the Skull Knight Guild. Without wasting a moment, Sean Kai orders his mount to charge, and the horse shoots forward at an absurd speed toward the 3 opponents. One of the Venom Guild members is in shock as he perceives the crushing force of the attack. Before any of them can react, Sean Kai pierces through their formation and fells one of the mages with a single blow. The other guild member is terrified, seeing that the knight eliminated his comrade without the slightest hesitation. While calmly cleaning his spear, Sean Kai turns his gaze to the next opponent, making it clear that he will be the next to fall. The remaining mage warns his partner not to stand still and to start using magic. He tries to use his blizzard ability, but is easily overpowered by the knight. Next, Sean Kai activates his wild dance ability, violently striking his opponent and inflicting a severe injury. The last remaining mage knows that if she lets Sean Kai get too close, her life will be at risk, so she decides to admit defeat to save herself. However, at the exact moment the woman tries to surrender, Sean Kai leaps from his horse in a battle stance. Even after her plea, the woman's life is not spared. With a cold, calculating voice, the warrior scoffs at her for begging, stating that humans without courage or pride do not deserve to be called adventurers. The announcer then declares that the first combat has ended and shouts the winner's name. After the first fight ends, Sid observes Sean Kai and concludes that he has made him even more interested than Tsukishiro himself. While leaving the arena, Sean Kai passes by Tsukishiro, who also feels the immense pressure emanating from the warrior and acknowledges his strength. The announcer officially declares the end of the first combat and calls the second team to the arena. 2 competitors get into position, a heavy-armored warrior and a rogue. As they prepare, they talk and decide to challenge Tsukishiro, believing that facing a D-rank adventurer will be much easier. The announcer declares that the second team must choose their opponent, and without hesitation, they select Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. The commentators consider the decision logical, while the representative from the Adventure Union watches with concern, hoping Tsukishiro puts up a good fight. The heavy-armored warrior proposes that Tsukishiro choose only one of them to face. However, the hero surprises everyone by replying that since he was challenged by both, he will face both at the same time. The decision causes astonishment among the judges, who claim it is pure recklessness, recalling that warriors usually have a disadvantage against rogues. They also comment that Tsukishiro seems to be trying to imitate Sean Kai, but they emphasize that there is a huge difference between a second awakened and a D-rank adventurer. Without wasting time, the heavy-armored warrior charges forward, believing he will defeat Tsukishiro quickly. Meanwhile, the young man wields his weapon, which becomes enveloped in an intense emerald aura. Keeping his gaze steady, he shows his determination to fight, resolved to defend the honor of the adventure Adventure Union. In the Supernova Tournament arena, Tsukishiro faces his two opponents and provokes them, inviting them to attack all at once. The heavily armored warrior hesitates for a moment at the protagonist's confidence, while his partner, a rogue, is surprised by the pressure Tsukishiro exudes, doubting that it's the presence of a mere D-rank adventurer. Even so, the warrior regains his confidence, remembering that they have already defeated many enemies and still have the advantage of being 2 against 1. With this in mind, the two decide to surround Tsukishiro from the sides to prevent him from breathing or using his skills. The warrior advances from the front with his sword raised. At the same time, the rogue activates a technique that creates several images of himself to confuse the opponent. Thus, they both launch their attacks simultaneously. In the spectators' area, the representative from the Adventure Union shows concern, as being cornered by a warrior and a rogue is extremely dangerous. The commentators explain that the strategy is to pin the target with the warrior's strength, so the rogue can deliver the final blow. Tsukishiro, however, remains completely calm, observing the two as they approach. When their weapons finally reach him, something unexpected happens. The attacks are instantly repelled, and the rogue's dagger is sent flying. Perplexed, the two opponents even suspect that Tsukishiro is using some kind of special item. In reality, he had just activated the strongest body skill, and, after blocking both attacks without taking any damage, he prepared for his counterattack. The entire arena falls silent for a moment, and the commentators are in shock as they realize the protagonist withstood it without a single scratch. They remind the audience that the warrior's strike had defeated powerful monsters before, and that the rogue was one of the fastest in the competition. Faced with this, the crowd begins to call Tsukishiro a true monster. Sid watches the scene with growing interest in his future adversary, while Shankai also observes the fight attentively, showing respect for the adventurer's strength. Back in the arena, Tsukishiro disappears from sight using the Law of Wind and Earth skill, reappearing an instant later behind the rogue. Surprised, the opponent uses a movement technique to escape, convinced that his speed was enough to shake Tsukishiro off, and that he would never be caught. However, the next moment Tsukishiro appears right behind him again. Before the rogue could react, the protagonist unleashes a powerful sword strike, the impact of which hurls him far away, defeating him almost instantly. Without even celebrating, Tsukishiro turns his attention to the last opponent and walks slowly toward him, making it clear that the fight is not over yet. The heavily armored warrior falls into despair, realizing the enormous power gap, and understands he can no longer wait. His armor begins to shatter, his body increases in size, veins bulge from his skin, and his presence becomes much more menacing. Tsukishiro watches the transformation with curiosity, but remains completely calm, wielding his sword with both hands and simply inviting his opponent to attack. The protagonist's stance impresses the entire audience, and one of the commentators praises the opposing captain, noting that he made it this far thanks to his courage and willingness to fight without fear of death. The other commentator states that this would be a true life-or-death battle. The transformed warrior then charges forward at high speed, launching a devastating frontal assault. Tsukishiro perceives the opponent's intention and prepares to face him head-on, standing firm as the giant kicks up a cloud of dust. When the dust settles, everyone expects to see a monumental clash, but the scene is completely different. The warrior is kneeling, leaning on his sword, and officially acknowledges his defeat. He lowers his head and says that no matter what he does, he cannot change the outcome. The entire audience, as well as Tsukishiro, Sid, and Shankai, is stunned by the decision. Tsukishiro closes his eyes for a moment, thinking that it all ended easier than he had imagined, and then looks at the announcer, waiting for him to do something. Still surprised, the young man announces that, due to the surrender, the victory belongs to Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi of the Adventure Union. The crowd reacts with frustration as they were expecting a great showdown. Sid crosses his arms, considering the warrior's actions a disgrace, while Shankai just sighs in silence. Tsukishiro then asks if there is one more match left. The announcer confirms that there is, but after looking at his clipboard says that he can fight after a short rest. Tsukishiro, however, replies that he doesn't need to rest, stating that his warm-up has just ended. Immediately after, he walks directly toward Sid and challenges him to fight right away, making it clear that he doesn't care about the format of the match. The other members of Dragon's Fury consider the act arrogant and try to interfere, but Sid tells them all to shut up and stay seated. His companions obey at once. Then, Sid leaps into the arena and lands right in front of Tsukishiro. Staring at the protagonist with hostility, he declares that he will make Tsukishiro regret his arrogance. Sid states that he needs to prove to his leader that he is stronger, and, with his eyes full of fury and veins popping on his face, he swears he will win this battle no matter what. Sid slowly walks towards Tsukishiro in the arena, facing his opponent with a confident smile. In the audience, the spectators comment that the second Awoken possess growth and combat power far beyond ordinary adventurers, also noting that Fury Dragon invested enormous resources in Sid's training. Meanwhile, Sean Kai watches everything in silence, interested in finding out which of the two is stronger. The announcer then officially declares the fourth match of the third stage: Sid, a C-rank adventurer, versus Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, a D-rank adventurer. Right after the starting signal, Sid lunges into attack without any hesitation. With a single motion, he unsheathes his sword and rushes forward at high speed, attempting an aerial strike on Tsukishiro, who remains calm and blocks the attack with his greatsword. Satisfied with the resistance, Sid admits his opponent is better than he imagined, but reinforces that he will defeat him. He then activates the Serpent Thrust technique again, which Tsukishiro recognizes from the previous battle, and narrowly dodges using the Earth-Wind Law skill. The thrust passes dangerously close to his neck, making the hero realize that Sid is truly fighting to kill. In the stands, the spectators comment that if Tsukishiro had been hit, the fight would have likely ended right there. In response to the deadly attack, Tsukishiro concentrates energy into his sword, and golden lightning envelops the blade. With a powerful vertical strike, he hits Sid and sends him flying. Despite the impact, the young man quickly regains his balance, and while wiping his wounds, continues to smile, seeming more and more excited about the fight. He acknowledges that he now understands Sandor's interest in Tsukishiro, sheathes his sword, and announces that the warm-up is over. An intense purple aura begins to envelop Sid's entire body, releasing a much greater pressure than before. The commentators realize he is about to use his most powerful technique, the same one capable of defeating a high-level darkness, and even Sean Kai watches the scene with greater attention. In that instant, Tsukishiro's Divine Eye skill detects the danger and recommends that he envelop his body with the strongest body skill to withstand the impact. On the other side, Sid remains motionless as the purple aura intensifies, until he activates his ultimate technique and unleashes his final form. A single sword strike generates violent blasts of energy that surge towards Tsukishiro, leaving the audience stunned. Without hesitation, Tsukishiro also concentrates all his energy, emitting an intense golden aura. He gathers the power of earth, ice, and lightning into his sword, and the amount of power is so immense that the blade begins to crack. Even so, he raises the weapon and unleashes a powerful vertical blow. The two techniques collide in the center of the arena, triggering a gigantic explosion. The shockwave tears through the entire grandstand, hurling spectators backward while others use shields to protect themselves from the debris. Sid's eyes widen as he realizes the scale of the collision, and a massive cloud of dust completely covers the arena, obscuring all vision. As the smoke begins to clear, a silhouette is revealed, standing. Holding his defeated rival by the face with a cold expression, Tsukishiro simply states that the fight is over. With a cold, fixed stare, Tsukishiro firmly held his opponent, who seemed unconscious. He then hurled Sid's body towards his rival's companions, telling them their captain was here. The members of Fury Dragon watched the scene in desperation, shouting Sid's name, but Tsukishiro informed them that he was still alive, which reassured the group. His teammates immediately carried him away for treatment, and as they left, one of them commented that it was unbelievable that the captain had been defeated like that. Shortly after, one of the members made a call to report the outcome of the fight. The person on the other end of the line simply replied that if the winner was Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi, then that outcome was expected. Meanwhile, the entire arena erupted in celebration and surprise. Many spectators commented that the strongest young C-rank adventurer and second awakened of the Fury Dragon was defeated head-on by a mere D-rank adventurer. At the same time, the announcer managed to emerge from the rubble of the previous explosion and admitted that he thought he was going to die during the fight. At that moment, another person calmly entered the arena. Tsukishiro turned and identified him as Sean Kai. Without any hesitation, the young man asked the referee to immediately announce the next match. The announcer officially declared Tsukishiro's victory, but reminded him that he had just faced an extremely intense battle, and suggested some time to recover his energy before the final. The hero, however, interrupted him, saying he intended to end everything as quickly as possible and that he didn't need any rest. The declaration left the entire audience in shock. The spectators couldn't believe that, right after defeating Sid, Tsukishiro still wanted to face Sean Kai immediately. At the same time, many recognized that this would be the most anticipated showdown of the tournament. With few alternatives, the announcer officially called the final match. As soon as the fight began, the two disappeared at high speed, and the sound of clashing swords echoed through the arena as sparks flew everywhere. The spectators could barely follow the exchange of blows, as that speed of attack and defense was far beyond the expected level for C-rank adventurers. After a brief sequence of attacks, the two moved a few meters apart. In that instant, it became clear that Tsukishiro Tsukishiro's sword had accumulated several deep cracks, showing signs that it might not hold up for much longer. Sean's weapon, however, was also severely damaged, and after a spectacular clash, they both shattered their own weapons. The people in the audience were surprised to see this unusual feat, and considered that this could mean a draw. But Sean didn't seem fazed, and with a confident smile, said that the warm-up was over. His faithful skeletal mount emerged from the depths, emanating flames, and the young man summoned the bright soul, causing an energy weapon to appear in his hand. The representative from the Adventurer Union was shocked to see this, and wondered if this was the young man's true power. Tsukishiro stood his ground and decided to observe the situation with his divine eye. Sean admitted that Tsukishiro should be proud just for forcing him to summon his bright soul during the fight, and warned that he was prepared to use his most powerful ability. As he leaped towards the protagonist, his opponent used his battle soul defeat power, preparing to deliver a final blow. The audience became certain that Tsukishiro was doomed, since the young man had no weapon. Defying expectations, our hero decided to use an ability he had recently learned. He stretched out his hand, and a powerful axe, wreathed in energy, appeared in it. Tsukishiro then summoned the true power of the Divine King's hammer for the first time, managing to neutralize Sean Kai's ultimate attack. The impact of the colliding blows was so powerful that the people in the audience had to protect themselves with magic shields, and the sheer force of the energy destroyed part of the arena. The dust from the destruction rose, severely impairing visibility. Sean was alive, but badly injured, and thought he must have finished his opponent. With a confident smile, he was already convinced of his victory. But as the dust began to settle, the silhouette of someone standing on the other side became visible. It was Tsukishiro, who, despite being injured and with his clothes torn, was still standing. Sean was dumbfounded, realizing he hadn't defeated his enemy even with his most powerful blow. He looked around, noticing that everything around them had been destroyed. But as he looked behind him, something shocked him even more. A huge hole had been blown through the structure of the venue, and the young man realized that if the blow had hit him squarely, he would have died. Remembering all the training he had done, he understood that he had finally found someone who represented the ideal he had always pursued. The referee, who was buried under the rubble, began to get up and tried to announce the winner, but soon realized that both were still standing. Sean then began to walk slowly towards Tsukishiro, leaving the audience even more shocked, believing the fight was about to restart. Instead, he stopped in front of the protagonist, knelt down, and declared that he had lost the duel, stating that his opponent was incredible. He then made a request that surprised everyone, asking Tsukishiro to accept him as his disciple from that moment on. The protagonist was speechless at the request, and the tournament ended not only with his victory, but also with the recognition of one of the greatest talents. Outside One Strike Mountain, a man named Suzuki stood leaning against a black car. While observing the tournament results on a device, he noticed the name Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi and a report of unexpected damage to the structure during the championship. Shortly after, a person approached, apologizing for the delay, and Suzuki turned, surprised to see it was Tsukishiro himself, now dressed in an elegant suit and carrying the champion's trophy with ease. Out of sheer surprise, Suzuki dropped his cigarette on the ground and immediately ran to hug Tsukishiro, completely emotional. Overcome with tears, he expressed his immense gratitude, acknowledging that the young man's victory had saved his position as president. Visibly embarrassed, Tsukishiro asked Suzuki to let him go, as his tears and runny nose were getting his clothes dirty. The blonde man then began to compose himself and apologize for the scene. Suzuki revealed that the Supreme Commander from the Adventure Union headquarters had just arrived, and that in light of his performance in the tournament, the organization had made a decision. As recognition for his achievements, the protagonist would have his classification raised directly from rank D to rank B, without needing to pass through rank C. Even in the face of this historic news, Tsukishiro remained calm and simply expressed his gratitude for the Adventure Union's consideration. Then, the young man changed the subject and asked if Suzuki still remembered the request he had made earlier, and the president immediately recalled the major hearing scheduled for the next day. The blonde man explained that he had personally taken care of all the preparations and the money, telling Tsukishiro not to worry. The young man just confirmed, but in his thoughts, the hope of finally being able to treat Karina's legs surfaced. At that moment, the two were interrupted by a voice calling out for Sensei. It was Sean, approaching with a serious expression, leaving Suzuki completely confused upon hearing that title. Tsukishiro himself remembered that throughout the entire award ceremony, Sean had not stopped staring at him with enormous admiration. Even so, he insisted that he didn't have the qualifications to be called a teacher. Sean, however, made it clear that only he could decide who was worthy of that role, and reaffirmed his decision to follow Tsukishiro from then on. Suzuki recognized him as Sean Kai from the Skull Knight Guild, and was even more surprised as he tried to understand what had happened. Before leaving, the young man explained that he would first resolve his situation within the guild, and, after that, he would follow Tsukishiro at any cost. He slowly backed away, asking his new teacher to wait for him. Already quite annoyed by the insistence, Tsukishiro made it clear that he didn't intend to wait for anyone. He then looked up at the sky, sighed in relief, and realized the tournament was finally over, turning his thoughts to his true goal of obtaining the golden rebirth elixir to cure his sister. Sometime later, on the top floor of the Adventure Union headquarters, Hoshimiya Kenji handed the president all the information gathered on Tsukishiro Tsuyoshi. The mysterious man, known by the nickname Absolute Judge, thought about the information and dismissed Kenji from the room. After he was left alone before the enormous window overlooking the city, the man began to reflect on the fact that Tsukishiro had managed to open the door to the restricted area and had demonstrated a power incompatible with his rank D. Furthermore, he showed great curiosity about the secrets the young man was hiding and about the mysterious phenomenon that occurred at One Strike Mountain, showing great interest in the name Tsukishiro. Meanwhile, the sunset painted the city with an intense orange hue. Our protagonist walked peacefully through the streets, thinking that it was hard to refuse the ride offered by Suzuki, but that he had finally managed to be alone. He also realized it had been a long time since he had last walked without a rush, just appreciating the city, as his routine had become nothing but entering caves, fighting, and getting stronger, without even finding time to rest. It was then that a person nearby caught his attention. A young woman dressed as a maid was handing out flyers to pedestrians, announcing the grand opening of an establishment. The girl's headband with small ears immediately reminded Tsukishiro of a blonde girl with a striking gaze named Sakura, and he realized the time to meet her again was approaching. Shortly after, as he neared some stairs, a female voice began to speak to her older brother. It was his sister Karina, who was staring at him with a surprised expression, seeking confirmation that she would really walk again. Tsukishiro caressed the girl's hair and assured her that it would happen soon, making a promise that she would get back on her feet. Overcome with emotion, the girl began to cry and hugged her brother with great affection. He apologized for making her wait for so long and reinforced that soon she would be able to attend school, walk through the streets, and visit any place just like any other child. Later that night, Tsukishiro put his sister to bed, closing the bedroom door carefully so as not to wake her. He then approached the window with a serious expression. At that instant, his ring began to glow intensely, indicating that the limitless path had been opened, and soon after, the young man was transported to another place again. When he awoke, the sun was already illuminating the surroundings. Tsukishiro realized he had returned to the other world, specifically to the territory of the Beastmen, inside the same abandoned house where he had previously been with Sakura. As he got up, he recalled that the last time he was in that place, he ended up being sent back to his own world. Upon opening the door, he found the blonde girl calmly hanging clothes on a clothesline. Noticing his presence, the girl was surprised, fixed her hair, and welcomed him with a gentle smile. Tsukishiro couldn't hide a slight embarrassment at the reunion, and a small smile appeared on his face as he realized how long it had been since he had last seen her. Sitting on a vast field of green grass, the two young people enjoyed the scenery in silence. Sakura was holding a notebook and handed it to Tsukishiro, who immediately began to flip through it attentively. On the pages, several important names were written down, among them leaders of great families and troop commanders from the Beastman Kingdom. Sakura then revealed that this was her greatest secret and that she had always wanted to share it with her master. She explained that her father was one of the main candidates to become the next Beast King and was always surrounded by renowned warriors and loyal servants. However, the current Beast King's father was his rival and used cruel methods to ensure victory. Sakura's father was attacked and betrayed by his own allies, whose names were in the notebook. Tsukishiro understood the scale of the betrayal upon hearing that those men who had sworn loyalty until death had poisoned her father shortly before his most important battle. After that, they decided to eliminate the daughter as well, to prevent any future revenge. Upon hearing the whole story, Tsukishiro showed deep outrage. His anger was so intense that the veins on his hand bulged as he clenched his fist. Sakura, however, explained that she survived thanks to her nurse, the woman who had raised her since she was a child. At the time, she was unconscious due to a very high fever, and her caretaker carried her in her arms while desperately fleeing amidst the chaos. Since then, the two of them began to hide their true identities, with the woman taking on the role of her grandmother as they lived in hiding in a distant village. For years, her father's former servants searched for them tirelessly, but eventually gave up due to the vastness of the territory. After finishing her account, Sakura stood up and extended her hand to Tsukishiro, leading him to a place she really wanted to show him. The two walked for some time through the forest, moving past the dense vegetation until they reached a small clearing. In the center of the area was a simple structure, resembling an old indigenous dwelling. Sakura approached slowly as they both observed the place in silence. There was a small, simple headstone on the ground, already quite weathered by time. Noticing the emotion on the girl's face, Tsukishiro understood that this was her grandmother's grave. Sakura recalled that, after the escape, she had always lived on alert to protect her identity and never made any friends. She also recalled that the day of her grandmother's death was sunny, just like this one, but since she was little, she had been taught not to cry easily. Still a child too small to handle a shovel properly, she spent 2 or 3 days digging a grave deep enough to bury her all by herself. Today, she could no longer remember all the details of that moment, which deeply touched the protagonist. Sakura continued, saying that after that day, she began to hide from the beasts of the forest and from all the evil in the world for being a half-beast. Fortunately, she inherited a great talent with the sword from her father, and since childhood, she improved much faster than anyone else her age. As she grew older and stronger, a feeling of revenge began to take hold of her heart. Hearing this, Tsukishiro closed the notebook and reflected, understanding that the day he was to be executed was entirely related to her past. Sakura explained that their meeting happened by pure chance, as she had only infiltrated the sacred grounds. The girl was there to confirm if her family's sacred weapon had been offered as a trophy to the man who killed her father and became king. Even knowing she couldn't defeat him, she decided to investigate. But the place was much more heavily guarded than she had imagined. Everyone believed she was just a thief trying to steal treasures, and decided to execute her publicly as an example. Her plan was to escape at the last moment, even with minimal chances, but she never imagined she would be saved by Tsukishiro of all people. After finishing her story, Sakura smiled warmly at her master and thanked him. Tsukishiro handed the notebook back to her, acknowledging the importance of the object. Soon after, he approached the headstone and suggested that the two of them clean her grandmother's grave together. They knelt down and began to remove the cobwebs, leaves, and plants that had overgrown the grave. With teary eyes, Sakura announced that she had finally returned to visit her. After some time, the grave was much cleaner and well tended. Tsukishiro considered that it was enough and knelt before the headstone. He said a brief prayer, thanking the woman for having protected and raised Sakura throughout her life. Sakura also knelt beside him and said her prayer in silence. After a few moments, the protagonist promised that from that moment on, he would be the one to protect her, wishing that her grandmother could finally rest in peace. In that instant, they both felt as if a gentle and welcoming presence was watching over them. After they stood up, Sakura showed concern upon learning that Tsukishiro intended to go to her family's old fortress. She explained that the place had been taken over by the former minister, who served her father, whose name was on the first page of the notebook. Furthermore, she warned that the fortress was heavily guarded by men loyal to the traitor, and her true identity would be discovered immediately. Even so, Tsukishiro believed that the weapon Sakura's father intended to give him might still be hidden there. Finally, he made an even greater promise. Besides recovering what belonged to Sakura, he would help her erase, one by one, all the names written in that notebook. Sometime later, the two arrived before a huge fortress built atop a mountain. The entrance was protected by several armed beastmen, while archers and spearmen guarded every point on the walls, making the place extremely well protected. Hidden from a distance, Tsukishiro and Sakura carefully observed the movements, and using his divine eye, Tsukishiro concluded that even the common guards were quite powerful. Apprehensively, Sakura explained that there were more than 10 armed soldiers in the fortress, in addition to at least 6 or 7 of the generals who had betrayed her father. She said that, despite the betrayal, the current Beast King never gave them the recognition they expected, and simply sent them to protect that place. Sakura assessed that defeating a few of them would be possible, but warned that any commotion would make all the generals act together. Tsukishiro understood the enormous risk of the mission, and knew that Sakura could lose her life. Even so, an idea formed in his mind. He considered the possibility of eliminating all the soldiers in the fortress at once, leaving only the generals as survivors. The proposal left Sakura completely surprised, as she couldn't even imagine how it would be possible to face generals above level 50. However, he insisted on the question, wanting to know if she thought it was possible. As she thought, Sakura mentally calculated that all the generals were level 50 and could also enter berserk mode if they were seriously injured. Regaining her composure, she faced him seriously, trying to understand what he meant by survivors. Without taking his eyes off the fortress, Tsukishiro made it clear that he intended to leave them only on the brink of death, so that Sakura could deliver the final blow. The girl was even more impressed, realizing that although Tsukishiro's level was lower than hers, it was impossible to comprehend the true extent of his power. Convinced, Sakura finally stated that she could complete the mission. Immediately after, the two began their infiltration with utmost caution. While Tsukishiro observed the situation from afar, Sakura slipped silently along the fortress walls, approaching the guards without making any noise, and climbing one of the walls without being noticed. Before they began, Sakura had expressed her concern, questioning if they would really go ahead with the plan. She explained that she possessed the ability Deadside Slash, capable of launching her instantly at the farthest enemy in her field of vision. At the time, Tsukishiro had simply asked her to trust him and follow the plan when she received the signal. Sakura then reflected that her master never acted on impulse and concluded that all she could do was believe in him. As she advanced through the fortress, Sakura realized that her body seemed to naturally remember every path and corridor. Tsukishiro's plan was for her to find a wide open area to lure all the enemies. In addition to 100 soldiers, the strongest generals would also be there. She was sure that upon seeing the reappearance of the former leader's daughter, they would all abandon caution to eliminate her, which made the plan risky but coherent. Meanwhile, Tsukishiro remained on a high vantage point, observing the entire fortress from a distance. He knew that to defeat over 100 soldiers with a single blow and still leave the generals gravely wounded, he would need to use all of his power. With his eyes beginning to glow intensely, he decided he would carry out Sakura's revenge and test the true power of the heaven-opening technique. Running through the inner corridors, Sakura headed towards the chosen location. Along the way, memories of her childhood came back to her, remembering when she was carried on her father's shoulders while watching the soldiers train. Convinced that everything would end there, she finally reached the large training ground located inside the fortress. Sakura observes the great walls of the fortress's outer training grounds. As she stares at the place, she recalls that it was the last setting of her childhood, and that it would also be where all those criminals would meet their end. Suddenly, archers positioned on the walls spot the girl, and Sakura realizes she has found the perfect place to put her plan into action. Without hesitation, she raises her voice and asks if the soldiers still remember her. Then she shouts with all her might that she has returned to see them, and demands that they all show themselves. Sakura's voice echoes through the fortress, alarming soldiers scattered everywhere, from the study area to the watchtower on the top floor. Confusion sets in as everyone wonders who is causing such a commotion. Soon, the alarm sounds, announcing the presence of an intruder and ordering everyone to proceed immediately to the training grounds. Sakura remains standing in the center of the arena, facing the enemies who begin to surround her. A warrior with an eye patch glares at her with contempt, surprised to recognize the half-beast man girl. In a few seconds, a huge number of soldiers completely surrounds the field. Among them, a mage in a long robe and holding a staff observes Sakura intently, trying to recognize the invader. Gradually, his expression changes as he remembers the small child who used to sit on the former Beast King's lap. Startled, he orders everyone to look closely at the girl's face, eyes, and ears, making the others realize that the child who was supposed to be dead had returned. The revelation causes a huge uproar, and the soldiers shout that she is still alive, ordering the rallying signal to be sounded to summon all troops. The great summoning horns begin to sound as some soldiers advance towards Sakura. Suddenly they all stop, puzzled by the signal's abrupt silence. The mage tells them to observe the girl more carefully. Before her, the entire troop remains motionless, surprised by her courage, with some even questioning if she had gone mad or wished to die by showing up alone. Sakura lowers her head, takes a deep breath, and then raises a small smile, showing that she never believed they had forgotten her. At that moment, the mage pushes through the crowd and stops before her. With false cordiality, he recalls that she managed to escape years ago, and states that it would have been wiser to remain hidden. According to the mage, by returning, she has put her own life at risk and would receive no mercy. Without showing any fear, Sakura places a hand on her hip and retorts to the provocation. She makes it clear that she never lived in hiding out of cowardice, but that all this time was preparation for the right moment. Now, finally, was the opportunity to eliminate the traitors who murdered her father and enact her revenge. The soldiers in front are confused and soon burst into laughter, mocking how she intended to get her revenge alone. One of them recalls that they had insisted Sakura's father take power by force, but the former leader remained bound by his honor, something they considered unacceptable. Another soldier agrees, saying they tried to convince him respectfully, but he refused all their proposals. Faced with his refusal, they had no alternative but to support the revolt of the current Beast King. Listening to everything with a blank expression, Sakura concludes that they poisoned and betrayed her father simply out of greed. The mage immediately retorts, arguing that following a leader like her father would never bring them any reward. He believed that after risking their lives so many times, they had the right to seek personal benefits, and betrayal was the correct choice. The other soldiers agree in unison, stating that fighting without receiving anything in return made no sense. After a brief silence, Sakura states that her father always fought for the future of all the Beastman people, while they chose wealth and status. Her gaze turns cold, and she concludes that her father's greatest mistake was not eliminating such cowardly men with his own hands. Consumed by fury, the mage insults her, saying she inherited her father's arrogance and her mother's inferior blood. He then orders all soldiers to attack and end the girl's life. At that exact moment, the sky darkens rapidly. Dense clouds cover the fortress and lightning streaks across the horizon, unsettling the soldiers, as the weather had been clear just moments before. Soon after, a colossal bolt of lightning begins to form above them, gathering a terrifying amount of energy. The scene shifts to a mountain about 30 meters from the fortress, where Tsukishiro raises his enormous axe to the sky. Countless lightning bolts converge on his weapon, as his thunderbolt ability concentrates an overwhelming energy. With his eyes glowing, Tsukishiro acknowledges that Sakura has fulfilled her part of the plan perfectly, and that from this point on, the battle was his responsibility. A gigantic lightning storm takes over the skies above the fortress. As she watches the phenomenon, Sakura recalls Tsukishiro's instructions to use her ability to get away as soon as she saw the first bolts. Knowing exactly what she needed to do, she looks for a soldier at the edge of the enemy formation and, upon finding the perfect target, uses her ability to reach him. The warrior, completely distracted by the storm, is struck by surprise and immediately realizes it was an ambush. The mage then orders everyone to keep their eyes on Sakura and prevent her escape. However, before anyone could react, countless lightning bolts begin to fall upon the fortress, striking the ground and causing explosions everywhere. The soldiers start to suspect that the girl had a powerful ally hidden nearby. While several enemies are struck by the lightning, Sakura takes advantage of the confusion to cross the field at high speed. She remembered that her master had insisted she get as far away as possible before the real attack began. High on the mountain, Tsukishiro continues to concentrate the lightning into his axe, directing all that energy toward the fortress. He recognizes that the Thunderbolt ability would only serve as an initial distraction for what was about to happen. Holding the axe with both hands, Tsukishiro gathers all the energy he can control. Pushing past his own limits, he combines several abilities simultaneously, and the overload is so intense that his own body is at risk of suffering severe damage. Meanwhile, many of the soldiers hit by the first lightning bolts manage to get up, even though they are wounded. At that moment, however, a gigantic magic circle appears in the sky above the fortress, and our protagonist decides that this new power will have a new name soon. From within the circle, a colossal bolt of lightning begins to descend slowly, taking the form of a black dragon made of electricity that spreads a terrifying aura. The mage immediately orders everyone to raise their defensive shields and try to escape before it was too late. Already in a safer position, Sakura continues to run as fast as she can, impressed by her master's true strength even from a distance. The lightning begins to ravage the entire fortress, and parts of the structures crumble around Sakura. The electrical bombardment completely transforms the landscape, and in a few moments the fortress is already almost unrecognizable due to the level of destruction. Some monsters are completely annihilated by the attacks, leaving no trace behind, while others manage to survive thanks to magic shields or their own defensive abilities. Sometime later, the fortress is nothing more than a vast cemetery of ash and destruction. Most of the soldiers are down with no sign of life, but among the survivors, the mage remains standing. Stunned, he concludes that it was impossible for such destruction to have been caused by the small girl. Another soldier is also alive and tries to get up, but something catches the mage's attention, and he looks forward. As the dust still covers the battlefield, a silhouette begins to emerge slowly through the smoke. As the figure gets closer, it becomes clear that Sakura was walking in his direction. However, her expression was no longer the same, as the fear had vanished, replaced by a cold gaze, heavy with the weight of a vengeance about to be completed. Before her, the mage falls to his knees and begs for forgiveness. Desperate, he tries to justify the past betrayal, claiming that everyone had been threatened. Sakura firmly grips her sword and replies that she did indeed wish to hear an apology, but that it shouldn't be directed at her. In a panic, the mage points to other survivors and tries to save his own life, begging her to kill anyone else in his place. Before the mage could finish his sentence, his hand is instantly severed by the Flower Hell ability. Showing no mercy, Sakura decides that none of those traitors would leave there alive. After slowly sheathing her sword in silence, she dedicates that victory to her father, convinced that she had finally managed to avenge him and wishing he could rest in peace. Far away on top of the mountain, Tsukishiro remains seated, completely exhausted. The immense power used in the battle takes its toll, leaving his body extremely weakened. Shortly after, Sakura approaches gently and wraps him in a hug, allowing him to finally relax a little after the combat. Even tired, Tsukishiro asks if it was all over. Sakura confirms that all the elite soldiers and the generals responsible for the betrayal against her father have been eliminated. Then, she opens her notebook and shows that all the names on the list were crossed out, with not a single survivor remaining. Satisfied, Tsukishiro smiles and tries to raise his hand to caress Sakura's face as a sign of pride, but his body no longer had enough strength and his arm could barely move. With an emotional smile, Sakura thanks him deeply for everything he did and states that she will never forget this moment as long as she lives. Due to the forced infusion of multiple types of energy at once, Tsukishiro's body entered a critical state, putting his life in serious danger. In response, the system automatically activated its maximum emergency protocol and placed his body into stasis. Tsukishiro's consciousness plunged into a deep, empty space, while the system performed emergency maintenance based on all accumulated data. As a result of the update, the Divine Eye was enhanced, and the system could now calculate and control the integration of different types of energy and attributes with greater precision. This allowed for much safer combinations and significantly increased the success rate and control over his abilities. The system also recognized all achievements from previous battles, granting various bonuses, increasing his level, and reducing the amount of experience needed to level up. Within that conscious space was also the axe that had granted him so much power. Tsukishiro reached out toward the Divine King's hammer, and upon touching the weapon, he could see all the updated system information. His level was now 20, his class remained as warrior, he was still equipped with the black armor, and he retained skills like Thunderbolt and Deathblow. Around him, there was only an immense ocean under a completely black sky. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of energy appeared before him, shining so brightly that Tsukishiro had to shield his eyes with his arm. Soon after, he woke up in the real world, realizing the system had truly saved his life. His entire body was covered in bandages, and beside him, Sakura slept peacefully, leaning on his shoulder. Gently, Tsukishiro stroked her hair, believing she had stayed there taking care of him the whole time. Feeling the movement, Sakura awoke instantly, and her first reaction was to check on Tsukishiro's condition, asking worriedly if he still felt any pain or if there were any more serious injuries. He smiled and reassured her that he was fine, which made Sakura finally relax and blush slightly in relief. He then thanked her for staying by his side and admitted that he was very happy to wake up and find her there. The words made her even more embarrassed, and she replied that it was only natural since Tsukishiro had risked his own life to help her. For a few moments, the two just looked at each other, and slowly their faces began to draw closer, creating an atmosphere of great intimacy. However, the moment was interrupted when Tsukishiro felt a sharp pain throughout his body. Sakura immediately pulled away, very embarrassed, and apologized for getting so close while he was still seriously injured. Even in pain, Tsukishiro laughed at the situation and commented on how adorable Sakura was, but his own laughter made his injuries hurt even more. Tsukishiro remembered that he could only stay in that world for 3 days, so he and Sakura continued hunting all the remaining names from the notebook. At the end of the hunt, the 24 remaining traitors were eliminated, bringing the total to 33 enemies defeated. The revenge operation was successfully completed after the 3rd day, and the girl tore the pages from her notebook, throwing them into the air. He asked her what she planned to do now that her greatest wish had been fulfilled. Sakura replied that the weapon her father had left her had not yet been found, but she thought she knew where it might be, probably with her mother. Then, she revealed that her mother is actually a human woman, which surprised Tsukishiro, as he thought she was dead. Sakura explained that after giving birth, her mother returned to the human territory, and the two had never met. So, to find her, she would need to go there. Tsukishiro interrupted her, saying that she needed to do this and that it would be possible because he was there to help. Even when she reminded him that the territory was very far away, Tsukishiro patted her head and said that everything would be all right, promising that he would soon reveal his secret to her. Besides, he already had a plan for what came next. As the two youths walked along the road leading to the Beastman tribe's border rock, Sakura asked Tsukishiro what he meant earlier about his original world. She confessed she couldn't quite understand, as it sounded like a very mysterious story she had never heard before. Tsukishiro explained that it wasn't a story, but something that had actually happened to him. Pointing to the sky, he stated that it was more real than anything happening now. The young man said that he used to feel like a traveler who had arrived in this world by chance. But after several experiences, especially after holding the sacred axe, he finally understood everything. It was no coincidence that he had resonated with the Divine King's hammer and managed to control it, as this was his mission, a mysterious burden that fate had given him. Sakura moved closer, trying to absorb the story, while Tsukishiro concluded that he now knew clearly what he needed to do. His goal was to keep fighting and raising his level until he reached the limits of this world, as well as to obtain all the sacred treasures of the humans and elves. He recalled that Lord Dignity had mentioned the power of darkness, and he wanted to see it with his own eyes. At that moment, some dark memories flashed through his mind, and with a determined look, Tsukishiro declared that no matter what happened, there was someone he needed to avenge. Sakura watched him in silence for a moment, and then said she understood. She recalled that her master had already helped her greatly with her own revenge, so she asked to help him with his as well. Suddenly, a strong voice apologized for interrupting the moment. A man with angel wings landed beside them, calling Tsukishiro by the name Tsuyoshi as he folded his large wings onto his back. The mysterious figure maintained a firm expression with his arms crossed, commenting that it had been a while Sakura seemed visibly uncomfortable with his presence. The newcomer, who revealed himself to be the Beast King, commented that the two of them had been very busy lately, even making powerful enemies. He then asked if they were at the dock to try to escape the Beastman's territory. As he approached Tsukishiro, the king questioned if he had forgotten his promise. The atmosphere grew heavy, and the wind began to blow stronger. Ready to draw her sword, Sakura intervened, stating that it was all a misunderstanding. She explained that her master wasn't planning to run away. The plan had just changed a little, and they needed to go somewhere else. The Beast King maintained his serious expression as he stared at the girl and approached her, questioning her about this plan. He reminded them that he was supposed to test Tsukishiro's strength after a year, and even though there was still time, that was no excuse to leave the territory without a good reason. Suddenly, the king's face began to change in a sinister way. Sakura tried to argue again, but Tsukishiro stopped her, putting his hand in front of her. With a firm voice, Tsukishiro apologized to the king, explaining that he would only be away for a short time. The Beast King asked what would happen if he didn't allow them to leave, and the protagonist assured him he would return on the promised date. Even so, the king insisted that he would not permit it. Faced with the refusal, Tsukishiro provoked him, saying that if the man thought he could stop him, then he should try. The king moved closer, and Tsukishiro began to ready his divine axe for the inevitable confrontation. The confrontation between the two warriors began, releasing a pressure so intense that the air around them grew heavy. Sakura watched with great concern, but Tsukishiro asked her to step back, explaining that this was a fight he needed to handle alone. Although apprehensive, she decided to obey her master's orders. Meanwhile, the Beast King's expression changed completely. His eyes began to glow and the atmosphere became even more oppressive. Then, without further delay, the two charged at each other. The battle began with a violent exchange of punches, and at one point, they both threw a blow at the same time, their fists colliding. The impact was so devastating, it destroyed a large part of the surrounding area. Tsukishiro realized that this was the true power of the strongest man of the Beastman race. Even using strongest body at its maximum output, his physical strength could only match his opponent's. On the other hand, the king himself was also surprised to notice that all of his blows were being blocked. He recalled that when he met Tsukishiro on the sacred grounds, he never imagined the young man would reach such a high level in so little time. The king concluded that not even his level 70 warriors could withstand his attacks, while Tsukishiro not only resisted, but could also counterattack. Seizing an opening, Tsukishiro grabbed the king's fist and retaliated with a powerful elbow strike, but the blow was blocked by the monarch's arms. The impact sent them both flying back at the same time. Tsukishiro landed safely a few meters away and continued to watch his opponent closely, who also landed without difficulty. With a confident expression, the king let out a slight smile, keeping one arm hidden behind his back to show his superiority. Then, he brought his arm forward, showing that he was finding the fight interesting. Tsukishiro acknowledged that his opponent was exactly as powerful as he had imagined, worthy of the title of Beast King. He then raised his hand, and an intense electrical energy began to envelop his body, taking the form of his weapon. The king watched the scene and realized that Tsukishiro had learned to control the Divine King's hammer in such a short time, considering it a monstrous talent. Without wasting time, the king also raised one of his hands and prepared his own attack. A gigantic, spike-covered hammer appeared in his hand, and he revealed that he had always wanted to compare his weapon, the Roaring Hammer, with the legendary Divine King's hammer. According to the king, his weapon had been forged over many years by the greatest beastmen artisans. Feeling the pressure emanating from the hammer, Sakura realized that imitation possessed a terrifying power. Determined to find out which of the two weapons was superior, the king raised his hammer and, in an extremely fast leap, charged at Tsukishiro. The two hammers collided with a devastating impact, the force of which destroyed the ground and shattered the arena. The energy released was so intense that Sakura had to shield her face with her arm as she watched the clash. When the explosion subsided, Tsukishiro remained standing, though he felt his arms had nearly been broken by the force of the impact. The Beast King began to laugh, satisfied to have finally found someone who could face him as an equal. But Tsukishiro showed no intention of backing down, and was already preparing for the next attack. The king smiled and questioned if the boy was truly willing to risk his own life in this fight. Immediately after, A strange transformation began, and a red aura started to envelop the Beast King's entire body, making the atmosphere heavy and malevolent. Tsukishiro halted his advance upon feeling that overwhelming presence. Behind the king, the image of a gigantic tiger-like beast appeared, whose mere presence made the protagonist's body freeze. Tsukishiro realized he had been completely paralyzed by a single roar, concluding that it was an advanced form of mental attack. In that instant, he understood that he was finally seeing the true power of the ruler of these lands. Without showing any effort, the Beast King simply raised his right hand and stated that the fight was over. Instead of attacking, the king brought his hand to his head and commented on the Assassin's Guild that Tsukishiro had provoked. As the young man listened attentively, the Divine King's hammer vanished from his hand. The king then placed one of his hands on Tsukishiro's shoulder and revealed that he had disciplined the guild, ensuring that, within his territory, none of those assassins would threaten him again. At the same time, the monarch noted that eliminating the remnants so close to his domain had put his authority in an awkward position. Still shaken by the pressure, Tsukishiro could only manage a brief reply. The Beast King then stated that he would trust Tsukishiro's promise to return, as he knew the young man already possessed enough strength to face the final trial. Next, the king looked at Sakura, who remained completely bewildered by the unexpected turn of events. A few moments later, wings once again sprouted from the Beast King's back and he took flight, disappearing over the horizon with the promise that he would await Tsukishiro's return. As soon as the king left, Sakura ran to her master to check if he was hurt. Under a beautiful sunset, the two remained in silence for a few moments, and Tsukishiro concluded that he was still far from reaching the level he desired, needing to become even stronger. Without hesitation, he called for Sakura to follow, and they resumed their path, beginning a new journey in this other world. A golden energy envelops the protagonist's body, and the limitless path opens once more. With that, his journey through the territory of the Beastmen comes to an end for now, as the next adventure will take place in the human territory where he now returns. The young man goes back to his world of origin, appearing directly in his room. Tsukishiro starts to get ready, first putting on a dress shirt and, soon after, an elegant suit that gives him a completely different appearance than usual. As he finishes preparing, he remembers that the auction mentioned by Suzuki would take place that night. Before leaving the room, his thoughts turn to his younger sister, who is still sleeping peacefully. Watching her in silence, he believes that when dawn comes, everything will finally be better. Shortly after, Tsukishiro heads to the street, where Suzuki is already waiting for him in his car. Upon seeing him so well dressed, the blonde man is impressed and compliments his appearance, commenting that he looked like a completely different person. Tsukishiro explains that it was just a simple disguise, since he couldn't attend an auction wearing his school uniform. The two get into the car and set off. During the ride, Tsukishiro remains silent, watching the scenery from the window, until Suzuki reveals he has discovered some important information. He explains that the auction that night would be much bigger than he had imagined, because in addition to the wealthy merchants who were already expected, important figures from the underworld would also be present, which would make the competition for the items much fiercer. The news surprises Tsukishiro, who immediately turns his attention to Suzuki. The president then informs him that he had prepared a large sum of money, but recommends that they give up on bidding for any other item. Tsukishiro understands at once what Suzuki was referring to: the Golden Rebirth Elixir. The young man decides that, regardless of who his opponent was or the amount needed, he would get that item. Sometime later, the two arrive at a huge mansion, where they are greeted by two maids. They offer trays containing masks and explain that all guests must wear them to preserve their identity. Wearing the masks, Tsukishiro and Suzuki enter the luxurious mansion, decorated with large chandeliers and sophisticated furniture. All the guests appear to belong to high society, wearing elegant clothes and hiding their faces. On the upper floor, the host welcomes everyone and announces that before the auction begins, the staff would guide each participant to their respective seats. Guided by the mansion staff, Suzuki and Tsukishiro make their way through the hall until they find their seats, where they wait comfortably for the event to begin. The place seems strangely dark and gloomy until a spotlight shines in the middle of the room and the host appears to officially announce the start of the auction. Immediately after, a staff member approaches, bringing a table covered with a cloth. Upon removing the cloth, she reveals a brilliant violet stone, an extremely rare item known as a rank a darkness core. The host explains that the core is perfect for weapon enhancement magic circles, and informs them that the starting bid would be 60 million yen. Observing the stone, Tsukishiro notices the intense glow and the purity of the energy, which indicated it was a specimen of the highest quality. Suzuki notices the boy's reaction and explains that this type of item was relatively common in underworld auctions, and Tsukishiro simply shows his understanding. The auction continues for some time, and several rare items pass across the stage, including ancient books, magic staves, and even homunculi. After several transactions, the host once again calls for everyone's attention, stating that the excitement in the hall had reached its peak. He then announces that the next item was the true main attraction of the evening, a true miracle capable of defying the laws of nature. As he carefully removed the cloth, the host said that the item could make dead trees bloom again and even restore lost limbs. Then, a small vial containing a red liquid is revealed before everyone, the legendary Golden Rebirth Elixir. The revelation sends a stir through the entire hall, and the guests show their surprise upon realizing that such a precious item would actually be auctioned. Excited, Suzuki discreetly calls Tsukishiro's attention to get a good look at the prize. However, the protagonist was already completely focused, with the bidding paddle in his hands and his gaze fixed on the vial. He finally saw before him the object he had been seeking from the very beginning. The liquid inside the vial glows brightly, giving the impression of incalculable value, and the guests watch in awe, commenting that its brilliance confirmed its authenticity. Seeing it before his eyes, Tsukishiro realizes he had finally found the item he had been searching for. Suzuki takes the opportunity to remind him that this was not just a rare object, but a supreme treasure capable of defying the laws of nature. That was why numerous wealthy families and relatives of influential figures had attended, making an extremely fierce bidding war inevitable. While Tsukishiro remains silent, observing the hall attentively, Suzuki discreetly points to the other guests. He reveals that he spoke in advance with important families and renowned adventurers, telling them only that an extremely promising young man desperately needed the golden elixir of rebirth. The idea was that helping him could be an excellent investment for the future. Tsukishiro questions if anyone would really give up such a precious item for that reason alone. Suzuki replies that after so many years in the industry, he had gained considerable influence, but assures him that he did not reveal his name or identity. He explains that everyone there knew how to recognize the value of establishing relations with a brilliant adventurer, especially one who had managed to make even Suzuki himself owe him a favor. Suzuki smiles upon receiving Tsukishiro's thanks and comments that there was no need for such formality, to which the protagonist states that they would continue working together from now on. At that moment, the host announces that bids should increase in increments of 2 million yen, with the starting price set at 160 million. As soon as the auction begins, the hall erupts in successive offers, and the bids quickly climb from 170 million to over 460 million yen. Suzuki observes the speed of the bidding and advises Tsukishiro not to raise the price little by little, but to make one large bid all at once. The strategy was to make it clear to everyone that he had no intention of giving up the item, while Suzuki prepared to signal his presence to the people he had spoken with. Following the advice, the protagonist raises paddle number 18 and makes a bid of 600 million yen, a sum that surprises the entire hall. Shortly after, the participant with paddle number 7 responds with a bid of 700 million yen, but without hesitation, Tsukishiro raises his paddle again and increases the offer to 800 million. The participant with paddle 7 shows irritation, but before he could react, another guest offers 900 million. At that moment, Suzuki discreetly reminds him that all the money they had prepared totaled exactly 1 billion yen. As soon as he hears this, Tsukishiro raises the paddle once more and offers the full amount, 1 billion yen. The entire hall falls silent, and all eyes turn to the mysterious participant who had just made such a high bid. A man sitting in the audience even raises his hand, looking as if he would make a new offer, and for a moment Tsukishiro believes he would lose the item. However, the man gives up before even raising his paddle. Suzuki breathes a sigh of relief, concluding that the people he had spoken with understood that this was the promising young adventurer he had mentioned. The host asks if there are any bids higher than 1 billion yen and prepares to close the bidding. Beside him, Suzuki begins to celebrate discreetly, believing they had won. As he watches the gavel about to fall, Tsukishiro imagines Karina walking again, going back to school, and living a happy life, free from her wheelchair. The gavel is almost touching the table when, unexpectedly, a golden paddle with the number 88 is raised and a new bid is announced. 2 billion yen. The entire hall immediately turns toward the bidder. Seated in a luxurious blue chair, a young man crosses his legs and shows complete composure, as if the amount was of no importance. Suzuki is completely shocked upon recognizing him as Lord Scorsese, and explains that he was the only son of 2 legendary S-rank adventurers. Having inherited the fortune and influence of both, he possessed virtually unlimited resources. Hearing this, Tsukishiro realizes he was facing a very powerful adversary, and for a moment, the thought of giving up crosses his mind, but the image of Karina immediately returns to his thoughts. Suzuki tells him to stay calm, as facing someone with such financial power was impossible, since they did not even have the 2 billion yen. As a last hope, Suzuki considers trying to negotiate directly with the Lord after the auction ends. Meanwhile, the host asks again if anyone would make a higher offer, and Tsukishiro clenches his fists so tightly that his hands begin to tremble, realizing that the opportunity to save his sister was slipping away. The gavel begins its descent to close the sale, but at that exact moment, a new voice announces a bid of 3 billion yen. Tsukishiro and Suzuki turn immediately, as surprised as the rest of the hall. The person who had made the bid was an elegant woman, also holding a golden paddle. Tsukishiro recognizes her immediately as Misa, the president of Red Tier Pharmaceuticals. Upon noticing the protagonist, Misa also seems to recognize him and reveals that if she won the auction, she would give him the golden elixir of rebirth as a gift. The revelation completely surprises everyone, and Suzuki is also impressed to discover that the young man knew the president. Unsure how to define their relationship, Tsukishiro just admits they were not exactly friends, while the Lord shows some annoyance at having lost the lead. Without hesitation, the Lord raises his paddle again and increases the offer to 4 billion yen, but Misa immediately responds with a bid of 5 billion. Determined not to lose, Lord Scorsese raises the price to 6 billion and then stands up, making it clear that whoever was competing against him should know exactly who they were dealing with. Beside Misa, a bald man approaches and reminds her that this was the only son of the legendary S-rank adventurers. She replies that she already knew, but since she had promised to give the elixir as a gift, she had no intention of giving up. With that, she raises her paddle again and offers 7 billion yen. Already impressed by the amounts, the host announces the new bid, but without showing any difficulty, the Lord increases it directly to 10 billion yen. Misa's expression changes completely, and her irritation is so great that the veins on her face become visible. Observing the contest, Tsukishiro realizes the enormous difference in economic power that existed between ordinary people and the heir of 2 S-rank adventurers. Misa even raises her paddle again, ready to continue, but the man beside her discreetly stops her. He explains that the price had already surpassed any reasonable limit, and that insisting would be a direct affront to the pride of the S-rank adventurer couple. After a few moments, Misa lowers her paddle, accepting her limit, and approaches Tsukishiro to apologize for not being able to go further. Receiving no new offers, the host asks one last time if there were any bids higher than 10 billion yen and brings down the gavel. Among the guests, some people laugh at the situation, commenting that challenging Lord Scorsese in wealth or influence was impossible. Shortly after, the host declares the auction officially closed and informs everyone that all items would be delivered later to the buyers' residences. The hall slowly begins to empty. Before leaving, Misa approaches Tsukishiro again, regrets the outcome, and says they would talk more when they met again. Suzuki also shows his frustration and states that they were unlucky to encounter an opponent like the Lord, trying to console the protagonist. However, Tsukishiro was already on his feet and showed no sign of discouragement. Instead of giving up, he simply asks Suzuki to go on his way and refuses the offer of a ride home. Then, the protagonist reveals that he intended to find Lord Scorsese personally at that very moment. As everyone was leaving the luxurious auction, Lord Scorsese demanded to be given the item he had won immediately. He explained that he intended to use it as soon as he got home and didn't want to wait for the delivery. The host promptly attended to the request, handing over a luxurious briefcase that was taken by an intimidating-looking security guard. Before Lord Scorsese could get into his limousine, Tsukishiro called out to him, approaching with a serious expression and determined to negotiate, but the security guard immediately placed himself in front of him to protect his boss. Lord Scorsese recognized Tsukishiro as the young man who had been watching the bids during the auction and showed disdain, assuming he was just another person trying to get close because of his fortune. At that moment, Suzuki arrived out of breath and tried to introduce Tsukishiro, but the protagonist interrupted him, saying he would do it himself. He then introduced himself as a new adventurer from the Adventure Union and extended his hand to greet Lord Scorsese respectfully. However, Lord Scorsese arrogantly crossed his arms and made it clear he had no interest in introductions, as countless adventurers, even S-rank ones, tried to win his favor every day. Realizing there was no room for formalities, Tsukishiro got straight to the point. He explained that the Golden Rebirth Elixir was his only hope to restore movement to his sister's legs, as she had been attacked by a darkness. The protagonist acknowledged the item's value, but asked Lord Scorsese to sell it to him, promising to pay double the price in the future, and assuring him he would never forget this favor. Resting his hand on the briefcase, Lord Scorsese began to laugh, finding the proposal amusing. He stated that he already had more than enough wealth, and that countless people wished to owe him favors, making Tsukishiro's offer completely worthless. Even so, the nobleman admitted there was one condition for the exchange. Tsukishiro immediately stated he would accept any demand to get the elixir, and then Lord Scorsese imposed his humiliating condition. The young man had to kneel before him, touch his head to the ground and beg for the item. The request left Tsukishiro in shock, and Suzuki reacted with indignation, considering it an outrageous demand. Despite this, Tsukishiro accepted the condition, asking only if Lord Scorsese would keep his word if he obeyed. Without hesitation, the protagonist knelt before everyone, placed his hands on the ground, and lowered his head, desperately begging for the elixir to save his sister. The scene left everyone around them completely shocked by the display of humiliation. Upon seeing Tsukishiro kneeling, Lord Scorsese couldn't hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. Mockingly, he declared that the protagonist was a complete idiot, revealing that he had never promised to hand over the elixir and had only amused himself by watching him obey like a faithful dog. Then, Lord Scorsese explained that he bought the item because his pet bulldog had injured its leg falling down a flight of stairs, and to him, healing the animal was far more important than saving Tsukishiro's sister. Suzuki could no longer control his outrage and said that this had crossed the line, but Lord Scorsese just gave him a contemptuous look and threatened him, saying a single phone call would be enough to get him kicked out of the Adventure Union. The threat made Suzuki freeze, and even filled with rage, he stood trembling, unable to react. Paying them no more mind, Lord Scorsese got into his car, stating that he couldn't stand people who pretended to be strong without knowing their place. The limousine then departed, leaving Tsukishiro and Suzuki behind. Slowly, Tsukishiro rose from the ground. Suzuki tried to comfort him, saying they would find another solution, but as he placed a hand on his shoulder, he was taken by surprise. Consumed by an uncontrollable fury, Tsukishiro shoved Suzuki away, leaving him shocked by the reaction. The protagonist's rage began to overflow, and the pressure of his aura was so intense that it made small stones levitate as the ground around him began to shatter. With a cold expression, Tsukishiro made a single request to Suzuki, who, still frightened, agreed to listen. The protagonist asked that no matter what happened the next day, Suzuki was to say absolutely nothing. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a road on the outskirts of Tokyo, where Lord Scorsese was enjoying a glass of champagne inside his limousine, mentally scorning those who dared to speak of dignity. Suddenly, the security guard noticed an intense light appearing in the night sky. Lord Scorsese initially paid it no mind, but the light approached at an astonishing speed. When they could finally see it clearly, they realized it was Tsukishiro, wielding his gigantic hammer, his eyes glowing intensely, showing that all of his restraint had vanished. Lord Scorsese's eyes widened as he recognized the protagonist, but in the next instant, Tsukishiro unleashed a devastating blow with his hammer against the limousine. The impact completely obliterated the vehicle, sending the briefcase with the elixir flying into the air. Tsukishiro, however, managed to snatch it out of the air. With reddened eyes and an extremely heavy aura enveloping his body, he walked away from the scene carrying the briefcase, without even glancing back at the wrecked car. In a beautiful mansion located in the residential area for S-rank adventurers, in the city center, a woman screams desperately for her son. The screams are so intense that even the maids have to cover their ears. The woman in question is the Snow Queen Celsi, an S-rank adventurer and the mother of Lord Scorsese. She is holding a device called a life sensor, and falls into complete despair upon realizing the device shows no sign of her son's life. Unable to accept the situation, Celsi runs to her husband, repeatedly asking why the life sensor isn't responding. She finds him, the great sword Senosai, also an S-rank adventurer, visibly consumed by fury. While looking at his own life sensor, Senosai states that the equipment represents the most advanced technology of the Adventure Union and that there is no possibility of error. As he utters his son's name, his strength is so great that he ends up shattering the device's screen, and the released pressure also crushes the table and cracks the floor around him. Senosai shouts, recalling that he sent several elite bodyguards to accompany Scorsese, which would make it impossible for any ordinary person to dare confront them. Celsi suggests that perhaps their son just lost the device, or that their old enemies sought revenge, but Senosai immediately rejects this hypothesis. He states that everyone who might desire revenge has already been completely exterminated. With tears streaming down his face, he admits that the life sensor has never failed and orders all S-rank adventurers and influential families connected to them to be mobilized immediately. Then, the couple departs at extremely high speed, disappearing like two bolts of lightning, while Celsi is already on the phone demanding to find out everyone who met her son that night. Meanwhile, Suzuki arrives home and starts to take off his coat. He is still worried about Tsukishiro, remembering the immense fury he saw in the young man's eyes. After hanging up his coat, his gaze rests on a picture frame showing him, a woman, and a small child on her lap. Suzuki looks at the picture fondly and promises that they just need to wait a little longer, as he believes that if he can help Tsukishiro and reach a higher position, he can finally offer his family a better life. At that moment, A loud bang interrupts his thoughts as the wall of the house violently explodes. The impact hurls Suzuki against another wall, leaving him slightly injured. Still trying to understand what happened, the blonde man raises his head and comes face to face with the Snow Queen Celsi and the great sword Senusai. The two ask if he is President Suzuki, and the woman explains that she received information that only he and a young masked adventurer spoke with Scorsese shortly before the boy left the auction. Recognizing the two legendary S-rank adventurers, Suzuki's eyes widen, completely terrified. Without showing any emotion, Senusai slowly extends his hand toward the president and clenches his fist, as if controlling an invisible force. In the same instant, Suzuki is violently pulled towards him, with no possibility of resistance. As soon as he reaches him, Senusai grabs his neck with a single hand and begins to squeeze, demanding to know who the young adventurer was. Even while suffocating, Suzuki claims he doesn't know what he's talking about. Not believing his answer, Senusai hurls him into the air with brutal force. Suzuki is thrown out of the building and begins to plummet at high speed, screaming desperately for help, but no one comes to his aid. A few moments later, the young man slams into the ground violently. Despite being severely injured, he manages to remain conscious and looks up, trying to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Celsi continues on the phone, making sure her orders have been understood. As soon as she ends the call, she reports that they have already discovered the young adventurer's identity, and that he had a direct conflict with Scorsese shortly before his disappearance. Upon receiving this information, Senusai's expression changes completely. Consumed by fury, he glares at Suzuki, who is still on the ground, and approaches him, stating that he will not allow the blonde man to die easily before confirming Tsukishiro's identity. Then, Senusai lifts Suzuki up and declares that he will accompany them. Using the president of the Adventure Union as a hostage, the couple quickly disappears from the scene. Far away, the protagonist is walking, carrying the case with the Golden Rebirth elixir, when his phone starts to ring. When he answers, he realizes it's Don, who, in a serious voice, explains that he doesn't know exactly what happened with the Scorsese family yet, but that he unfortunately brings extremely bad news. He informs him that the Senusai couple has just issued a maximum pursuit order against Tsukishiro to all S-rank adventurers. Don warns that enraging that particular couple is extremely dangerous, as their methods of revenge are terrible. Without wasting time, Don orders Tsukishiro to flee immediately, without looking back. Remembering the protagonist's sister, he recommends that Tsukishiro take her with him, leave the city and even the country, and never return. Before the conversation could continue, two beams of light appear in the sky. Hearing that characteristic sound, Don immediately realizes what is happening and in silence ends the call, lamenting that he cannot fulfill his promise to take Tsukishiro under his protection. A few moments later, the S-rank adventurer couple appears before Tsukishiro. They are holding Suzuki, who is completely battered, but still musters the strength to beg Tsukishiro to run. Seeing him in that state, the protagonist's eyes widen, clearly shaken. With his eyes completely red with fury, Senusai glares at Tsukishiro and asks if he is responsible for his son's death. The auction case in the protagonist's hands practically confirms their suspicions, leading the couple to conclude that Tsukishiro killed Scorsese to steal the elixir. Consumed by hatred, the two begin to release a powerful amount of energy. Then, Senusai violently hurls Suzuki towards Tsukishiro and demands that the protagonist pay with his own life. Realizing Suzuki is being thrown in his direction, Tsukishiro runs as fast as he can and manages to catch him before he hits the ground, holding him safely. At the same instant, the S-rank adventurer couple charges forward at extremely high speed, ordering the protagonist to die. Without wasting time, Tsukishiro throws the case far away and concentrates energy in his hand to summon the divine hammer. As soon as the weapon appears, the hero unleashes an extremely powerful blow towards the couple. The explosion raises a huge cloud of dust, giving the protagonist enough time to lean Suzuki against a tree. With a firm gaze, Tsukishiro promises that if he survives, he will save him. Immediately after, his clothes change, and he once again assumes the form of the powerful warrior. An intense aura pierces through the dust as the couple reappears, stating that Tsukishiro will never be able to face two S-rank adventurers at the same time, and that he will accompany Scorsese in the afterlife. Showing no fear, the protagonist charges directly at the two, and the clash of their attacks generates a gigantic sphere of energy. The force of the explosion is so great that the windows of the nearest building begin to shatter. Tsukishiro is thrown far back by the impact, but manages to stay on his feet, although his injuries are extremely severe. He recognizes that their combined strength is terrifying and that, without the strongest body skill, he would have already died. He also realizes that with his current power, facing both of them simultaneously is a nearly impossible task. Observing his opponents more closely, Tsukishiro sees Celsi wielding a beautiful blue staff, while Senosai holds his enormous sword. The Ice Queen shows surprise at the amount of energy released by the protagonist and asks if he possesses power equivalent to that of an S-rank adventurer. Senosai, however, concludes that Tsukishiro only survived thanks to some powerful defensive skill. At that moment, Celsi recalls the information she had confirmed and reveals that Tsukishiro has a sister who lives right there. Hearing this, Senosai coldly declares that they should destroy the entire building, making Tsukishiro's eyes widen as he realizes that Karina is now also in danger. Celsi raises her staff and begins to gather a gigantic amount of freezing energy. She blames Tsukishiro for her son's death and announces that she will use her magic to send all the building's residents to the afterlife. Immediately after, an intense ice begins to creep up the building, freezing floor after floor, and completely innocent residents begin to suffer the consequences of the attack. The freezing energy continues to advance until it reaches the floor where Karina is, who watches everything, consumed by fear. Seeing that scene, Tsukishiro shouts in outrage, asking how she can do something so cruel. Without hesitation, the young man leaps towards the building at an impressive speed. As Celsi prepares the final blow, Tsukishiro hurls the divine hammer at her, but the adventurer manages to dodge it by a hair's breadth. However, at that instant, the protagonist notices Senosai appearing right below him using the Flame Lion Slash technique. The S-rank adventurer strikes Tsukishiro dead on, opening a huge gash in his body. Soon after, the couple gathers their energies again to launch a joint attack, stating they will destroy Tsukishiro without leaving even his bones behind. Gravely wounded, the protagonist looks at the enormous cut on his body and for the first time begins to wonder if this will truly be his end. As he is thrown back, Tsukishiro remembers President Suzuki and his sister Karina, who had fallen from her wheelchair due to the battle's impact. The image of the girl, consumed by fear, comes to his mind. Even knowing that the cooldown time for his ring's ability had not yet finished, Tsukishiro decides he no longer cares about the price he will have to pay. In his heart, he wishes only to survive and become stronger, to obtain enough power to crush any obstacle and, when he returns, to save everyone important to him. At that moment, the ring begins to emit an intense light, enveloping his body in a powerful aura of energy. A notification informs that the host's life points are reaching 0, and due to his last wish, the special transport is being initiated. Sometime later, the young man is transported to a port located in the border region of the Beastman's territory. In another world, a door opens slowly, and Sakura appears smiling, carrying the clothes she had prepared for her master. However, she finds Tsukishiro completely unconscious, his body covered in severe wounds. Startled, Sakura runs to him, not understanding what happened. Her eyes quickly fill with tears as she observes the terrible wounds. Desperate, she kneels beside Tsukishiro and begs him to wake up. Then, a new notification appears, announcing that a mission has been issued by the system for the young man to reach level 100 in the other world within 30 days.